can't see it, then you just never know it. I feel sorry for you.
Hello everyone and welcome back for another week of the Mania 4K World Cup 2022. We are into the finals week finally, top 6 teams, and we've got some pretty amazing matches lined up. Philippines versus Japan is going to be the first one to kick off this weekend. I'm Potassium F, commentating alongside Paturage. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing absolutely fine. Just waking up this Saturday. I was gonna say morning, but it's 2 p.m. here. Anyways, the top 6 teams worldwide. These are among the best players in the world. This is the first week of finals. You're gonna get the grand finals next week. And oh boy, I do not know which teams are gonna make it out of this hellhole.
Yeah, it's been insane, actually. Even last week's semi-finals, I think every single match was close. I think the least close match score-wise was 7-3. That was the most one-sided we saw. And even then, I think, even in the 7-3 match, I think we saw multiple maps being won by like a couple hundred points. And of course, you know, Philippines, who we're seeing on screen now, suffered a really unfortunate loss by about 200 points on the tiebreaker. So now these two teams here, both on the verge of being eliminated.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't even only the it wasn't even the only tiebreaker last week. We got I think 2 tiebreakers in total, and there were like not many matches. I think there were like 6 matches in total.
Yeah, just so many close ones. And like looking at the bracket, if you look at some of the matches lined up for this week, I think we're in for another week like that. We're going to have so many close matches. And Philippines versus Japan, I expect a similar thing coming out of here. Philippines, of course, being seed number 2, almost taking down South Korea in the winners bracket. And Japan have been making a little bit of a run through the losers bracket last week as well, winning a couple of their matches.
Yeah, what I'm afraid of for Japan is that they're starting to reach their physical capacity. I believe that at least 2 of their players are at least capable of sustaining this finals map, namely Sleet Girl and AMD. But yeah, it's starting to get a little bit rough. But I think the Philippines might also be kind of slowing down in terms of results. The step up from semifinals to finals in terms of physicality is just insane.
Yeah, and that's always the question as we're getting later and later into the tournament. We are absolutely in the late game. These maps are brutally hard. And as you said, Japan, last week, I mean, Sleek Girl and AM Duskia, they need no mention. They're absolutely going to be able to play all of these maps. But the third from Japan, I agree, there's a little bit of a question mark. I believe G2T has been playing the Rice maps at least, and been doing quite well, but maybe a little bit out of the comfort zone. We'll have to see. But Japan do have quite a few new players to the MWC scene, so they have yet to be proven here. Philippines, of course, having players like, Boji, Forken, very, very physically capable players.
Yeah, honestly, this is going to be a little bit ambiguous. We lack the amount of information we need to have proper insight into this match. We're just going to have to gather this information as we go pick by pick to see how each team is going to scale. And,
yeah, we'll see how it turns out. Of course, I think the picks for this map are going to be a little bit interesting, but I believe it should be, well, this is, if I'm guessing right, Philippines, I believe, should be going for more of the LN picks, whereas I feel like Japan just in general should be more comfortable with some of the Rice picks. The tech picks in particular are the ones that they've been picking quite a lot throughout the tournament.
Yeah, that's the thing with Rice and long notes. You don't really know where to start, really, because you know that Japan has at least 2 very good physical players. It probably comes down to the Philippines' confidence on the respective Rice picks, if they want to go Rice. But if you go long notes, the long note picks are a little bit less physical than the Rice picks, so Japan might scale better on it. So it's a risk that you have to take.
Definitely possible, but Philippines also very strong at those LNs as well. So kind of difficult decision. We'll see how it ends up working out. Of course, even within the Rice picks, there's a lot of varying skill sets being tested here at this point. I think Philippines got a ridiculously high score on the Jack pick as well last week, so that might be one that Philippines even might want to pick up if they choose to here. And okay, bans coming out. Philippines gonna actually ban My Culture. This is the actually Dangerous Jungle being left up here, and Dangerous Jungle I think is good. It was the SV map that most people would have expected to be banned a little bit more.
Yeah, thing is, My Culture is way less physical than Dangerous Jungle, and I do believe that My Culture lends itself to be scored on very, very easily, and that's a map where you expect Japan to be pinpoint accurate snipers.
And Japan banning RIP, it's going to be the LN release map. Of course, Philippines actually getting the #1 score of all teams on Secret Sleuth last week, I believe. So fairly good pick, fairly good ban that is from Japan there first of all. And it is going to be Japan's pick. They're picking Apollo, actually, one of the hybrids. And I guess this kind of makes sense considering what we were talking about before. The hybrid's a little bit less physically intense than some of the Rise picks.
Well, that was for the long notes, but you raise a good point about the hybrids. It's a perfect middle ground between physicality and long note bias, I guess. And especially Apollo. Apollo is very, very technical. It's a Lemon Guy hybrid, and you know how Lemon Guy hybrids go.
Oh, the jacks in this are brutal.
Many anchors. The anchor section is absolutely brutal, and I'm looking forward to see how both of those teams are going to fare on it.
And here we go, we're getting the players in. Actually, okay, no, Volpsy's in for this one, okay. We're going to see Japan having Sleek Girl, Yoppie Yugen, and G2T.
Oh, that's
actually interesting. Interesting that Aim Duskia isn't playing this one. At this stage, you would expect him to play a lot of the maps, but I guess that's actually quite a good sign for Japan if they have 3 players who can actually beat Aim Duskia on maps at this level.
Yeah, it's quite intriguing, and maybe that's the reason they're going with Apollo first. It's one of the picks that Yoppie Yugen is actually able to tackle, as opposed to some of the more physical ones, I guess.
And on the other side, of course, we've had Boji and Forken playing most of the maps last week as well. And Volpsy coming in for a hybrid as well. I don't think I've seen Volpsy play a hybrid so far, if I'm not mistaken. It's mostly been the Rice picks that they've really excelled at. So we'll have to see how these two teams perform. First pick here in the match.
Get that sweet information out of the hybrids. I think that hybrid might be the best one to get information from the other opponent from.
Oh, and a bit of accuracy drops from Forken right out of the gates here, down to 99.1. We're going to have plenty of time to recover. No combo breaks just yet for either team.
Oh, combo breaks. Speaking of combo breaks, that's a first curse. That's very early curse.
Yeah, very early miss as well, but it is after the 400 combo mark, so that's going to mean a whole lot for Forken. Yoppie Yugen finding a miss there, but it's very clean.
Yeah, very clean compared to Forken, who is just starting to catch up to the 99%. This map is really rough. And here we go for the anchors.
Yeah, these anchors are so brutal. Forken and G2T both missing, but at the end of the day, G2T is very clean miss as well. Forken dropping down to 98.6, that is. That's giving the accuracy lead and the, well, not really a combo lead, but accuracy lead over to Japan is quite significant.
Oh, the BPM changes really make those nerves go up and up, and Yoppie Yugen is going to fall prey to one combo break. And those trills, everyone gets the trills. Wow, Japan still above 99.5. Just a tremendous accuracy advantage.
Yeah, actually, 5 of these players right now are holding like around 99.6. Sleek Girl actually being the highest in the lobby right now, 99.72. It's really just the difference in Forken here. Actually, the miss from Sleek Girl. Actually, I believe that the 2 highest scores, the only 2 full combos right now. Okay, 1 full combo now on Boji as Volpsy trades out with Sleek Girl.
Yeah, I feel like the ending might decide the matchup because the lead is getting closer to getting back to the Philippines.
Yeah, look at Forken. Forken's building up a combo, and this accuracy now 99.2. It's really high. They've recovered so well, and now the score lead's flickering a little bit as we're getting to the very end. Oh my god, last few patterns! And this is so close. Everyone's at 400 combo. It's all that. Forken's still raising the accuracy. That's giving Philippines a little bit of a lead.
Oh no, it's gonna come down to the... Oh no,
but Yoppie Yugen finding a miss at the last note. That's gonna seal the deal. That's 200 points. You can see it. Oh, that's such a close point, but it's gonna be a break point. First for Philippines, and Boji with the only full combo here, 989k.
Oh no, you gotta wonder if Yoppie Yugen's last miss on the long notes at the end mattered at all. I think it would have been a very, very close call.
Oh, it would have been so close. We saw just after that miss, that was a 203, I believe, point difference between the two teams. I think a single miss is worth that much just by itself. So I think it could have been Japan's pick, but at the end of the day, what ifs? We can't hang ourselves up on what could have happened. It is Philippines that take the point, and now they get the next pick for themselves.
Yeah. One bit of information that is useful to glean from these results is that Boji actually got a 989k on this full combo, only 12 200s. And I believe that Boji is going to be one of the most confident players in the whole lobby on those hybrids.
Yeah, absolutely. OG showing their late game capacity, but we did see some pretty fantastic scores from Japan's players as well. Sleek Girl only got 5 200s despite those unfortunate misses. But now here we go, Rice 6 being picked, real ultimate power. We're going straight into tech actually. Philippines picking what Japan normally would pick first.
That's quite interesting. And yeah, from any Pizza 69 map, it's absolutely brutal. And we see the appearance of AMD here, just as planned. And I think this is kind of a risky pick, but as a first pick, I think the Philippines are quite a bit confident on it, especially if Bochi, Forken, and Volpsy are going to be on the field. I think they're banking on the team performance versus individual performances, that is.
Yeah, like, of course, Philippines have Boji, but I think Japan, Sleek Girl, and AM Dusky are really scary on maps like these. And I think they definitely can keep up with the Philippines. I think it really just comes down to, can G2T keep up with this level of physicality? And, I mean, I'm just not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Maybe they can, maybe they can't. This is going to be the first test, really, that we're going to see. A couple 200s at the start, I think, there for Sleek Girl, or just a little bit of bad ratio, but pretty insignificant, all things considered.
Yeah, here we go, back to the 99.9s that we love so much.
Oh, and it's flickering back and forth. Everyone doing quite well at the start here. But here we go.
The actual map starts, and we're gonna see those accuracies go down.
Oh yeah, actually everyone in Japan accuracy is starting to drop. G2T, oh, finding a miss there. Gonna drop down to 99.2, but Sleek Girl finds another one as well.
Yeah, 4K, oh no, wow! Volpsy actually collapsing from those mini jack.
Oh, these are really dirty misses as well. 4K down to 98.7, Volpsy down to 99.0. G2T also below 99%, and actually the ACK lead might slightly be in Japan's favor right now.
Oh, this is a battle of survival. This is finals map, guys.
Oh, but the misses are coming in for Japan. Everyone missing Sleek Girl and G2T. There's just one full combo for each side right now, and Boji definitely has the upper hand in this accuracy.
Oh, it's up to the teamwork from AMD and Sleek Girl to catch up to Boji.
And Forken has recovered the accuracy quite a lot. Now it's up to 99% again. And we're closing on the end of the map. Still some chance, but there's going to have to be misses soon from Philippines if Japan want to take back a break point. And Forken does find a miss. But it's not going to be enough, just the singular miss there.
Yeah, we are definitely way too late into the map, and G2T is going to be choking some of the last nodes of the map. And that's going to give the first decisive point for the Philippines. For their first pick.
OG and AM Dusky are both with the full combos there. Everyone else struggling to keep combo. I mean, understandably in a tech pick like that, but at the end of the day, it's fairly close for the Philippines. 11,000 points when there's this many misses involved. You know, one less miss from Japan, a couple less misses from Japan, and that would have easily been a point that they could have won. But Japan are wasting no time now. Hybrid, once more.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see the dynamic between Boji carrying the Filipino team versus Sleetgut and AMD trying to hold together Japan. I feel like Rice could go one way or the other depending on misses. I feel like misses really matter a lot more in finals than it mattered in semifinals.
Yeah, these misses are doing massive amounts of damage, and really, the difference being between these two teams right now is just Boji. Like, Boji's just playing so well, crushing the rest of the lobby, and that's what's giving Philippines their advantage.
Here we go for almost 3 minutes of hybrid. That's going to be a battle survival again. This hybrid is quite physical.
Yeah, this is the longest hybrid, I think, or one of them definitely. And as you said, definitely very physical, very Jack heavy in comparison as well. Everyone holding on fairly well at the start. AM Dusky are actually dropping down to the 99s. Oh, and finding a fairly bad miss at the end there, 98.7 for AM Dusky now.
Yeah, there's still the rest of the song to catch up accuracy on. I feel like there are many pots where AMD can make it back. Usually there's Rice first, building up some accuracy bit by bit.
Accuracy can definitely be caught up. G2T and Sleet Girl right now holding really high accuracies, not too far behind Boji actually. And still 5 full combos on the table right now.
Yeah, it's a battle of nerds right now. Many players will still hold in their combo, but G2T is going to be the one who is going to be falling prey to one of those combo breaks. Who from the Philippines is going to break first? If they're going to break.
Yeah, 3 full combos versus just the 1 on Sleet Girl now. And that's really all the advantage. The accuracy is not really that far ahead for the Philippines. It's really just these misses. But there's still plenty of opportunity. We're only halfway through the map.
Yeah, I feel like the second half is going to decide everything. You might see a pretty sizable lead from the Philippines, but this lead can go away in the blink of an eye.
Oh yeah, 2 misses will definitely do it. And as well, on patterns like these, you're not going to find clean misses. But so far, everyone's holding on. These combos from the Philippines are just ridiculous right now.
Yeah, even the accuracy it has stayed stable throughout the entire map for a good solid minute and a half. Same for Japan actually building up in terms of accuracy for AMD, but AMD is going to be breaking combo, but Volpsy as well, but Forken as well.
But AMD finding multiple misses, that's going to negate a lot of this advantage they could have gotten from the 2 misses from Philippines. And at the very end, everyone manages to hit those last patterns. It's going to be Philippines managing to take another break point from Japan. And
that's quite unfortunate.
Once again, Boji being the only full combo in the lobby. Very, very close to full combo from Forken and Volpsy, though.
Oh, very good.
Oh, actually, no, Sleet Girl as well. Sorry, I just forgot Sleet Girl existed. Both of those top scores are pretty insane, actually. Yeah,
the amount of 200s for Boji, Forken, Sleet Girl, and G2T are actually really nuts for this kind of pick. This is finals map, or you do not usually get single-digit grades.
6 200s for 3 players and 7 for Forken as well. They're still getting such high accuracies overall. Now Philippines are in a really strong position, 3-0, and they get their own pick next as well. I don't think they're going to be picking another tech pick. I think that's too dangerous, but I mean, maybe they can pick Jack, maybe they can pick LN if they want.
I don't know. I feel like they could go for a hybrid or for an LN, but this is kind of uncharted territory in terms of LN orientation. We do not necessarily have enough information yet, so they're going to go with reap what you sow. And reap what you sow is a sizable physical test.
Yeah, absolutely. Technically kind of in the tech section, but it's kind of a mix of, tech and speed in a way.
Yeah, absolute hogfest made by Poop Gadget. This does not mess around, and if you are one of the metalheads who is actually familiar with Converge, a shout out to the Clone Hero community. By the way, Converge is absolutely balls to the wall, and this map is also balls to the wall.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes as well, so it's going to be a test of stamina on top of that. With how these maps have been playing out, even single misses can be extremely punishing. And, as I say that, Forken off to a bit of a rough start with a really early miss, but going to have plenty of time to recover from that. Japan off to a little bit of a lead, but AM Dusky is struggling a little bit with the accuracy, and G2T finds a miss. And Sleek Girl finding the miss as well.
Yeah, I feel like Japan really is really starting to struggle in the combo department, and no full combos remain on the Japanese side, whereas the Philippines is going to retain their full lobby, full combo on their side.
And Boji's just setting an unreal accuracy right now, 99.86. Like, what's the second highest? Second highest is 99.4. That's such a massive gap between Boji and Sleek Girl, even though Sleek Girl has a pretty insane accuracy themselves.
Oh, wow.
And halfway into this map, this is now a massive lead, even though, we've seen some misses from Volpsy as well, but they've been clean. Volpsy's still at 99.47.
Yeah, Volpsy and Forken have been just keeping the gates shut. Volpsy with G2T with a simultaneous combo break, but still keeping the gates closed so that Boji can shine.
Yeah, and I mean, you can definitely see Sleek Girl and AM Dusky are definitely keeping up with Volpsy and Forken. That's a very tight battle between those four players, but just no one on Japan can possibly hope to match Boji when he's putting up this kind of performance.
Yeah, G2T is not having a fun time, down to the 98, but Volpsy is also breaking quite a lot. Not quite below 99% though.
Yeah, at this point, this is definitely where stamina's kicking in as well. After 2.5 minutes of this non-stop, not really any breaks to speak of. And yeah, Volpsy's taking a big hit actually at the end, but this score buffer should be enough either way. Forken Sleek Girl as well. Yeah, and that's a full combo for Boji, isn't it?
Yeah, this ending.
What is the ratio? How do you 1 to 12? 1 to 13? That's 1 to 13. Oh my god.
If you took a look at the ending, every single person broke in the ending, and Boji just casually 300s that thing, maybe get some 200s here and there, but yeah, casual 994 on this one, where everyone's just missing at the ending.
Oh, and here we go. Okay, this is what Japan should pick. There is no other pick that Japan can pick right now. They have to pick SV now. This is the number 1 seeded SV team in Japan. This has to be their best pick left on the table. But that said, Philippines are so strong at SV themselves.
Yeah, we're gonna see most likely the appearance of Mystriel from the Filipino side, which is gonna be waiting for the players to switch. And also Els.
Oh, Mystriel is just insanely good. So far, every single round, we've seen a Mystriel score that's just blown the rest of the lobby out of the water. But Japan as well have been working kind of as a team. They've consistently had 3 extremely high scores on every SV pick they've played so far in this tournament. So I feel like this is definitely one that could favor Japan if they've managed to practice it and get at a high enough level.
Yeah, might worth be noting that Dangerous Jungle is quite a little bit physical as well. So for the less inclined, physically inclined types of SV players, this might pose a problem. But maybe Mr. Riel might not be able to tackle this one. I'm not sure where Mr. Riel is actually, and we're actually gonna start the map, and Volpsy is actually gonna play.
Yeah, we're seeing Els for the first time in this match, so nice to see her pop in here for the SV. But yeah, you're right, Volpsy is staying, Mystery L not being subbed in here. So we'll see how it turns out at the end. This one is brutal. This one's going to be fun to watch as well. I was wondering whether we were even going to see this map in the first place at all this round.
Oh no.
And oh no, this is... I think maybe Mystery L is not available currently. That would be unfortunate.
Let's see how training paid for the rest of the lobby, I guess.
Oh, we see some quads happening here, of course. But so far, big advantage for Japan right now. They're 3 scores. The lowest accuracy, 99.9, 99.4. And Volpsy getting a few misses here. L's now getting misses. And this is a massive lead.
Yeah. There is no question about it. Japan is confident on this one.
Oh, look how well they practiced it. The accuracies are just raising. Oh my god. Yoppie Yugen finding a miss. That's the first miss from Japan, but there's been so many misses for Philippines already. This map is just straight up over already. Now we're just watching to see what the final scores are going to be like on Team Japan.
Yeah, how far can Ice Cake take it? Ice Cake is just on a tear on this one. Maybe can catch up to the 99.7, but loses a fair amount of accuracy here.
Gozagoki finds a miss, Ice Cake finds a miss as well. That's all the FC's gone. Boji actually with the only FC in the lobby, despite having lower accuracy than all of Japan though. So actually, I'm pretty sure all the Japanese members have a higher score than Boji despite the full combo.
Yeah, accuracy matters a fair amount.
Yeah, well, especially when the act difference is this big, just the level of comfort for Japan just looks that much higher right now. And honestly, you don't really need full combos on a map like this if you can get 99% across the board.
And by the way, this is definitely not a side trick from Volpsy. I cannot S this, and Volpsy has enough training to S this.
Oh, absolutely. I can't even A this. I spent like an hour practicing this, and I just can't A. It's ridiculous. But now, yeah, this is 3... Well, Yoppie Yugen at the very end dropping a little bit below 99%, but this is a really solid team score from Japan, all things considered. And now this is 1 point on the board for them. They managed to win one back. 1-4 now, but they still are 2 breakpoints behind. They're going to need to win a couple from the Philippines if they want to really come back into this match. Also, yeah, Boji just FC'd as well. Has he missed yet?
Let me take a look at the entry link. 0, 0, 0, 0. And yeah, I believe that's a full match, full combo for Boji so far.
He just doesn't know how to miss. That's simply it.
Oh my.
Okay. Slaughter being picked by Philippines now. Actually switching it up a little bit. We're seeing the LNs.
Oh,
and interesting to see this one come out, actually. Because we were talking about, well, obviously Philippines are extremely strong with LNs, especially now that we have Silueska Ls in the lobby. But this one, if we're talking about physicality, I feel like this is, for me at least, one of the least physical of the LN maps.
I would beg to differ. This is very technical. This is extremely technical, and yeah, in terms of physicality, I think RIP might be the least physical, and it's very physical still with all the mini jacks and so on. Slaughter is still very technical, and not only from a long nut perspective. There's also all sorts of snaps popping at you. You're gonna see accuracy fly everywhere.
Yeah, it's still extremely hard, but I'm just thinking about the other ones, and the density maps this round, they're hard. So we'll see how this one plays out. The first long note map we've really seen, dedicated long note map, and we are seeing Ice Cake in for a non-SV map here for the first time as well. Actually, it's Japan that take an early lead here off of Yoppie Yugen, 99.86. Just in the intro, though.
Wow, that's a slick intro. And you gotta wonder if that's gonna be representative of the rest of the pick, because, well, the intro is quite tricky to act, and if Yoppie Yugen is actually able to act this well in the beginning, then it's a good sign for things to come.
But when we're talking about maps this hard, of course, it's not just about the act, but the combo as well, and 4Ken actually finding the first break just as I say that. It's gonna start moving a little bit over to Japan now.
Yeah, fairly clean miss, all things considered, but 4Ken is still quite behind in terms of accuracy. It's not even that bad of an accuracy. 99.4 is actually really good. And Ice Cake, what a dirty miss! Oh no!
That was a really dirty miss, but Boji finding a miss as well. First miss of the match from Boji. But now the accuracy lead is actually in Philippines' favor, and Yoppie Yugen finding a miss. That's the highest score from Japan. One full combo each, but repeated misses from Japan's side, and now Philippines, they have an accuracy advantage now that Ice Cake's dropped down below 99%.
Wow! 4Ken actually take that up until now, and else is still going on! Sneaker as well, but oh, I cursed anyway, sorry.
Yeah, now it's Sleek Girl, the only full combo in the lobby, but it is a solid accuracy lead for Philippines. Boji finds another miss. It's going to get a little bit closer, but it's not enough. Just these singular misses without any accuracy drop. And Philippines take their own pick.
Wow. This was absolutely volatile. Like, the lead was towards Philippines most of the way, but yeah, misses and accuracy drops were going left and right. That was quite risky.
Yeah, it was a bit risky, especially with Sleek Girl being the only full combo in the lobby there. MVP performance for Sleek Girl, and it's just a little bit of a lead once again for the Philippines, managing to win their own pick. And now it's Japan, 1-5 down. They get their own pick next. They won the SV map, and I wonder, do they go for the last hybrid? Or oh, okay. This is risky. This is a real risky pick. They're going to go with kill each other. This is the Jack pick of the pool.
I think if Japan actually has the physicality to get good accuracy and combo on this might be a good pick. This might be the best pick they have.
Yeah, I mean, Japan historically, absolutely. I would think, Sleek Girl, AM Duskia, with players like them on the team, it definitely sounds like a good pick, but if you look at Philippines' team, Boji, Volpsy, 4Ken, these players are so good at jacks. And you look at last week's performance as well, 2992k for the Philippines on Zenithalize. But this one, of course, being much higher BPM, 162 now.
Yeah,
and
we're not messing
on jack picks. Misses on jack picks matter that much more if all the players are comfortable with it.
Yeah, you gotta not only take a look at the combo, but you also gotta take a look at the accuracy. We've been talking about clean misses and dirty misses, but you gotta know that dirty misses on a core jack pick it's very possible to happen if you just lock lock yourself into oblivion.
Oh, absolutely. And with some of the scores that we might be seeing on a map like this, if you get a dirty miss, that might just be a death sentence for the team. Unless, of course, it's traded out. We'll have to see. Only 2 minutes in length, so all mistakes are going to matter quite a lot here.
Yeah. Everyone just pray for your respective country. Pray for the country you support.
Here we go. These are some high accuracies across the board here. Sleek Girl 99.7, same as Forken actually. So they're going to even each other out.
Yeah, this is just the warm-up phase of the map, but still, we're going to be able to gauge the overall ratio of everyone. And here we go.
Oh, these are some high scores across the board here. Forken and Sleek Girl trading each other out with even accuracies. Boji just a little bit ahead of the Japanese players. I feel like that's giving a slight advantage over to the Philippines, but not by much.
Yeah, in terms of accuracy, I feel like both of the teams are on the same trend. And it's going to be coming down to combo. Speaking of Sleek Girl, actually just opened the combo breaking game. Very clean miss, all things considered, and Boji is going to actually have the second miss.
Yeah, Boji finding a miss. That's uncharacteristic here, and actually Japan have an advantage now. They're going to start to take the lead back. Sleek Girl, despite the miss, is caught back up in accuracy with Forken immediately. And now with Boji's miss, it's actually Japan that have this accuracy lead with AM Duskia tying Volpsy.
Yeah, it's one clean miss. It's one clean miss to one clean miss. They're basically balanced in terms of accuracy, but Sleek Girl is going to be giving the lead to the Philippines. Not much time left.
Not a huge amount left. It's another miss, but it drops Sleek Girl's accuracy down quite a lot as well, down to 99.7. Relative to the rest of the players, that's a pretty big deal. Boji finding another miss. Okay, a little bit of a chance for Japan, but it's not going to be a big accuracy drop for Boji. Still at 99.86.
They need another one. They need another miss. Japan needs another miss from the Philippines.
Oh, and it's close at the end, but it's not going to be quite enough. 2,000 points of difference between the two teams. A 79 300s from Boji. But the two misses, unfortunately. Actually, we have 3 Score V1 double S's down the bottom row there. Volpsy, AM Duskia, and G2T. All with some really good ratios as well.
Okay. I think on paper, that was a good pick. But
that was definitely a good pick. If Sleek Girl managed to full combo that would have... Well, if Sleek Girl just managed, one less miss, that would have been their point. But unfortunately, they do happen, and it's now Philippines. They're on match point. Japan need to win 5 in a row to force the tiebreaker, or they are eliminated from the tournament right here, right now. This is a rough position for Japan to be in as well, because it's Philippines' own pick.
Yeah, Philippines pick, match point. This is a dire situation.
Yeah, they're taking a timeout now, so they're going to have to think about it. They don't want to let Japan have any kind of momentum to start building up the comeback, but also probably a good time to use the timeout just to give the players a little bit of a chance to breathe.
Yeah, I've been talking about giving your support to the players, to the countries, and what better way to... You've been waiting for it, weren't you? What better way to support your country than to buy your country banner on the store? Support your country. There's still time. There's still this week and next week. There are 6 countries remaining on the field, and you can support them by buying a banner for your profile. I forgot the price.
You go check out the price. It costs not much.
Yeah, it's not much.
It's on the Osu store. Go buy it. It'll look great on your profile, and you get to keep it for longer if your team ends up winning the tournament, of course. So go and support the team that you want to win out of the 6 we have left. There's a pretty big toss-up to any of these teams could end up winning the whole thing at this point. But okay, Philippines. After thinking about it, we're going to end up going with writing on the walls. We're going to go with the third and final of these tech picks.
Wow, writing on the walls just sounds different at 1.4. This is fast.
Okay. So here we go. These tech picks have been fairly volatile though, back and forth. So if there is any map that Japan could have somewhat of a chance on, this could be one of them.
Yeah, this one is way more streamy, jump streamy than the other tech picks. So theoretically, this might be less chokeable, and it might be a good pick for the Philippines. But we're gonna have to compare the accuracies, especially. Oh god, what did I do? 4Ken! No, don't do me like this!
Very early miss. It's going to be in the first 200 notes though, so it's not going to matter as much as a miss right now would, for instance. But it is going to be a little bit of a lead for Japan, but Philippines are starting to take it back with the accuracy alone. It's actually AM Duskier and G2T struggling a little bit in that accuracy department. And Boji, of course, once again. G2T finding a miss. Sleeker also finding a miss, and that's falling apart a little bit for Japan in the first third here.
Yeah, giving a sizable lead to the Philippines right now.
The accuracy drops that came in as well. I believe Sleek Girl was the highest accuracy from Japan, so fairly messy miss from them. Volpsy finds a pretty messy miss themselves. That's going to give a little bit of an opportunity, but G2 trains it right back.
Yeah, I believe those were multiple misses coming from Volpsy. Here's another one.
Another one there. Volpsy not managing to build up the combo, and G2T is going to trade it again. So at the end of the day, these trades back and forth. Ooh, that's a massive miss from Volpsy. Big accuracy drop as well. This score lead, it looks like it's wanting to shrink, but it's not quite getting there, and Philippines still having this advantage going into the last quarter of the map now.
This is a battle of survival right now between Volpsy and G2T. Who is going to be able to sustain the map the best? While Sleetgirl, AMD, Bochi, and Foken are all holding to their combo.
And actually, you can look at the scores. G2T is tying, or even a little bit better than Volpsy, I believe, right now. But, I mean, Boji is also just 20k ahead of everyone else in the lobby.
Wow, Boji are really making the difference here.
Yeah, of course, Foken on an almost full combo as well after that initial miss at the very start of the map. And yeah, this is just going to be a clean win at the end for Philippines. No one ended up missing at the last quarter. And Boji with 1-200 once more.
Yeah, a casual almost 996 in finals. That's Boji. GG.
That's Boji doing Boji things. And Philippines, few close calls in some of those maps, but at the end of the day, 7-1 for the Philippines. They managed to win it fairly comfortably, and they managed to proceed on to the next match. Japan, unfortunately, they're going to be eliminated right here in the losers finals.
Yeah, Japan has been really good this year, even without some key members. Japan has been continuously losing members over the years, like Interliza, Crew K, and so on, but they still got top 6. That's an actually really, really good result for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't expecting Japan to be this good, but with the addition of some of those new members, absolutely, they performed out of their minds, really. It'll be exciting to see where Japan go for future years, especially with their new talent joining their roster. But for now, Philippines, congratulations. They are going to be moving on to face one more match actually this weekend. They are going to be facing the winner of Malaysia versus USA, which is happening in 2 hours as well. So oh my god. Actually, that's hard.
I do not know the outcome of this one. I don't know. It's all gonna come down to scaling.
Yeah, look at these matches coming up. Malaysia, USA, I have no idea who's going to win that. Even the winner of Malaysia versus USA versus the Philippines, I actually don't know who's going to win that one either.
Brazil versus South Korea is up in the air as well because it all comes down to scaling.
It's hard. I mean, I think everyone is probably going to be looking at Brazil and saying, okay, Brazil's going to be favored there. But, I mean, looking at some of the results in maps, I think Korea can definitely win quite a lot of points against Brazil, maybe even take it all the way. But we'll have to see. 3 more matches remain this weekend, and all of them, I think, are going to be absolute bangers. So make sure you stick around. The next one is going to be in 2 hours, 15 UTC.
Do not miss it. Have a good one.
たち瞳の奥に焼き付けて二つ誓いの言葉こまたわず時は刻む傷跡儚く季節戻せたならば白く染められて世界として星降る夜に渡しきれれば君と月の虹を渡る鳴りやまぬ鐘星屑のためいくつ数えた先に巡り合えるのか過ちの糸で振り寄せながら次はそう手離さぬように繰り返し続ける歌奏でた声Truth be told, it's a lonely road. Chasing your dreams and all that we are and could ever be is within our reach. Ignite the fire. Pure hearts can never expire. May the bridges that we burn light the way. From the ash we rise like phoenix taking flight, blazing immortal.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some more Mania Forky World Cup 2022 action. We just saw Philippines versus Japan earlier today as one of our losers bracket matches. We are about to see the second of our losers bracket matches, Malaysia versus the United States. An insane matchup for sure. We saw this actually happen last year in the top 3 matchup as well, so it'll be a little bit of a callback to 2021, but without further ado, I am Tove Daddy, one of your commentators, joined by Suaweska Els, one of the victors of that previous match. How's it going?
Oh, man, well, for starters, playing in an MWC match definitely feels good, regardless of whatever result it is. And I did show up pretty late to the match, but at the end of the day, the teammates are there for a reason, and that's something that I expect for both teams. Even if, let's say something happens, the other players will still keep up, and that's exactly why these teams have made it so far, due to communication, teamwork, and everything. And that's essentially what I'm expecting to see from both of these teams. What about you, Toph? How are you doing yourself?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to watch this match. I think it's going to be a really, really close one. United States having pretty much a stranglehold on anything Rice with that solid core of Grip Warrior, A Sharp, Midder, Dev, and Tristan Jacob. And even a little bit of that hybrid action from Tristan and Grip Warrior, along with Sun Apple backing up the long note. So that's going to be a really interesting kind of, we've seen the United States attack in that fashion, and I imagine Malaysia is going to attack United States right where they're weak on those long notes, especially with players like Chiwi and Neokjae on their team to just absolutely crush that long note portion of the pool. So I'm very excited to see this match.
Absolutely. I've seen the seed disparity between these two. I'm pretty sure Malaysia was the 4th seed and United States was the 11th seed.
Yes.
And honestly speaking, for a finals matchup, that's actually a big difference. Considering how you kind of expect the top, 6 teams to make it in, the top 6 seeded teams. But actually United States was, I believe, the team that did send the 6th seed to the losers bracket, so I guess it kind of makes sense. But at the end of the day, qualifiers isn't really the whole thing that determines your skill, so I can see why US made it to finals alone.
Yeah, and I mean, those qualifiers definitely they support teams that are going to be a lot more well-rounded. United States, not on that well-rounded side that we had seen in previous years, but they're, like I said, their stranglehold on the Rice portion has gotten them this far, even going through a couple of tiebreakers, getting a little bit close for comfort, I'm sure, for some of them, but their game plan has worked so far, but Malaysia is going to be a tough opponent to do that against.
That's true, even if, let's say, you do have a weakness on, let's say, LNs and hybrids, you have 7 Rice maps on the board. And even if one of them's bad, you have 6. So, regardless if your weakness is on the anti-Rice stuff, you would have enough buffer to keep them up, assuming at least that your Rice lineup is prepared. And US as a whole is just really, really strong on the Rice department, so I would not be surprised to see them keep all of the Rices, but probably ban something like Rip, I think.
Yeah, I could definitely see Rip coming out as a ban from the United States. I could also see Slaughter coming out from the banning side of that. Malaysia, I would... Actually, United States probably going to ban as the map. They've been doing it all tournament. Especially against a team like Malaysia. But Malaysia, I could imagine seeing something like, maybe Magic Cycles getting banned just to really get rid of the straightforward accuracy that the United States has been so strong on so far.
Yeah, that's true. And I really do think that overall, both of these teams are really strong, as you've said. But I still think United States is going to pull up a My Culture ban. I do think that SV1 is something that they've been not that well on. I feel like reading SVs could be a weakness of theirs. So I probably think that's the way to go to. I don't think they should go for an LN ban because at least with an LN you'll have a chance. Oh, there we go. Indeed,
Dangerous Jungle being removed from the pool. We already saw that played in the Philippines versus Japan match earlier, so we might have an opportunity to see the other SV map played in this match here already just after 2 matches. But Malaysia's up to ban, and once they get that, they will also get their first pick. And at this point, I cannot imagine like banning, maybe Magic Cycles, maybe Wake Me Up, or Reap What You Sow. They've been banning some speed. I've seen them ban it in the past, especially against a team like the United States. But that first pick, I can only imagine is going to be Planetary. Sorry.
Don't worry about it. I mean, in my opinion, I think Malaysia's gonna ban something like Wake Me Up, I think. Because speed, we did see United States Genova score. That was like literally out of this world. I think Wake Me Up is a good ban, but honestly, Reap What You Sow could also be a viable ban. And as you said with Planetarium, I could see why they could open it up, but I think Malaysia could go for something like Elemental Creation. The reason is, I am not sure if the third player in the United States is able to keep up with the third player of Malaysia. So I would say Malaysia could test out the waters and something like that.
Definitely. Looks like the ban does come out real. Ultimate Power comes out as the ban. Rice 6 being removed from the pool here. And now we are just waiting for the first pick. Yeah, Planetarium or Elemental Creation. Really, any of the long note picks could be positive for the Malaysian side. I could even see them potentially butting into the hybrids really early on. Malaysia traditionally being an extremely strong hybrid team.
Honestly, Malaysia is just a really, really strong team all around. They're seed 4 for a reason after all.
That is true. And Planetarium long note map 2 of this pool will be the selection by Malaysia. Looks like we were right on the money there, and that will be our first pick in this match.
I mean, that's true. Malaysia is known to be really good at LNs. We did see a glimpse of it last year. I mean, when I think of Malaysia and insane LN density scores, I think of their Viscrack from last year. That score was like literally unbeatable, and I think Malaysia could pull up something like that. And we're gonna see an interesting lineup in the United States. No Sun Apple it seems, but instead we're gonna be seeing Tristan Jacob on the lineup.
Indeed. I think Neptune Grip Warrior might actually be absent right now from the United States team. So Tristan looking to take that spot on the long note picks. Likely going to be a little bit of a weakness, especially without their captain on the team here. But Tristan Jacob is shown to be extremely strong on many of these maps, but it'll be up for time to tell if we can see them, if we can see the United States really put their strong foot forward against this ridiculous roster from the Malaysian side with Chiwi, Apple, and Neo.
Yeah, this trio is formidable in LNs. They have a history of being really good at the skill set. Like, we've seen Chiwi and Nyakche done really well even since like 2018, and adding Apple to the roster somewhere around 2020 it just makes them more scary.
Oh yeah, it absolutely does. And there is our start command. We'll get into map number 1 here. Tristan Jacob Mitter and A Sharp on the United States side, Apple, Neo, and Chiwi on the Malaysian side. And we'll see who's going to be able to strike first on Malaysia's first pick.
Here we go. I mean, I know that this might not be the ideal lineup for the United States, but breakpoint can still happen. You better not underestimate any team right now in the finals week. That's just all I gotta say.
Definitely not. They are in the finals for a reason. You mentioned that before, and we're seeing an early lead come out from the United States. Accuracy starting to drop just a little bit from Tristan Jacob, but Neo having the lowest accuracy in the lobby right now is keeping this very even as we start to get into the harder part. And we're seeing 2 drops on the side of the United States. That is going to be 1 full combo left to the 3 on the Malaysian side.
That's true. I was about to be concerned with Nyakche Zach, but look at Mitter and Tristan Jacob already in the 98 range, and that's not good at all.
Indeed, those misses causing some pretty major issues. Mitter with a third one. A Sharp dropping the only full combo left on the side of the United States. It is 3-0 for Malaysia right now, and it's almost ready to just kind of write this off for Malaysia, given how massive this lead is. Especially with these accuracies. 99.6 coming out from Apple, 99.59 from Neo, and that 99.8 from Chiwi with a miss from Apple, finally dropping the first full combo on the side of Malaysia.
What is going on with this consistency? Apple with the lowest act, 99.4. It's still matching A Sharp, by the way. This team score by Malaysia is just all around insane. And I know that there's still the final Ellen part, but I think this point is very safe for them.
Absolutely. I don't think any kind of destruction could happen to give this point over the United States. An absolutely ridiculous team score, 993,000 from Chiwi. Jacob. A Sharp also having a very strong score for the United States, but it does not even crack any of the three Malaysian players. So that is going to be a very strong opener for Malaysia.
That is indeed really strong. The lowest score from Malaysia is already a bit higher than the United States' highest score. And that's by around, I believe, 5,000 points. And that's a huge margin in the grand scheme of things.
It absolutely is. We see Chiwi swapping out immediately. It is the United States pick, so you could probably expect one of the 6 remaining Rice picks to come out. Honestly, they've been going for stamina like right out of the gate. I think Magic Cycles is going to come out pretty much immediately here.
I think if there's a pick to go for, probably Reap What You Sow. I just think that's probably one of their safer picks as a Rice team. We did see Malaysia's OWA score. OWA, yeah, that one.
Rage in Vegas.
Yeah, that one. Sorry, I struggle to remember the title of that map. And I think looking at Malaysia's score, that's one thing that the United States should be able to take note of. And I think that's the way to go.
Definitely could be. Writing on the Walls and Reap What You Sow, both available from the tech area of the pool. But honestly, we could see anything come out. Kill each other in early Jack map, Rice 4 being the selection for the United States. That is an interesting choice to go with.
Honestly, though, I'm not sure about this pick really because, you know, I was looking at that Zenith. Was it Zenithalize, the Jack pick?
Zenithalize was the Jack pick from semifinals.
Malaysia secured a triple V1SS in that one.
Bit of a scary score. We see Seoul coming in for Malaysia. It looks like we will be seeing a similar team from for the United States, though. Tristan, Jacob, A Sharp, and Mitter all staying in at the moment. I would imagine these are going to be the teams. I am kind of surprised we're not seeing Chiwi come in for this, given that their Jack capabilities are extremely strong.
Well, I agree with that. I do think that Saul has the higher physical ceiling and physical capability in general, so it does make sense to put him in there. I do think it's better to risk not being able to act as high as Chiwi, but the chances of FC being higher. So I could see why Saul is put in, but I'm surprised not to see Transition in this lineup. That's for sure.
Definitely an interesting lineup to see. We see the settings come out. We should be seeing the start command coming in soon if these are our final teams, and we'll be getting into map number 2, United States, hoping to hold on to this match. You know, don't want to give up a breakpoint right away to Malaysia, who's already shown an insane amount of dominance on long notes.
Yeah, if you have something to counter against a really strong Ellen performance, why not do it with a really strong Rice performance? I guess that's the way they're going for it, and I can see why you said that. Here we go. Kill each other. Let's see who's gonna come. Let's see who's gonna be the victors for this map.
Indeed, opener with some relatively light jacking patterns. Won't get really interesting until we hit out of this intro, but the United States already holding on to a bit of a lead in Yokjay, finding a pretty significant drop in accuracy down to the 99s and already finding a drop before the 400 combo mark as we get into the more dense core jacks here.
Right now, Apple being the fourth for Malaysia, while Mitter 99.94. Oh, but wait, I just realized, but Apple dropped some actors, so United States could keep that up. But as I say, that A-sharp drops, and that's very unfortunate.
That is very unfortunate. It is going to be kind of support. Well, Seoul actually trades that back, but Nyoche having that earlier combo break, and that is another drop for Malaysia. No full combos left on their team here. 2 full combos left for the United States, and this is looking very strong as an opening pick as we hit the halfway mark of Kill Each Other here.
Yeah, I mean, I know that this looks like a huge bar, but it's not that big considering this is a core jack pick. Core jacks are the type of picks that where you slip up once, usually that's not just one note, but a couple of them. So this lead can switch instantly if you're not careful.
It definitely can. The United States not looking like they're slowing down, though. Everyone well above that 400 combo now. Next miss is definitely going to be very important to watch out for as we hit the final quarter of the map. Final break of this core jack map. The United States really just has to hold on to what they have, and they should be able to take this point.
Yeah, they really just have to push through. United States can absolutely not afford any mistakes. Even if the bar right now is pretty big here, still any mistakes can kill it. Oh, and there we go, that's the first one.
Drop, but the lead's big enough, and that was a clean enough drop that it shouldn't cause any major issues. What is Mitter's score, by the way?
Oh my goodness, Mitter, oh!
That's a 200 drop right at the end.
That's an insane score by Mitter regardless. 75?
100.
That's a 100. That's a
100. Unfortunate. Apple not too far behind in ratio, but what is that team score from the United States?
That's an insane team score. 2974. That's really, really good. From what I've seen, like overall, the ratios, you can just already see the ratio difference. Nyakji, unfortunately, is falling off a little.
Yeah, 1 total 200 on the side of the United States, 8 total on the side of Malaysia. It was just those misses that I think ended up causing the biggest issue for Malaysia and trying to keep up with that. But that is going to be a 1-1 scoreline now as Malaysia gets an opportunity to pick again.
That is just so... Alright. I do think Malaysia could go for Elemental Creation. There we go. That's exactly the pick I was expecting.
LN3 comes out as we expected it to. The more speedy of the wild cards. A lot faster than Planetarium. A little bit lighter, though, than that map. But I think it kind of just gets that same area of long notes covered that Planetarium does. And Malaysia absolutely demolished that map. So I would not be surprised to see a similar performance coming out here.
Yeah, I honestly can't wait to see how these two teams perform in Elemental Creation. Looks like Sun Apple is gonna come in as expected, honestly, but I was thinking Kristen Jacob was gonna be the one to sub out and not Mitter.
Yeah, that is a pretty interesting swap out. Mitter having, the more physical capability, I think, out of the other two that are staying in for the United States. But Sun Apple definitely expected to come in for these long note picks. We didn't see them for Planetarium, but with Planetarium being primarily density based, that might make sense since you don't really need as high of a skill ceiling and long note ability to, play it well. But we also do see Chiwi come back in, not a surprise at all as we get into our second long note pick. And this kind of looks like the team that I would expect from both teams. So once everyone's ready up, we can get into map number 3.
That is true. Well, it looks like both of the teams are getting ready. So I sure hope that they're both prepared. Both of the teams, I mean.
Just waiting for that start command. There it goes. MP start 5. We will get ready for Malaysia's second pick in this match, looking to have a similar result as their first pick. And, given the similarities between this, I could definitely see that coming. But Sun Apple swapping in is going to potentially throw a little bit of a wrench in that, but we'll have to see.
All right, let's see what's going to happen. This start is absolutely no slouch. Anyone can miss at this part.
We saw a few accuracy drops on both sides. Neo dropping a little bit down to that 99.5, building it up again, though. All three United States members dropping below the 99.5 range now, and the Malaysian team going to take a little bit of an advantage already coming out of that intro section.
Yeah, but right now, you can already tell Malaysia overall is just really balanced. She beat a 99.86, Apple in the 99.7 range, Nyokcha is still at 99.5, but I did see Tristan Jacob dropping the first one, and Sun Apple follows that, unfortunately. A Sharp is the only full combo left in the United States, and that's a really bad sign.
It definitely is not looking too good right now. Sun Apple finds another drop as it's one full combo, 2-3, and Sun Apple finding a little bit more of an accuracy drop there as well as we get into the second half of the map, and we're already seeing about a 45,000 point advantage for Malaysia. And, you know, again, this is like, we're almost writing it off, but this is a lot closer than what we saw from Planetarium. We could see some potential failures from the side of Malaysia, making this a little bit closer, but the United States definitely has to hold on more than they have been doing so far if they want to give themselves a chance in this map.
That's true, and right now, this part, everyone just hits it perfectly, by the way. That's insane, especially that this is a finals part of the tournament, and no breaks it from Malaysia as well. So we're seeing this could be a triple.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, we're interrupting each other. Sun Apple finds a drop. We're still seeing the triple full combo through this ending section. Extremely difficult. What is this? We're seeing, I mean, it's only been 3 maps, and that's a triple full combo?
Oh
What?
my god. What is this team score from Malaysia? And like,
Also
not
A
to mention,
Sharp with an FC?
Wait, A Sharp had the second best score in the whole lobby. It's just very unfortunate because Malaysia has a triple full combo. Chiwi, what are you doing? Chiwi, 993. Alright, Chiwi, but like, I wanna just say this. Chiwi, you're how?
How is a good question. I've been trying to answer that question for like 4 years now.
You know, Chibi deserves a shout out. I want to give a shout out to Chibi.
I think Chibi's giving himself a shout out right now with these scores.
I know. Like, Chibi just like asked me to ask Twitch chat if they know who this certain Lee Kong is. Well, I don't know who that is, but you know, let's focus on the match, shall we?
We should, and the United States will get an opportunity to strike back with their own pick. We saw them choose kill each other as their first pick. But they have 5 other rice picks that they could go with if they want to stick with the Jacks. They're unfortunately a little bit out of options. Writing on the walls potentially gets closer to that. Definitely not reap what you sow though. But, you know, I could definitely see the United States going with pretty much anything here from the rice pool.
Yeah, that's true. If there is a rice pick to go for, I think US should go for the awkward rice, not the straightforward rice. Because I do think the awkward rice is something Malaysia falls off more than something more straightforward. So there's that.
And there we go. Wake Me Up comes out. Rice 1. We see as the pick. We're going into some speed, some risky business here. This map extremely short, but also extremely fast. Lots of mistakes can happen on either side. We see Chewy swapping out yet again.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm expecting Transition to potentially come in. If not, Saul could also be one you could say that is going to be in the lineup.
We see Tristan Jacob A Sharp and Mitter in for the United States. Like I said, Chiwi has swapped out. I could expect Soul to come in or Transition. Either way, and it looks like they're trying to get Transition into the lobby here. So once they are moved to the server, we should be able to see Transition for the first time in this match.
Yep, Transition is certainly one of the new players in Malaysia, in the Malaysian scene that I've like seen. They're just really, really good, and they've proven to be one of the reasons why Malaysia is still keeping its ground even in finals week.
In transition, looks like they are moved. Just got to get them into the lobby here, and we should be ready to go for the minute-and-a-half long speed map here. I'm interested to see how confident the United States is if they're going with this early enough in this match. Potentially a swap in a strategy based on the fact that they do not have their captain at this moment. But you never know. Transition is swapped into the server and into the lobby, and looks like we should have our 6 players in the United States looking to keep this an even match here with Wake We Up.
I was gonna say this. You did say that the captain is like absent, right? Even if that's the case, again, like what I've said, this is a team tournament. So even if, let's say, one player is out, there's still the whole team to carry the load. And honestly, US is doing a good job at that right now.
They definitely are managing to hold on to that first point, looking to do the same here. Keep it in, like I said, keep it an even match. As we get into this opening of Wake We Up, accuracy advantage on the side of the United States. Neokj finding a little bit of an accuracy drop in that intro, continuing to have a little bit of awkward accuracy drops. Apple also down just a little bit compared to everyone else in the lobby, but the entire United States team absolutely demolishing this in accuracy already. But we're already a quarter of the way through. This is not a long map. Singular mistakes can cause disaster.
Give us a moment, because Tristan Jacob is dropping some accuracy, but Apple finds a miss. That is going to be very big, considering that this map is not that long either.
Definitely not. We're already halfway through as we're continuing to see these streams and about to get into the chorus where the most difficult patterns are. We could see even more drops starting to happen once that comes around. But it's only a matter of time. The United States lead is pretty big, so it's going to have to come from the United States side if Malaysia wants to stay within striking range. And here we go into the hardest patterns in the map. No major accuracy drops. Tristan Jacob down to the 99.5s, but holding on in the same accuracy range as Apple, and Neo finds a drop as well. It's only 1 full combo to 3. And the United States look... Oh, but that's 2 drops in the United States. Trade right there.
Wait a minute. Tristan Jacob drops, but Neokja trades it again. It's going to be the United States point, and it's very comfortable as well.
Just very comfortable midder with the FC. Transition, I believe, also with the FC, just a little bit behind on that. And that's going to be a solid point for the United States, bringing it to a 2-2 scoreline. And Malaysia will have an opportunity to pick yet again.
That's true. I think if there was one pick that Malaysia could go for right now, probably SV. I think you'd want to avoid taking a risk on picking all of the LNs right now, because I don't think it's exactly a very dire situation for Malaysia as of this moment, especially considering that they did win the LNs comfortably. So why not pick something that you've practiced on a lot? Oh, looks like they're not gonna go for SV. Instead, they're gonna go for Slaughter.
Slaughter does come out, keeping with the long note range. Not a surprise at all, given the previous 2 performances on those long note maps. And Chiwi immediately rocks back in. And looks like we might be keeping the same United States squad. No one's swapping out quite yet.
We'll have to see what Malaysia is going to do. Honestly, I've seen Chiwi just absolutely destroy all of this L map, so I'm not gonna be surprised to see if Malaysia has an insane team score overall once more. But again, United States is certainly no slouch. But one thing though, I'm surprised not to see Sun Apple. I really think this pick is still comfortable for Sun Apple to play, so I would have expected him to come in instead of someone like Tristan Jacob.
Potentially, though we did see Midder coming out for a month of creation, so I think they're just looking for whoever's been having the strongest scores on this, and some of the patterns in this map are both pretty physically demanding, but also extremely difficult to coordinate with those shields and reverse shields everywhere in this map.
Well, we'll have to see how this pick will go for the Malaysian team. I think Malaysia's just taking advantage of the fact that, again, like what you've said, there are some absent players in the United States.
Indeed, and here we go, getting into map number 5 out of a potential 13. United States looking to take a break point. Malaysia looking to defend their own picks up to this point, as they've been doing so far in this match. We haven't seen any break points yet in this matchup here. It'll be interesting to see if that does end up happening sometime soon, or if we just have a straight matchup for a while. But here we go into Slaughter.
Give me a moment, because Nyakcha Zach is at the 99 point. Oh, 98 even! But look at Tristan Jacob and Mitter. Their hacks are overall a little bit lower than Apple's and Chiwi's. And A-Sharp, as usual, just keeping it up for the United States.
Indeed, the one weaker link in Nyakcha in terms of accuracy, not being enough to drag their scores down. Just based on Tristan Jacob and Mitter's lower accuracies right now, and especially with Chiwi's accuracy and Mitter's first combo break here for the United States.
It is true, but Nyakcha has recovered well. Mitter's drop, unfortunately, is not going to help the United States cause. But if there's one thing, this is by far the door that could be open for United States to get a breakpoint on. Because as you can see, Apple and Nyakcha Zach is unfortunately not as strong as they have been in the previous picks.
They certainly aren't. Mitter finding another combo break, but we're getting into the hardest portions of the map. And this is where you sort of start to expect Malaysia to take an even more significant lead, but there aren't any major accuracy drops on the United States side. They're staying very consistent. It's just the consistency from the Malaysian team that's keeping them in the air right now.
That's true. Yeah, keeping it triple FC is very important, and the United States is doing that. But meanwhile, I mean, Malaysia's doing, but meanwhile in the United States, we're only seeing double full combo. Unfortunately, Mitter's missed so many times already, and that's just giving Malaysia a lot more buffer to work with.
Indeed, they are. This lead is pretty big. Almost 40,000 as A-Sharp breaks that full combo. And Tristan Jacob, that's a triple drop for the United States. And we might just see 3 full combos to 0 yet again. What is Malaysia doing on these long no picks?
TV with a 990 on Slaughter? And Apple and
He's just
Nyakcha
too good.
Wait, give me a second. Triple full combo in Malaysia. On Slaughter? That's insane.
SDG from Chiwi is a little insane too. That's I don't know what to say about that. 200 count from A-Sharp, also extremely strong, a second best 200 count in the lobby, but it's not enough when with the triple break right at the end for the United States. But that is Malaysia's pick. It will be United States up to draw here. Obviously, I think going to go for another rice pick, but they're probably determining what exactly they want to go with. I could see Reap What You Sow coming out given the result of Wake We Up for sure.
I really think United States should go for Rip What You Sow already. Like, no choice right now.
I definitely think their accuracy did take a little bit of a hit with not having, Neptune Fun and I believe potentially Dev as well to the stronger act players, especially when it gets to these higher end rice maps. So Reap What You Sow definitely going to be one of their better options available left in this pool with, Venomous Firefly, Writing on the Walls, and Magic Cycles all being more accuracy focused. But we are seeing Rice too. Venomous Firefly come out from the United States. An interesting choice not going with Reap What You Sow at this point.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they're not going for Reap What You Sow. But right now, could we see a Rice team that consists of Nyakcha, Transition, and also My Soul? I don't think that's going to be the case, but that's actually a potential lineup that I've thought of.
It could potentially be the lineup. We saw MY Soul come in for the Jack pick, though Apple looks like they are staying in, and Chiwi is the only one swapping out from Malaysia here. And I would expect to see Transition coming out for this, just like they did for Wake We Up, but you never know. Both of those players definitely strong enough to take that slot.
Oh man, so it looks like they're gonna keep Apple, Nyakja, and Transition for Malaysia. Well, for the United States, it's been the same lineup that we've saw with the exception of Sun Apple and, if I believe, Elemental Creation. Yeah, I really think this is a dire situation for the United States right now. Wait a minute.
We see another swap from Malaysia. Are we seeing Seoul coming in? We are.
Alright.
We see Seoul Apple in transition instead of with Nyokje. Though Apple's accuracy on jump stream in general is absolutely ridiculous, so I'm not surprised to see them staying in.
That's true, honestly. Malaysia, I think if there's a rice pick they could take the point on, it's this one.
And it looks like we have all of our players in. MP Command coming in for the start. And the United States looking to put their foot forward, trying to win another pick. Malaysia trying to secure at least one breakpoint before they get forced to tiebreaker by the United States. But we still have a long way to go before that's possible.
If this goes to tiebreaker, in my opinion, Malaysia is in a big advantage for that regard, because that tiebreaker has a lot of LNs.
It certainly does, but we'll have to wait and see if this match does go the distance for that. But for now, we have Venomous Firefly, the faster jump stream map. My Soul also already finds a drop in the first 100 combo of the map. Gives the United States an early lead with that very strong accuracy, though. Malaysian side definitely keeping up in accuracy aside from Soul here.
But right now, it does seem like Malaysia's keeping up with some sort of accuracy at least. Unfortunately, the lowest accuracy on the United States is keeping up with the second highest in Malaysia. So that's gonna give them a lead, but it's not big. Any mistake from the Malaysian side will give it back.
Ooh, A-Sharp does find a drop. His Soul trades it right back, and it looks like we are right back at the original point we were at. United States with a relatively strong score. Apple finding a combo break as well. United States staying very consistent. 2 full combos, 2-1 right now as we hit the halfway point in this map. And extremely strong ratios across the board. Soul the only player below that 99% mark right now, and that's making a huge difference to the score right now. It's about 25,000, but we could still see some potential breaks, flipping this score over to Malaysia if something happens in the United States. But Soul is going to be the first one to break in this chorus.
That's true, but like, the United States has yet to drop in this part. And that's insane. Mitter with the 99.8 this long in the map. That's insane.
And Apple finds another break. We still see 2 full combos to 1 transition, doing everything they can to keep that combo, but Apple, I think, running out of steam a little bit. Soul also finding another drop, and this is pretty locked in for the United States here.
Oh man, what is going on? What is this team score from the United States? Wait, 8 and 2 and 10. That
8, 2, and
what?
10. 6, 13, and 25 from Malaysia, but it's just those misses causing the main crux of the score difference. And the United States will defend their own pick, giving it back to Malaysia. There is one long note map remaining, that is RIP. So I can't imagine Malaysia going for pretty much anything else at this point.
Yeah, I think Malaysia has to go for RIP, which honestly could be their safest LN pick, because releases is, I think, US's biggest weakness as an LN team is certainly their release. And Malaysia is very good at that aspect.
We see Neo and Chiwi already coming back in, which pretty much locks down my guess, I think. We'll just have to wait for them to confirm it in the lobby here.
We'll have to see how this goes. Definitely RIP is the way, but they could still go for my culture, honestly.
And there it is, LN1 coming out with RIP. Not a surprise at all, but that is going to be the final long note pick. They can only really go for hybrids if they, or SVs as well in this pool remaining, if they want to stick with, avoiding the rice section of the pool. Sun Apple is thrown back in to replace Mitter for the United States team. Not a surprising look for this map in particular, given how release-oriented it is. Definitely up Sun Apple's alley, but the United States is gonna have to push the performance of their lives if they want to hopefully give Malaysia a run for their money on this long no pick. But even if they don't win this map, the Malaysian team is out of long no picks, especially, so they will have to move into the SVs and hybrids, which I think are more likely for the United States to be able to compete on.
Well, people in the chat are just saying rip.
Looks like we are just getting everyone to ready up. Looks like everyone is readied now, and we should be getting into map number 7. Malaysia looking to bring it back in their favor, bring it to a 4-3 line on their own pick. United States looking to find that first breakpoint in the match on this, and there's the start command. Here we go.
Let's see who is gonna take this one. So I really do think that in terms of LNAC and consistency, Malaysia has just been overall the stronger team.
They definitely have been. They've been demolishing all of these long note picks. I would imagine the same thing is going to come out here, but releases can be a little bit awkward for anyone playing these maps, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of a weaker performance from either team.
Oh man, but Nyakcha with the Sword of Accra, but Sun Apple dropped into a 97 at the start. That is not a good sign, but luckily this is the start and not the middle or the ending section. And there's still a lot of time to recover.
Yeah, that miss is not going to be as impactful as if it were to happen now that the players have gotten above the 400 combo mark. But that is an Apple miss for Malaysia. It's 2 full combos to 2, and Sun Apple's, like I said, was not as impactful. The United States has a small score lead in this early section before we hit any of the choruses.
I mean, the lead right now, but there is a lead. I can say that with 100% confidence. But this can shift very quickly.
Yeah, the lead already looks like it's starting to go in favor of Malaysia as A Sharp finds a break. There's only 1 full combo left on the United States side, and the accuracy advantage also looks like it is in favor of Malaysia with that 99.69 performance from Chiwi right now. That's another miss from A Sharp as we see the lead bump a little bit heavier in the side of Malaysia.
Right now, I think the lead is getting very solid.
It certainly is. Nyokche and Chiwi both holding onto that full combo. Apple recovering extremely well from that earlier break. Everyone now above the 400 combo mark. Now, though, so the United States has an opportunity to start maybe clawing their way back if they see any more breaks come out from Malaysia as we hit the halfway mark.
And here we go. This lead is not as big as the previous LMs. They can still change. And Sun Apple drop.
Indeed, no combo breaks coming out of Malaysia in this chorus yet. Just the one from the United States. Looking very consistent right now. That lead is going to increase ever so slightly for Malaysia with that extra drop. Sun Apple, right before hitting this solo, is going to find another one in Malaysia. Starting to run away with this, but Chiwi finds a combo break, and that means now it's 2-1, but that is a combo break from Mitter, and there's only 1 full combo on the board left, and that is Nyokche. He knows it. Everyone knows it.
We have to see how this one goes. Nyakche, the only full combo in the lobby. That is very essential for the victory to be delivered to the Malaysian side. And right now, the accuracy lead is definitely in their favor, but they still have to be wary of what's to come.
Have to be careful, have to hold on to that consistency. Everyone's back above the 400 combo mark. Any misses are going to favor the team holding on to the combo, but we're getting closer and closer to the end. And it looks like Malaysia is starting to run away with this, but that's another miss from Chiwi. Trade immediately back twice by Mitter and Sun Apple for the United States. A-Sharp, that is going to finish the triple drop for the United States squad as Nyoche looking to secure the full combo for the Malaysian team.
That's insane. Having like a full combo in this alone is impressive. 99 is just an unbelievable task, but the full combo? That's something else.
Yeah, that is
Literally.
definitely ridiculous. Chiwi taking the MVP even despite that 2-miss run, but still ridiculous.
I noticed something. In terms of the 200 count, United States wins it, but ultimately they had way too many misses to give up, which gave it to Malaysia.
Actually, I think in 200 count, Malaysia still wins off the back of Chiwi there. Just barely, though.
That's true, but like I'm referring to in terms of like overall, the average 200 count, I think it's gotta go to the United States. Barely.
Regardless, we are seeing Malaysia defend that pick. United States on the chopping block now. We're looking to get their next pick in. They won Venomous Firefly. They still have 2 tech picks available open. Magic Cycles, I imagine, not really the most comfortable pick for them to go with right now, but they did win Venomous Firefly, so I could be surprised here.
I think US is gonna go for probably.
There's Reap What You
Reap
Sow. I expected that last time, but a good pick coming out here, looking for the pure physicality required from Reap What You Sow. But we see transition coming in. Nyoche potentially staying in for the Malaysian team. Apple probably staying in for this as well, as we see Mitter, A-Sharp, and Tristan Jacob as the squad for the United States here.
Well, you know, speaking of the title, let's see if United States really does reap, you know, the benefits of whatever this map shows.
Who
Like, is it-
knows?
Is it really gonna be worth it?
Well,
I don't know.
Time will tell. I think this is probably the best pick of what they have available to them. But it's still going a little bit scary. Soul actually coming in favor of Apple here. So looking to get the just pure physical advantage from any player who can, just based on how fast some of these streams get.
Alright. Here we go.
Here we go indeed. Looks like we have our 6 players waiting for the start command now. A-Sharp says that they're sight reading this. That's not good.
Yeah, that is a bad sign. Oh no.
And here we go. United States looking to defend this pick here. Malaysia getting closer to taking that break point in earlier maps, but not quite being enough to take them. With the sight read coming out, there's a little bit more of an opportunity, but United States should, in general, have the advantage on just the any map that requires just, you know, higher speed capabilities.
So this isn't a map you want to sight read. I'm just gonna say it right now. And if A-Sharp truly is sight reading this, that is a really, really bad sign.
And here we go. We're seeing some of the earlier streams. The United States does have an accuracy advantage coming out of that intro off the back of Neo and Soul at that 99.4. There are a few dropping accuracies. Tristan Jacob down to the 99.5s. But no combo drops in this really fast stream section here. Indeed. These players are just going crazy right now.
That's true, but both teams are dropping act, and Tristan Jacob finds the first miss. This could open a door for Malaysia, but the accuracy lead is still intact.
Oh, but Mitter finds another drop. Oh, there's a triple drop in the United States, and Malaysia with a triple full combo right now is actually going to take a small lead, but Neo trades it right back. 3 misses was enough to give it to the Malaysian side. Oh, it's so close now that A Sharp has found another drop. They're like tied. What is this?
Can I just say, I know that Sol is not in the 99 range, but the mere fact that they're holding full combo, it just goes to show how hard they're fighting for their team. And that's honestly something both teams are really taking to note. They might not be able to have the best act, but as long as you push through, they can still happen. This could still be a break point, and middle drops!
So many drops coming out of the United States. The accuracy advantage is still in favor of the United States, but more. Oh, that's a triple drop from Malaysia!
But it instantly gives the lead to the United States! Oh my goodness! But the ending section is still no slouch! And a triple miss from the United States once more! They'll trade it back to Malaysia, but it doesn't look like it's gonna happen!
We still have a quarter of the map left. There's still lots of time to drop it. In these regular stream patterns, we've been seeing the United States have a lot more trouble holding on to the consistency. Looks like they're doing a very good job of holding on right now. Neo finds a drop again. A Sharp, though, trades it right back. Looked like a little bit heavier of a drop from A Sharp, but Neo finds a second combo drop as we get into the final streams of this map.
Oh, transition with 2 drops! I think that essentially secures the US's 4th point, Sol with another drop! That should give it to the United States!
And it does. We see them taking that point by the skin of their teeth, just holding on to that combo just enough. That accuracy from Malaysia giving them the opportunity to win despite the inconsistencies on the United States squad. But Malaysia has their own pick here, and they have 3 hybrids and an SV map remaining in the pool.
I think Malaysia should go for SV. Literally no choice right now.
I would go for SVs as well in this scenario. Those hybrids are extremely scary picks as well. Not particularly long note focused, but even then, the United States has been showing some extremely strong hybrid scores throughout this tournament.
Yeah, that's true. If I were Malaysia, I would pick Mushi no Sumu, the mint hybrid. Because that one, I think, has a very difficult LN section.
It does indeed. Still waiting for the Malaysia pick. They are out of long note picks, so it's not exactly obvious what they would want to go with. Probably conversing among themselves. And Mushi no Sumu Hybrid 2 comes out as the pick. I'm so scared for Malaysia. This is the best chance I think that the United States has had thus far to get a break point. And it's a 4-4 scoreline when it might happen.
I'm the only person that's shaking right now in commentary. Like, my heart has been beating so fast. I think, Toph, you know exactly why.
Oh, I'm I'm pretty nervous, but you're in an even worse position here because you're just watching the 2 teams that could be facing you next in the next match.
Yeah, like, come on, like, looking at these teams, I'm like, oh man, wait, this is the level of performance that we have to match? Woo, boy!
Chiwi is being moved into the server yet again. We see Neo and Apple staying in. Midder, A-Sharp, and Tristan staying in as well for the United States. Looks like a normal long-note pick. Well, not a normal long-note pick. Looks like a normal Rice pick. But Chiwi, I would imagine, being very, very strong for this kind of map. I'm very interested to see how this ends up going.
Alright. This pick is definitely, I think it's a turning point.
This is definitely the point where Malaysia's starting to run out of picks. The United States still has 2 Rice picks to pick between. They have Magic Cycles and Writing on the Wall, so they still have options to go with. This is going to be a little bit more risky for Malaysia than anything has been so far, and we see the start command. We'll have to see if this pays off to give Malaysia another point in this match, or if the United States is going to be able to snag a break here.
Oh man, I'm so nervous. This is the pick that I think United States can really take. But again, you definitely should not underestimate Malaysia's ability.
early LN pairings, catching Tristan Jacob and Neokj off guard just a little bit. Mitter falling below the 99.7s for just a little bit. Neo staying consistent at that lower accuracy. Tristan building it up. Apple with an early drop though. Before the 400 combo, not going to be as effective. Tristan a little bit later. Apple trading it right back though. That's going to give the United States a small lead coming out of this earlier section.
Alright, well right now United States has a pretty... there's a lead. I was about to say pretty sizable, but this is not sizable at all. Any drop from the United States will definitely give it back to Malaysia.
Absolutely, and we're seeing some more difficult long note patterns and bursts coming through in this section. The score lead not increasing almost at all. It almost looks like it's going back in the favor of Malaysia off of accuracy here. But it's so close. We see Tristan Jacob almost dropping below the 99 range, and that's probably helping give Malaysia an in back in this match, especially with Chiwi at that 99.84%. What is that?
I know, and like, what is Chiwi doing? But A-Sharp and Mitter are not that far behind. It's really just a difference between Tristan Jacob and the rest of the players that's such a small lead.
Yeah, we're seeing some 200 drops. A-Sharp starting to drop a little bit of that accuracy. Mitter as well doing some of the similar accuracy drops. Tristan trying to build it back up from that low 99. It's so scary.
I just saw a 200 drop from Tristan Jacob. Can anyone miss it? No one
that
dropped.
burst really getting Malaysia.
But Mitter is out.
That's a trade.
I don't know who's gonna benefit, but there is an LN Park here, I think, and that could give Malaysia the push that they need. Here we go. This part, if anyone just drops, it's gonna be over. It doesn't look like anyone is yet though.
Yeah, important to note, Chiwi did end up finding quite an accuracy drop on that burst, so they're not carrying the accuracy lead for Malaysia anymore as we get into this final burst section. The ending is going to be really important here. This is a very, very difficult finisher to the chart. Pretty much no breaks after this. Apple finds a break, transitioning into it. United States has a pretty significant lead, but anything can still happen here.
Here we go. Can any drops happen from the United States? Oh man, the long notes are not affecting the United States. It looks like Malaysia's gonna lose the first break point. This is a pivotal one as well.
Indeed, we got the hamstring right at the end, and the United States absolutely crushing this. Mitter finds a drop, but it's too late. I think the United States are going to take the first break point of the match, and they're going to have their own pick to potentially guarantee a tiebreaker. What a scary match to watch. This is not okay. Chiwi swaps out immediately there. United States have the pick of the litter for this next one. Sunapple comes in probably just to give the United States pick. They've got magic cycles. They've got writing on the walls available in that rice pool. I think writing on the walls has to be the one they go with here, right?
Honestly, if I were the US, I could pick magic cycles, I guess? I don't know. That's not a safe pick.
I think writing on the walls is the pick here. Like, honestly, Magic Cycles is a little bit too accuracy focused, a little bit on the easier side, definitely in a position that Malaysia can start to, like, potentially scare a breakpoint out, just like we saw on Mushi no Sumu. So I think writing on the walls has to come out here. I'm so nervous just waiting for the pick to come out from the United States. Writing on the walls does come out for the United States pick. We see so many of the Rise picks coming out from the United States, and this is going to be the kind of pick that would push the United States into a tiebreaker position at the very least anyways, and they still have at least one more pick after this if they manage to take Writing on the Walls.
Alright, here we go.
Here we go indeed, waiting for the third Malaysia player. Tristan Jacob, A Sharp, and Mid are not surprising to see for United States. I expect Transition to come in. It looks like Soul and Transition might be swapping in for Malaysia here.
Man, if there's any pick, I really think Malaysia, there's absolutely no choice. Malaysia has to win this pick.
And we see all 6 players in the lobby now. Malaysia trying desperately to get that break point back for themselves after losing it on Mushin and Sumu. This is a potential place for that to happen. This isn't as physically difficult as many of the other Rice picks that have already come out from the United States, but it still should be an accuracy advantage for them. Malaysia just has to hope that they can keep consistent and get that break point back as quickly as possible and not push themselves into a tiebreaker or die situation.
Let's see what is going to happen for either team. I mean, both teams have got to be really nervous right now.
And here we go. That's all an accuracy game. Midder actually, I think, finding a 200 in one of those early notes. As we get into the more difficult of the broken jump stream, A Sharp finds an early drop.
Tristan Jacob, Zach, is not the best as well. But we did see that triple miss from Malaysia a while ago, which immediately gave the lead to the United States. But it's still not over yet. It's still the very start. If there's any pick that Malaysia can really take, I did say that a while ago, but now I think it's this one.
Yeah, this and Magic Cycles both being... Tristan Jacob finding a weird drop in one of those single streams. It is 3 full combos on the side of Malaysia, only 1 for the United States. A Sharps is a little bit less impactful than Tristan Jacobs was because of how early it was before that 400 combo, but Malaysia has a pretty strong lead. Well, not strong, it's very small. Any breaks coming out from Malaysia could definitely start swapping it back, especially with this accuracy that Malaysia's sort of falling behind in. All of the players above 400 combo, and I think this lead is starting to go a little bit closer to the United States, but with the 3 full combos, no, it's not. No. Soul finds a drop.
That's true, but is it big enough? You did see that accuracy lead. I think it's still in Malaysia's favor. Give it to Tristan Jacob, but there's a miss. The transition. Can any drop still happen to the United States? I mean, they were just very consistent overall in Rice. The problem is, right now, this is the most important pick for the United States. I think this is literally now or never for them, because they really should take this. Any more drops in the United States will give it back to Malaysia.
Indeed, they will. We see that blue line staying pretty consistent. We're going into the final quarter of the map. We haven't seen any slip-ups from the United States since those earlier drops. And we get a little bit of a break before we finish off the chart. There's still time, though. This is only about a 10,000 point lead for the United States. 1 or 2 drops at this ending from the United States definitely is enough to swing that lead back for Malaysia.
That's true. But hey, this part I think should not be a problem for either team. I think United States will take this unless any breaks happen, which they could still do. But Midder, A Sharp, and Tristan Jacob, this team is just very consistent overall. It doesn't look like it's gonna happen. No misses though. Wow. It's gonna be another point for the United States. 6-4. This is a bad position.
Very bad position for Malaysia, but they do have their own pick here. This is going to be their final pick in the match. Has to be a good one, and I think they just need to avoid they need to go with SV1. It's really the only option they have.
Yeah, I think that's the only option indeed. There's really no choice but to pick SV1.
Both of the remaining hybrids are a little bit too risky for Malaysia to go up against the United States with. And the SVs, the United States have been trying to avoid. I'm surprised it didn't come out before from Malaysia. Again, and I'm also going to reiterate that Malaysia does have an opportunity to still take Magic Cycles. They were doing very well on writing on the walls. It was those 2 misses that ended up swapping it over the United States, and a timeout comes out from Malaysia, so we'll get a little bit of extra time for them to breathe, talk about their final pick in the match, and really get themselves ready.
It's not over yet. If there's something Malaysia has to stay in mind, it's not over yet. They almost won around 2 or 3 rice picks. What about Magic Cycles? Still not over yet.
Magic Cycles isn't a free win for the United States, especially without Dev and Grip Warrior on the team. We've seen a little bit of consistency issues from the United States on a couple of these maps. Malaysia just needs to hold on to the consistency themselves. They can still take that point. It's just about making sure they make this pick correctly and put themselves in as good a position as possible to hopefully win their pick and continue this match.
Man, I just wonder what both teams are gonna go for. Honestly, both teams are absolutely doing amazing right now.
Yeah, it has been quite the match so far. We see the timer coming up from our ref here, just waiting for that final pick from the Malaysian squad, waiting for them to make sure that they're all ready to go. This is scary.
Yeah, I'm just really scared of this match, honestly. It's making me feel super nervous.
Oh, there is SV1. Comes out at the pick from Malaysia as the timer starts to get closer to 0. Final pick coming out from Malaysia there. That is the last map they can pick from this pool. 3 remaining. They have to win this to stay in the tournament, and also they have to win the next 3 maps in a row to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, that's true, honestly. They must win this. There's like no choice right now.
Oh, and we see Leon coming in for Malaysia. Not a surprising player to come out. We see the swap out as well from Seoul. I imagine Chiwi is going to come in as the final member for Malaysia on this SV pick. We see Sunapple and Tristan Jacob, A-Sharp coming in there, and we see a lot of swap outs. All 6 players in the lobby now. Malaysia looking to defend their spot in this tournament right now. United States looking to close it out.
We'll have to see how this one goes.
With these settings come out, looks like everyone might be readied up. And we'll be able to get into our start command for SV1. An extremely scary look for Malaysia, but it's all they have left.
Oh man, here we go! This is the last pick for Malaysia, I think.
My culture.
Dude, I'm pretty sure if you were Malaysia, or actually both teams, you'd want to defend your team's spot in the podium.
Oh, I don't know what's happening.
Well,
no!
I
Waiting
guess-
for everyone to load in. SVs do some weird stuff to client.
Alright, there we go.
Is that a real accuracy from Sunapple there? I think it might be. Sun Apple looking like they didn't put in all of the practice that they needed to, or perhaps one of the missing members of the United States was the one who was practicing the SVs, and the Malaysian side absolutely already putting on a show.
What is Malaysia doing? Triple 99 in the SVs?
Chiwi finding a drop for the Malaysian side, but at this point, I think this is all she wrote.
Wow, look at Leon's accuracy right now. 99.6. That. What is that accuracy, by the way?
Yeah, this is just a ridiculous score coming out from Malaysia, even with Sun Apple being a little bit behind, in that 84% range. Malaysia is absolutely demolishing this map in terms of accuracy.
This is
Not really much, not much else to say about this right now.
You know what? Just sit back and watch. Just watch this amazing SV map, honestly. And Chibi, of course, catching up with the accuracy despite the miss.
And we're seeing some more drops. Tristan Jacob actually holding on to the FC alongside the two Malaysian players right now. Just a little bit behind in the accuracy. Still a very impressive score from them, but I think they were not expecting to do much on the SVs in the first place, so not really going to hurt the United States. They do have their own pick, but it is the final pick they get before they either win the match or go to tiebreaker, so this will give both teams a little bit of a breather and a bit more of a relaxing play, especially if Malaysia is seeing it has like the leaderboards on the side, but regardless, Malaysia is going to stay alive for at least one more pick in this tournament and force the United States to pick into their final map for this match.
Well, this is a team score by Malaysia, by the way. 2936. I think Leon MVP'd this. 984? That's
984.
insane. Look at Chiwi's 300 count.
Absolutely ridiculous score from Malaysia, but it is the United States' pick. Final pick coming out. We will have 12 of the maps played at least for this match. They've got 3 available maps. They have Magic Cycles, they have Apollo, and they have Retrospective Arabesque. Magic Cycles comes out almost immediately, but this is definitely going to be the scariest rice pick available. But scariest rice pick of the match so far. Definitely a little bit more on the scary side. Definitely a position where Malaysia could start taking that point back, especially if they're able to stay consistent with their ratio. Apple, Neo, Transition are the 3 players for Malaysia. It looks like Tristan Jacob, Mitter, and A Sharp for the United States, as we've seen for pretty much every rice pick this match. Whew. I'm so nervous.
If you want to see tiebreaker, cheer for Malaysia. But if you want to see the United States take it away right now, at this time, cheer for the United States. And, speaking of tiebreakers, oh man, I want to see that being played this week.
I absolutely do too. The tiebreaker is a scary one, that is for sure. And we still do have 2 matches left in this tournament, so even if it does, in this round, I should say. So even if this match doesn't have it, we still have two chances. I mean, you're in one of those matches, so you probably wouldn't want the tiebreaker to happen there. A little bit too scary.
That's true, and can I just say, this pick, I was expecting Chibi kind of to play this, honestly.
Honestly, I was too. I agree with you on that. I'm surprised Chibi's been staying out for all of the race. Their accuracy and capability, especially on jump stream, at 265 is fast, But I think Chiwi has has the ability to hold accuracy extremely well in this. But regardless, the team is going to be Apple Neo and Transition. See if they're able to keep their consistency better than they have on the previous Rice picks in this pool.
Yeah, that's true. Well, here we go. This is the last chance. Both of these teams made podium last year. Unfortunately, one of them has to go. So this is both teams' they're just fighting for their survival.
They certainly are fighting for their survival to just move on to another finals match too. So they're not even guaranteed top 3 out of this. They are guaranteed top 4 in the tournament with a victory in this match though. So a lot is on the line here. The opportunity to potentially go for that final top 3 position. The other two held by South Korea and Brazil. We're seeing a pretty early accuracy lead for the United States. Tristan Jacob falling a little bit behind A Sharp and Mitter, but those two at 99.8 respectively. But Mitter finds the first combo drop, and that's not going to look too good for the United States here.
That's true. If more drops happen from the United States, it's not a good sign. But Malaysia, I think, overall, has just been less consistent than the United States. So, luckily, this can still shift pretty quickly. Which hasn't right now.
It hasn't yet. The scores are pretty much equivalent right now. Despite the miss from Mitter, the accuracy advantage is in favor of the United States as they're starting to build that score up again. But A Sharp finds a drop of their own, gives it back to Malaysia once again as they're holding that triple full combo, but Transition finding a couple of 200s. The overall accuracy definitely starting to make it hard for Malaysia to keep this lead under their belt. But we're about to hit the first break. Ooh, a couple of accuracy drops actually gives the United States the lead going into the first break here.
This is so close. Honestly speaking, this whole lead could decide what's gonna be the outcome. I don't know. My heart's beating so fast right now. The way I see this is, if Malaysia wants to win, they really have to secure the triple full combo, while the United States can give up some misses here and there.
Yeah, we've already seen the United States miss twice, and they're still holding on to the lead despite the triple full combo for Malaysia. That accuracy advantage is just too strong for the United States right now, but it is still extremely scary right now.
Any act drop from the United States gives it back. Any drop from Malaysia seals it for the United States, but right now, there's just no definitive answer to who's gonna take it. The consistency by both teams is just really showing. Again, what is the United States doing despite the 2 misses? They still have the lead, but it's a very short one.
Oh, but Apple finds a combo break, and that's not going to be looking too good. We haven't seen any misses from the United States since those earlier 2. Tristan Jacobs still holding on to the full combo. Transition and Neo matching that. All 3 of them in that 99.5 range, but the other accuracies on the United States are just too strong for Malaysia to overcome at this point. And Apple finds another drop.
That is not looking good. That's another drop from Apple. You'd have to hope for United States to have a triple miss at this point, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
We have our final break. We have about a quarter of the map left to go before the ending of this, and the United States is looking very strong right now. Apple looking like they're starting to run out of steam. Very unfortunately, it's still only about 20,000 points of difference. But with this large of a note count, that 20,000 points is quite a hefty margin for the United States to be in the lead, especially going into this ending. It's going to have to be a catastrophic failure.
Oh, Transition dropping, I think, seals the deal.
I hate to agree with you with that one, but I do believe it's going to be it as Apple finds another break in the United States, just looking so consistent on this ending, and the United States might just lock down this final point, avoiding the tiebreaker.
Yeah, that's true. It's very unfortunate that we don't get to see the tiebreaker, but unfortunately, stuff just happens. Nyakche with the full combo, unfortunately, is just not going to be enough. United States securing it. And what a way to do it. 7-5. Seed 11 as a as top 4, by the way. That's insane. Honestly, good game well played to both teams. Just gonna say that right now. Oh man. What an insane match.
What an insane match indeed. Malaysia, unfortunately, going to be knocked out in that top 6 position. United States locking in at least a top 4 finish to face Philippines for that last top 3 position.
Both of these teams are so scary. I'm scared, alright? Holy cow.
It's a scary one for you. These race scores are pretty terrifying, but I'm really excited to see what happens between the Philippines and the United States, which I believe that match is happening. It's on for UTC Sunday, something like that. A pretty late time for the United States, pretty early for the Philippines, but that is also not for another 12 hours from now. So we've got quite a hefty break, and Brazil versus South Korea, the only winners bracket match of this weekend, won't be held until 15 UTC Sunday. So we have a nice break for you all to rest up and get yourselves ready for the future matches. And this 12-hour break, obviously for you, Els, is definitely going to be nerve-wracking, I'd imagine.
Oh man. My heart is beating so fast right now, Toph. Of course it's nerve-wracking.
Well, good luck to you in that future match. But for that, we are going to be closing out this weekend, or not this weekend, this match and this block while we wait for the next 11 to 12 hours before we see Philippines versus the United States of America as the battle for the final top 3 position. I hope to see you all there.
I hope to see all of you as well.
everybody, and welcome to some more Osumania 4Key World Cup 2022 action. We've got our final losers bracket match here. Philippines versus the United States of America in this top 4 match, looking for the final spot in that top 3 spot to join South Korea and Brazil for the podium placements. Both these teams having won a match earlier on in this weekend. United States besting Malaysia earlier today. Philippines doing the same to Japan. One of these teams will come out a victor. One of these teams will come out in the top 3 position. But an exciting match to come up. I am Toph Daddy, joined by Sparky. How's it going?
It's going absolutely fantastic. This weekend has lived up to the billing. Some very exciting matches to start this weekend off on the right foot, and oh boy, what a way to kick off what is going to be Sunday for a lot of people. Very explosive matchup between the United States and the Philippines, like you were saying.
It's Sunday for me too. It's Sunday for most people at this point. I'm in the United States as well, but we got that -4 being midnight right now. We're hitting the Sunday just now. We have a double SV ban coming out from these two teams, Philippines and the United States, getting rid of both the SV picks right away. We're having a pure rice, long note, and hybrid match here. Very exciting to see. I am so interested to see how this goes. Philippines absolutely putting on a show against Japan. United States eking out off of the break point on a hybrid against Malaysia, but United States going immediately into real ultimate power. The map banned against them by the Malaysian squad, and we'll finally get an opportunity to see how they can perform.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that match against Malaysia was really the truest test of the mettle of this United States roster. Missing a couple of their players during that match and having to rely on some of the players that I don't think people would have expected to come in to fill in some of the shoes and really put on the performance. And the Philippines just taking Japan to task to get them here, only losing on that SV pick if folks were following along earlier today. So both these teams should be very evenly matched up. I feel like we might devolve into a bit of a LN Rice dichotomy where one might lean on the LNs a little bit to get their points, and one might lean on the Rice. But that being said, the overlap between these two countries, there's basically none as we get into this first map.
We could definitely see that. I would not be surprised at all to see that kind of dichotomy coming out, especially in a match against the United States. We've seen pretty much every single match divulge into the United States picking Rice and trying to fend off any attacks when it comes to the long notes and hybrids. It's the only reason they managed to take victory against Malaysia. Philippines, on the other hand, have been able to take both Rice and long note points very convincingly against their previous opponents. But we'll have to see how that goes with this first pick. Real ultimate power, this intro faring pretty well for both teams. Boji above the 99.9s, both of the other two above 99.8. But the United States players staying a little bit more consistent overall in the accuracy, but this lead not very big out of this intro.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this is going to be about as close of a battle as they can get, but Silhouette Skulls finding first drop here going into the second quarter of the map, and that's going to hand over the lead to the United States for the time being. It's not a long map by any stretch of the imagination. Forken finding another break to boot, so only one FC left on the side of the Philippines to the 3 of the United States for this first map.
Yeah, we're already halfway through, and we're seeing about a 20,000 point lead for the United States. Forken trying to build up back to the 400 combo mark, but all 3 players on the side of the United States pulling that full combo. Mitter, Tristan, Jacob, and Dev, but Mitter does find a drop, but Forken trades it right back as we keep the United States in the lead, especially with that accuracy advantage coming out, especially, Silhouette Els and Forken both dropping low 99 range. All 3 United States players holding extremely strong right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Silhouette Els finding another drop going into the last quarter of the map, but the damage is being done despite Boji's best efforts, still holding on to the highest accuracy in the lobby, probably closest behind by Dev, who wasn't here for that first match, but really putting on a show right now in the second match of the weekend for the United States. And it looks like the United States, barring any collapses here at the very end, another drop from Forken. is probably going to seal the deal here, as the United States is going to look to pick up their first point to start this match off.
Yeah, an extremely convincing first pick, but this was banned against them in the previous match for a reason. Not to mention that these 200 counts extremely close overall. That ratio, though, going in the favor of the United States. Dev with that 268 full combo. 989 is an insane score. Boji just barely beating them out with the 990k with the lower 200 count. But Planetarium, an immediate pick coming out from the Philippines side here.
God, I feel like we might be in for a bit of a speed run here. I feel like both these teams are going into this relatively well prepared. I know for sure the Philippines probably has their pick strategy in order. Nothing's going to deviate from that, especially now that the SVs are gone. There's no potential for a wild card pick to get thrown out at them. It's going to be smooth sailing from here, and like you said, Planetarium going to be the first pick from them to try and answer back to the United States' first point.
Definitely, but we did see the United States losing this pretty significantly to Malaysia with their stronger LN roster. Forken, Boji, and Siluska Els, I think, going to be pretty comparable in that case. But, Grip Warrior wasn't available for the earlier match, and that could potentially cause some differences in terms of score. But, it's hard to see Philippines losing this kind of long note pick, especially with how strong these players overall are, especially Boji and Siluska on these long note type picks.
Yeah, so I feel like it's going to be a battle of those players on the bottom row versus the ones on the top four, Ken and Tristan Jacob going at it against each other, while the bottom four players just duke it out, trying to see who can hold on to their full combos and the higher accuracy as we get into this second pick of this best of 13.
Early accuracy going a little bit in favor of the United States right now, but just as we hit the 400 combo, looks like the Philippines is able to take that accuracy advantage, especially 99.8s across the board. Tristan Jacob finding the first break for the United States and increasing that lead for Philippines already in this first quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. A repeat of that earlier match with Malaysia. The United States just hanging on the LN picks for as long as they can to try and pose some sort of threat. But right now, it is clearly in favor of the Philippines going into the back half of the map. Another one is not very long in the by any stretch of the imagination, and the density really starts to wear away at your physicality the longer it goes. And as we make it into the back half of the map, A-Sharp going to find another slider job, Tristan Jacob as well. And just like on that Rice pick earlier, the Philippines answering back here. The tables have turned on this LN pick, and they are smooth sailing right now.
Yeah, Boji finding a drop as well, but this lead is so massive right now as we get into the really dense parts that the accuracy of the United States is not helping them keep this lead in check right now. And it looks like the Philippines are just going to start running away with this, just like we saw in the earlier match. The United States LN capability is just not able to keep up with their opponents, and especially with that 99.79 coming out from Siluska Els, matching Grip Warriors accuracy, but backed up by Forken, whereas Grip Warriors FC not quite backed up by Tristan and A-Sharp in the same way. So Philippines will take their first point on this first pick here.
Oh my goodness, what a way to respond. You find some discomfort, some extra misses on that Rice pick, answer back with some LN, diving into that bottom half of the map hole, and what, 1-200 coming out from Siluska Els, and we are in finals, mind you.
Yeah, finals. We saw some of these scores in the previous matches, but I just don't understand. Double full combo from the side of the Philippines, one on the side of the United States. Very impressive scores regardless, but the Philippines clearly looking to have the advantage on long notes. And kill each other. An immediate pick coming out from the United States. We got Rice for the Jack pick.
These teams know what they want. There are no formalities. There's no reason to mess around. They just want to get it done as soon as possible. There is so much on the line for both of these teams, as we were outlining before this match started. There is a podium position on the line here, and both of these teams are probably feeling that pressure right now.
Yeah, that pressure just insane for both sides. We see the chat going pretty crazy just in the match. I think they're on their adrenaline just a little bit. I would be too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard. Even the most composed, seasoned player can succumb to just a little bit of nerves once they once they're in the situation itself, once you really start to get the gravity of the situation in your head, it's going to be up to these 6 players. Looks like gonna see some substitutions coming out from the United States. Mitter coming in for this pick to back up Grip Warrior and Ace Sharp.
We saw an extremely impressive score coming out from the United States, pretty demonstrably taking out the Malaysian team on this pick in particular earlier. But as we've said before, Philippines is another beast in entirety. They have that kind of balance across the team as we get through this intro for Kill Each Other. And the accuracy is looking pretty strong. Siluesca Elves with a very early drop, but that's going to be a little bit less consequential than if they were to start missing starting right about now as players start hitting the 400 combo mark.
Yeah, absolutely. But with a map like this where things are a little bit less dense, I mean, sure, the core jack ability of all the players are probably relatively in line with each other. Misses are going to be huge, especially on a map as short as this, clocking it just over 2 minutes. We're already going into the second third of the map in the United States, holding on to the lead for right now. 99.9s on their side. Boji and Forken doing their best to try and bring Siluesca Elves' score back up. She's already back up into that 99.8 range, looking to try and take out Ace Sharp despite that miss.
Yeah, we're seeing very close accuracies overall. Forken just a little bit behind Grip Warrior, but Siluesca Elza finding that second drop, giving the lead a little bit even further in the favor of the United States. No drops on their side, though the accuracies overall are extremely close together. A pretty unfortunate drop from Elza there right before the break as we get into the faster section. But it's going to take a couple more breaks from the United States if we want to see some kind of score difference here. It looks like the Philippine side may end up having a little bit of a chance to come back. The accuracy is, like I said, very, very close in this lead, not increasing now that Els has hit that 400 combo. But we have 1/4 of the map left. The United States is going to have to hold consistent. But Forken finding a huge drop going into that section, and that just might do it here.
Yeah, absolutely. The writing was starting to be written on the walls. That drop from Forken going into that last transition is probably going to be the nail in the coffin for the Philippines on this pick.
This isn't okay.
We spent so long. We spent.
What is that score? 2.991?
995. What? Oh, they all wait. Double did. I'm sorry.
200s on the team.
That
2.991. I need to reiterate that. Okay, so Forken, it looks like their keyboard disconnected. It didn't matter. It really did not.
Yeah.
What is that score from the United States?
That Seed 11, by the way. I just want to reiterate that this team is Seed 11.
Seed 11. Slaughter, an immediate pick coming out from the Philippines.
That is unsurprising. You need to take the United States out of their comfort zone.
This is just going to be going back and forth between U.S. comfort zone and U.S. non-comfort zone. I think the Philippines in general is pretty comfortable with pretty much anything that you can throw at them. It's just the United States is so strong at some of these maps, and it's like looking at that Kill Each Other team score, what do you even do against that?
You go into the IRC chat and you just type close. And you just move on. Don't even let it phase you.
Yeah, you can't let it phase you. 70k points doesn't matter. That was close.
Exactly. It's like you just gotta move forward. Just keep sticking with your picks, your strategy. The good thing is that was a United States pick. It would be a whole different story if it were a breakpoint. But that being said, we are going to go into the Philippines' second pick here, the fourth map of this best of 13. It is going to be Slaughter coming out.
It is going to be Slaughter. We saw a pretty impressive score from the Philippines. United States a little bit weaker on these long notes. I would not be surprised to see the Philippines kind of run away with this in the same way that they ran away with Planetarium earlier, but we'll have to see. All six of these players pretty strong overall on the long notes. It's just a matter of keeping that consistency.
Oh, and then right off the bat, Boji finding a slider break here very early on. Not going to make that much of a difference, but it is going to hand the United States just a little bit of a cushion. And I mean, we saw it with Malaysia on that hybrid where they got that break point. They just needed one thing to go their way, and they took it and ran with it. So it'll be interesting to see how the United States performs off that break going into this second quarter of the map.
Unfortunately, in this case, it looks like the Philippines' accuracy is enough to keep up Tristan Jacob falling a little bit behind in comparison to the Philippines players, and that is being enough to give Philippines the score lead going into this break, but this is not going to matter. Ooh, Boji finding another combo break in
That was a client.
Oh, that was client. Sorry, the score needs to catch up a little bit, but regardless, we won't see anything insanely major until we get into the second half. We're about to start approaching it. The only miss coming out from Boji so far in the accuracy definitely in favor of Philippines as we start to transition into the hard part, but I imagine the United States will start faltering just a little bit more as we approach this, but it'll just take time to tell.
Yeah, for sure. And as we make our way into the last third of the map, there's still 3 full combos. Boji!
Boji, let's hope that's not a disconnect.
Yeah, let's hope not. But for right now, it is going to look like it's trending in favor of the United States. We might just have a reprise of this section for Boji as they catch up. But right now, as it stands, Tristan Jacob, 4Ken going at it against each other. 4Ken winning that battle. Soloska Els finding a slider break here towards the end of the map. That's going to make things very interesting once we see Boji load back in, hopefully. Grim Warrior now holding on to the highest accuracy here.
Oh, Boji does load back in. Okay, they're not disconnected.
And a slider break from Tristan Jacob here to round map. And Grim Warrior finds a break as well, so any advantage that the United States might have had might have gotten thrown away, so...
Yeah, we're just waiting for Boji's score to catch up. They are far enough, the score is close enough. Boji could definitely do it as long as they hold on.
Oh, and there's a
but they
there.
do find a miss. I don't think we're going to see it, but we're going to get to the ending of the map. I think we're seeing the chat. It does look like Philippines actually did win that pick by 5.6k with Boji kind of catching up towards the end. What? That's kind of scary.
That's terrifying. If Grip Warrior and Tristan Jacob didn't find those slider breaks towards the end of the map, we'd be looking at a very, very different story. But not going to be the case here. The Philippines does tie it up at 2-2.
Indeed, they do. And Ripochi So coming out almost immediately. We're seeing so many quick picks from this. This is definitely a different story from what we've been seeing from the other two matches that we've seen this weekend, with a lot more thought going into it. But I think Philippines and the United States definitely coming into this match with a game plan. They knew what they were going for, and they're going to just go for it because, you don't want to get unwarned while you're waiting in the lobby like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in a high-octane match like this, any sort of opportunity to take the foot off the gas is going to be avoided. The one thing I think of is just stamina for these players. So far, we have played 4 maps, no substitutions from the Philippines so far. Boji, 4Ken, and Soloska Els playing every map so far. It doesn't matter how good you are, that has to wear away at you at a certain point.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty scary to see something like this. We saw a pretty impressive score from the United States earlier, but we've already seen some really close matches already through the first 4 maps of this match, and we've just seen that 5.6k difference for the Philippines on Slaughter. But that has been the closest. Everything else above that 50k mark. But, as we get closer and closer to the end of this match, we're going to start seeing more and more risky maps coming out from both of these teams. And those score differences are going to be very hard to tell the difference between.
Yeah, absolutely. If the United States can keep it close on a pure dedicated map, pure dedicated LN map like Slaughter, if I'm a Philippines fan, I'm very scared of what they can do on the hybrid. Because, there's only 4. There's only 2 left for the Philippines to choose from. But with that being said, that is a discussion for another day. We're going into Reap What You Sow, the United States' 3rd pick here in this best of 13. See if they can continue the trend of insane scores on these rice picks.
Absolutely, we're getting into but definitely the fastest map of this pool with a few technical elements throughout. That we saw a few drops coming out from the United States team, though Devin Grip Warrior were not there for this specific pick earlier on in this weekend. United States holding on to a little bit of an accuracy lead just out of this intro here. So look at L's actually dropping a little bit of accuracy, but not so much that it's going to increase the lead by a huge margin here. Grip Warrior finding the first drop, and that's going to help Philippines take that score lead right away in this first quarter.
Yeah, so a relatively clean draw from Grip Warrior, still holding on to that 99.7 in the United States. As soon as Grip Warrior makes that recovery, is going to be able to take the score lead back just off the fact that there are some Philippine players struggling right now. Forcan and Soloweska L is in that mid to low 99% range, is basically going to be enough to offset that miss from Grip Warrior. Soloweska finds a drop towards the back half of the map, and Forcan as well.
But they're trading one of those back. The accuracy lead, the only advantage that the United States has right now, that it is equating to about a 15,000 point score lead. As we start getting into the second half, we're about to start seeing the solo where we saw lots of misses start happening in the previous matches. It'll be interesting to see how these players approach that. I expect some misses to come out, but the Philippines definitely need the United States to start dropping here if they want to take this lead back.
Yeah, so with that being said, we have a bit of a battering ram going on for Ken Ellis. Oh my god, Ev and
double traded back.
It does make a dent, but Forcan finding another drop going into the last quarter of the map isn't going to help matters here. But that being said, two United States players on the recovery run. Soloweska Els and Boji holding on to the combo right now. Boji, very importantly, able to match the accuracy from Grip Warrior, and the fact that Boji is still holding on to that full combo is going to start paying dividends. Mitter finding another drop here. There's still enough time, but Forcan trades it back.
That is a trade back. Boji holding onto the full combo. The only full combo in the lobby right now, but the accuracy on the side of the United States enough to keep them stable here as we get into the final few bursts. It looks like the United States is going to be able to hold on to this point, but we've started to see some inconsistencies on their side. Forcan finding another drop here at the end. And it looks like the United States is going to take point number 3 in this match for themselves. But not without some pushback from the Philippines, though it's still about a 60,000 point lead. We're starting to see some inconsistencies, though, from the United States. It'll be interesting to see the future maps that they end up choosing, but the Philippines have the choice to try and even it up. Wait. Grip Warrior, 0-200s. Wait, is that allowed?
At this point, I don't question it. I just have to look away every now and again because I refuse to believe that players can get scores like these, and the Philippines are going to opt to dive back down into that lower half of the map pool. Elemental Creation going to be the pick here to try and keep things even.
Indeed, the Philippines being pretty confident on the long notes. Tristan Jacob coming in. I assume A Sharp also going to be coming in for the United States. We saw them get an incredible FC on this map earlier in the first match. But Philippines feeling confident on the long notes as they have been on the previous two, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them pretty much run away with this, though I wouldn't count the United States out on a pick like this.
For sure, if Slaughter was anything to go by, I mean, the fact that we have Grip Warrior here now to contest these LN picks doesn't make it as smooth sailing, and the fact that it is late in the day, the players are a little bit more warmed up than that early match, at least for the US players. So might lead to some higher scores here. The players are ready. We are going to get into the 6th map of this best of 13. Elemental Creation going to be the pick to try and keep things all square.
They are trying to keep it all square. This is the right kind of pick to go for in that kind of situation. Forcan, Boji, and Els definitely the kind of players to push that LN advantage forward, though. Like I said, A Sharp having gotten the FC earlier today. Tristan Jacob not doing too bad themselves, and Grip Warrior, a phenomenal player in their own right. I could definitely see the United States putting up a fight for this, but the Philippines should have the advantage overall.
Yeah, right out of the introduction, we're going to see the scores flickering just a little bit as the accuracies start to balance out. Tristan Jacob lagging a little bit behind out of the intro at 99.4. Going to be climbing here as the map progresses. Forken not too far behind 99.7, but right now advantage Philippines just off the back of the average accuracy, but Grip Warrior 99.85 really making a difference to try and keep this lead in check.
Though that accuracy from Tristan Jacob and a miss, 2 misses from A Sharp are going to help the Philippines hold on to that lead here. Definitely going to be extremely in favor then as we get into the second third of this map. 3 full combos on the side of the Philippines, 2 on the side of the United States, but the accuracy lead also in the favor of the Philippines. Definitely going to increase that lead as we get into the second half here.
Yeah, a bit of a calmer section here for the players to work before we dive back in to the real heavier sections of this map. Give them a chance to catch their breath. It feels like we've been going at a breakneck speed so far. Last third of the map to go, and the Philippines still holding on to the lead, still holding on to the 3 full combos. Can the United States try and mount a comeback? It's going to take a couple of misses from the Philippines here to try and hand them any sort of road back in, but A Sharp's going to be finding a slider break here. Oh, everybody survives the trill.
Everyone survives the trill. A Sharp having drop combo just before it is going to only extend the Philippines lead as we get into the hardest section of the chart. A Sharp finding more breaks. L's trading that one back, but it's not going to be enough to give the lead back to the United States. Tristan Jacob finding aim ace themselves. 2 full combos, 2-1, and the Philippines looking to steal this pick away. Give it to a 3-3 Boji finding a drop, but the lead is so massive now that I think the Philippines is going to take this.
For sure, commanding on the LNs. That being said,
what are those 200 counts for the Philippines? What is that? 4, 5, 7? What?
It's incredible how varied these two teams are in terms of their proficiencies.
Beast with that 990k. Grip Warrior getting the MVP, the 993, but Wake We Up immediately coming out from the United States. We've already been talking about these two teams having plans for this match, and this is only continuing. They know what they want to go with.
Yeah, it's one of those things. The United States opting to live on that top half of the map pool, and the Philippines on that lower half. That being said, there's only one LN map left for them to choose before they have to start diving into those hybrids, and that's really where things are going to be very interesting, I would imagine, as we get deeper and deeper into this match.
The deeper these match goes, the deeper the picks goes, and the more uncomfortable these teams are going to end up being. Wake We Up, number 4 on the United States pick side, and we've already seen some kind of issues with consistency. Philippines definitely going to hopefully start pushing back in terms of the accuracy. We can definitely start seeing some interesting developments coming up as the rice picks get more uncomfortable. We've already started seeing Philippines dropping a little bit. Slaughter only having been won by 5.6 thousand points for the Philippines. So it's already starting to get pretty close in some respects.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, with a pick like this, it is so volatile. Only a minute and a half. There is next to no room for error on a pick like this. A miss, especially when these teams are this close, could be fatal.
Oh, fatality is more than just an upset here. This map is also a minute and a half. It's so short. One miss is everything. One mistake could potentially be everything for this map.
And Boji with the hidden
and mirror, looking a little bit uncomfortable compared to what we might have expected, but Boji, an incredible hidden player that we've seen in the past, looking to just focus on that combo without going super hard on the accuracy. Already seeing a 200, the United States going to take a little bit of an advantage out of the intro off of that, but the Philippines should catch back up pretty quickly as Boji increases their accuracy here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is probably just solely for reading comfort. The streams on this map are so abrasive to read through any semblance. And Zaloska finding a drop here going into the second third of the map. Gonna hand the US the lead. 4 right now. 3 full combos on the side of the United States. 2 for the Philippines going into the back half of the map.
We are going into the back half of the map. That lead looks pretty big for the United States, but it is only one combo break here. The accuracy is not too far apart. Grip Warrior finding a combo break on their own here, and that lead is going to start shrinking. The accuracy advantage should be still in favor of the United States, though, as Grip Warrior gets to that 200 combo mark, trying to build up to the 400 before the Philippines takes the lead. So this accuracy is still pretty close together.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that Grip Warrior was able to maintain the accuracy during the recovery run back up to that 400 combo cap, gonna mitigate some of the damage. 4K finding a break here going into the last sliver of map, and that might just be all she wrote on that potential comeback. It looked a little bit dicey there towards the middle of the map, but the United States, the overall consistency on these rice picks, a little bit too much to handle so far for the Philippines, and the United States retakes the lead, makes it 4-3 now.
Just a little bit. These scores are starting to get closer. The United States looking a little bit more uncomfortable. Even without that one miss, it still would have been very, very close. Boji with that 992, Mitter MVPing at that 994, but even then, still extremely close scores. One LN map left in the pool for the Philippines to go with Rip, I think going to be coming out almost immediately as the pick, as soon as we start seeing it in chat. But these picks are already starting to get very, very close for both teams.
Absolutely. It teeters on a knife's edge. It just comes down to who blinks first in this situation. I feel like the Philippines are starting to feel it just a little bit, this frenetic speed that we have gone at for these first, 8 maps? 7 maps.
7. We'll get into number 8 once Philippines puts a pick in, but
they're probably just taking their time to try and recover some of their stamina, maybe just stretch the fingers out just a little bit. It is very taxing.
Yeah, definitely. We're about halfway through this match. If it goes to its entirety, 7 out of a possible 13 done. Waiting for Els to come back in for the pick. I think, like I said, Rip should be the pick, but we could potentially be seeing a tactical timeout coming out. But Rip does come out here from Els getting that final long note pick. We see the completion for the red squad on this long note pool. Not surprising at all to see coming out of the Philippines.
Yeah, basically a mirror image to the United States' match earlier against Malaysia. Just that entire bottom half of the pool was just littered in red.
It absolutely was. It's continuing here. No swap outs from either team. It looks like A-Sharp, Mitter, and Grip Warrior looking to stay in for the United States. Well, actually, Dev switched out for A-Sharp here for the long note pick. No one on the Philippines side swapping out. Not surprising, Fork and Boji, Els, an extremely strong proponent of the long note side of things as we've seen previously in this match. And that match start command comes in. Philippines looking to even it out, bring it to a best of 5. But they have to win this in order to bring it to that point.
Absolutely. Straying away from the more conventional style of LN picks. We had a couple of LN wildcards, LN density. Now it's time to introduce something a little bit more hellacious in terms of timing, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, hellacious time. Maybe there's like a name for that kind of thing. Maybe there's like this coined term by maybe Juan Crystal that like comes to mind when you think of that.
Nah, it's not coming to me. But with that being said, we are through this first section. Everybody up over that 400 combo cap right now. 6 FCs still on the board. As I say that, HR finding the first slider break here, and that's going to hand the advantage over to Philippines for the moment. And you can tell that the release timings on this map are brutal. Nobody above that 99.7 mark. So Loeska Els and Grip Warrior Mitter finding a slider break. As I say that, going back to my point, Soloweska Els and Grip Warrior holding on highest accuracies in the lobby for right now as we make our way into the second quarter of the map.
And we see A-Sharp finding another drop. Those curses signed and delivered straight to the United States team as we see about a 10,000 point lead in favor of the Philippines team going through this first chorus with a triple full combo on their side. Grip Warrior, the last full combo on the side of the United States, and the accuracy overall favoring the Philippines. 3 players above the 99.4 range. players in the United States, Mitter and A Sharp, both below that point, but Boji does find a combo break to trade off one of the earlier ones, though. Like I said, the accuracy definitely going to help Philippines maintain this lead despite that drop.
Yeah, it definitely helps stem the bleeding just a little bit. And with maps that have all these staggered releases, all these short LNs, it makes it very easy to recover from a miss. That being said, A Sharp going into the back half of that, finding another slider break, and that's going to help grow the lead for the Philippines as things start to get a lot more awkward to time here.
Indeed, we're getting into the second chorus. Still 2 full combos to 1, and the Philippines holding on to a lead as Mitter finds another drop and only going to extend the Philippines lead before we get into the solo section of the map. And at this point, it's going to take a bit of a collapse from the Philippines side. A Sharp finding yet another drop. Still only the 1 full combo on the side of the United States. Philippines holding on very strong as Boji builds up that combo and the accuracy back to the 99.5 range. We see about a 23,000 point difference, and with this much combo, that's a huge difference.
Absolutely. One of the longest maps in this pool that's not the tiebreaker. Definitely allows for these leads to get a little bit out of hand, especially if one team starts to find the breaks and the other one holds the consistency. And as we make our way into the last sliver of map, I mean, like you were saying, it's going to take a collapse from the Philippines, but right now, Mitter finding another slider break is going to help the matters here for the United States. And it looks like the Philippines are en route to make a clean sweep of this LN section of the map pool, going 4 for 4 to get all 4 of their points here.
Yeah, we've seen a clean sweep on both sides. No breakpoints so far. The Philippines looking very strong on long notes. The United States looking extremely strong on the rice picks. But now we're starting to get a little bit more risky. Philippines out of long note picks. They're going to have to dig into the hybrids to start pushing this match. And the United States, we just saw a 19,000 point lead versus the 60 and 70,000 point leads they were having before. So again, a little bit more uncomfortable. I think writing on the walls is going to be coming out immediately from the United States. Want to avoid the straightforward jump stream and accuracy picks, because that's where Philippines is really going to be able to start pulling their leads back out of. But it's going to be really interesting. Ooh, but we see Venomous Firefly before writing on the walls. I'm so interested to see this.
Oh boy, this is quite the pick here.
I'm worried about this pick. I'm going to say that right now.
As this map pool starts to dwindle, these picks get so much riskier. Like I mean, to be fair, in order to win a match outright, you have to take risks. The only thing for the United States that gives me some sort of solace is the fact that their overall rice accuracy has just been phenomenal so far this round. That it's really going to take a Herculean effort from the Philippines to try and match the scores that the United States has been putting out. So, I mean, it could have been worse. They could have gone completely off script and just gone for a hybrid or something.
I don't think the US would have like the cojones,
no,
so to speak, to do that.
There is no world in which it was ever advisable for them to go for hybrid.
They have a maximum of 2 picks left in this match, and they have 3 rice picks remaining. Venomous Firefly going to be one of them, going into this pick, hoping to bring it 5-4 in their favor. But Philippines starting to get closer and closer to taking that breakpoint on the rice side of things. Looking to take the first breakpoint in this match, but they're going to have to put up some more Boji again with the hidden as things start getting a little bit faster.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out well for them on the dedicated speed pick earlier. Highest score for the Philippines, so definitely just a bit of reading comfort for them here. And right now, it is virtually neck and neck going through these first couple of bursts here.
We're seeing a small accuracy lead in the favor of the United States. L's finding a little bit of an accuracy drop there, but not too far behind. All 6 players still holding onto the full combo. It's just about keeping those accuracies strong, though. Lowest on the side of the United States is Grip Warrior at the 99.82. Boji and Forken still holding up close to that. L's just a little bit behind on that. as long as they're able to keep the full combo, it should be okay. But United States is starting to run away a little bit with the score. But Grip Warrior finding a combo break there.
Yeah, going into the back half of the map, arguably one of the worst places to miss, but right now, backed up by Mitter and Dev, gonna mitigate some of the damage as we get into a tiny bit of a break section. As much of a break as a map like this can give you. And as we make our way into the last third of the map, the bursts start to come back and it just hits you non-stop. The jump streams are back. And Mitter finding a break here.
We still have 3 full combos inside the Philippines. Mitter and Group Warrior both having found breaks. That's 1, 2, 3. United States still having a significant accuracy advantage. Mitter trying to get back into that 400 combo before the end. Looks like the United States is going to be able to hold on to the lead in this ending off the accuracy lead alone. But we still have a little bit left to go.
Yeah, last sliver of map. With that being said, if you can read your way through the earlier parts, this one shouldn't give you that much of an issue. But that being said, the United States hangs on. It got a little bit dicey there.
Oh, accuracy, man. That is a triple full combo on the side of the Philippines, but it's not going to be enough off of the insane accuracies from the United States.
That's a V1 double S from Dev as well to really cap off that performance.
That's a V1 double S from Dev and Boji. Two
Oh,
insane scores.
I need to ask again. We're in finals, right?
We are in finals, right? That's what I thought too. Grip Warrior and Forkin both having 2. It's just the difference between Els and Mitter there that gave United States the advantage.
Yeah, for sure. And for right now, I mean, what do you do if you are the Philippines here in terms of what you pick? I mean, it has to be hybrids.
Oh yeah, absolutely it has to be hybrid. Maybe a retrospective comes out here, but a timeout makes perfect sense.
Yeah, absolutely. The LNs are gone. You have to really make sure. This was a point in the match that the United States found their breakpoint against Malaysia to really turn the screw on the proceedings there. So Philippines, ultimately the most important pick of their tournament lives, dare I say.
Yeah. No, well, this is the same situation that Malaysia was in earlier in this weekend. They were at around this 5. I think it was 4-4, and Malaysia picked a hybrid, lost it, and then the United States brought it to a 6-4 point. You know, where Malaysia just couldn't end up bringing it back. Philippines needs to make sure they bring this back. They do not want to push this to a tiebreaker point with the United States. The United States has shown so often that they're so strong in these late stages of the match, especially on tiebreakers.
Yeah, for sure. Just a raw physicality that some of these players possess. So I marveled at, I mean, watching along, just consistently having your mind blown at the scores that they're able to put up. I mean, all 6 of these players have been putting up incredible performances so far.
They absolutely have been. I'm kind of interested to see what Philippines decides to go with. I think... Ooh, sorry about that. But I think as far as like long note based maps go, I think retrospective might be the best option. I'm surprised to see that they ended up banning one of the SV picks. So I think that would have been a very good opportunity for Philippines to push for a point.
Yeah, absolutely. The United States on SVs so far this tournament, not finding the best of times there.
Ooh,
so
Philippines making the same decision as Malaysia. Mushi no Sumu. Going for hybrid 2. Scary pick.
Very scary, especially with the results from earlier today. So very much the most important pick for the Philippines here. Everything has to go right.
Everything definitely does have to go right. Looking for Philippines to hold on to this even match. No breakpoints, 9 maps in. We hear the map and song starting to change.
Yeah, meanwhile, gonna take care of a couple of technical difficulties in the background. Pay no attention
Hey,
to what
well,
is...
while we have these technical difficulties, why don't we try to chill a little bit? I think that'd be a great idea.
Oh,
Well,
absolutely.
while we have the opportunity, buy your banners. What are banners great for, Sparky? I need you to tell me what they're great for.
Banners are great for showing your support for any of the countries that have participated so far during this 4-key World Cup. It also increases the prize pool for the podium finishers of this tournament. And I mean, these two are duking it out, the Philippines and the United States, to try and get themselves on that last podium position. The color of which not determined just yet. That'll be for next weekend, but it looks like we're back. We are going to get into Hybrid 2 here, see if the Philippines can maintain the pace and keep things all square here, or if the United States can repeat their fortunes from earlier today and find that crucial breakpoint to really throw a monkey wrench in this match.
We certainly will see that coming up. We see this intro coming out. United States looking like they have a little bit of a lead, but not by a whole lot. These accuracies being very close overall. Boji and Els, but 99.8. Group Warrior and A-Sharp matching there. Mitter and Forken being the odd ones out at that lower 99.6 range. A-Sharp finding the first combo break, though, just before the 400 combo mark, but it's so close that I don't think it's going to matter in terms of the impact of the miss. And right before the break, it's definitely going to help the Philippines hold on to a little bit of a lead and build it up in terms of the accuracy.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we flip the script just a little bit. It's Mitter going up against Boji, Soloska Els going up against Grip Warrior, and Forken going with A-Sharp going into the second quarter of the map. A-Sharp building up their accuracy back up over that 400 combo cap, going to be able to get full credit for their judgments moving forward and going to be able to make some inroads in this lead so far. Going into the second third, we see that red bar shrinking ever so slightly as the United States mounts their charge here.
We see that accuracy from Grip Warrior, 99.82, looking to bring that lead back. Boji the highest on the side of the Philippines, along with Silaska Els, both at 71 on the 99% accuracy. Very close together, but the three full combos proving to be too much for the United States to handle right now. But this lead is so close as we get into this this section. We saw Chiwi earlier finding a little bit of a break. I could definitely see some players in this faster speed section finding some issues. We'll have to see, but no breaks. I'm so scared. Is that real? Is that real? I saw some lag there. I don't trust it yet.
I don't trust it either, but going into the last third of the map, I don't... Oh,
no,
there it goes.
It's not real. It's not real. It's three full combos on the side of the Philippines.
But the accuracy is in favor of the United States.
Is it? I'm still waiting for the score to reset.
It's to be determined, but for right now, working with the information that we have, the United States has a tiny sliver of a lead going into the last quarter of the map, just based on the raw accuracy. Forken finding a bit of an accuracy drop in that last section, down to that 99.58 range. That might be the catalyst for this comeback that the United States is finding. But
that might be lag. That might be client. I don't know what to expect. We saw some 200s there as well. It's back up. Mitter has the combo, but it's so close right now. No, but that might be a real miss by Forken in this ending. I don't know what's happening.
We can trust nothing. It's going to come down to...
Silaska Els has the internet. The entire United States back. Forken back as well. Waiting for Boji. Is that a real miss from Els?
It is still to be determined. I dare not say anything. It's going to come down to... I love the fact that Boji had a client miss for him and still hold on to the full combo. That's just how powerful they are. And right now, as it slides over,
looks like the United States is actually going to take that pick, and they do.
Oh my goodness!
It's going to be 6-4. United States has their own pick here going in. Match point. Same situation that they were in against Malaysia. They have a few options available.
And they don't have to take a detour through the SV picks in this map pool. They've both been banned out. The United States, masters of their own destiny right now. They just need to find the pick to seal the deal here. Philippines fighting for their tournament lives, and the writing is on the walls. It is going to be writing on the walls. I'm at a loss for words. This has been an electrifying performance from these two countries. They have been going back and forth, And just like earlier, it's coming down to these hybrids. And right now we're just waiting to see who comes in for the United States to contest this pick. You would imagine it'd be Dev and Grip Warrior, probably Grip Warrior leaving to double check their mods. See if they click this with mirror or not. Try and double check the scroll speed. This is the most important pick now for the United States. You want to capitalize on this breakpoint as soon as possible, and there's only one opportunity to do it. It's to take the match.
It is to take the match, but Philippines, if they have anything to say about this, we've seen some pretty close rice scores already throughout this match. This is the United States' final pick in this match. No matter what happens, they will either win this and move on to the top 3 grand final stage, or Philippines will take this map and get an opportunity to pick the 12th in this match, looking for that tiebreaker situation.
For sure, and it looks like it's going to be A Sharp and Dev, maybe giving Grip Warrior a bit of a break here. They have been playing every map so far for the United States. The Philippines not having the luxury of substitutions by the looks of it for this match. It has been for Ken Boji and Soloesca Els putting up the stand here against the United States.
An extremely scary situation, no matter who you are.
The true test of the nerve of all players involved. It is so stressful, especially in this situation on both sides. For the United States, you want to close this out as soon as possible. You do not want to give that breakpoint back. If you are the Philippines, you're staring down, having to force the tiebreaker here and do not the impossible, but dare I say the improbable, and take a breakpoint against the United States on late game rice picks. That being said, just double checking to make sure that everybody is ready. Probably just some last minute things being asked, some confirmations.
Interesting not to see Grip Warrior coming in for this pick, but A Sharp, Dev, and Mid are an extremely solid team themselves.
For sure. It looks like the MP settings does come out. Just another double check. You want to make sure that the players aren't stalling as well, especially since they have been playing for as long as they have, maybe trying to eke out some extra time. And, oh, it looks like it might have just been some connection issues, seeing all of Soloesca Els' messages come in all at once.
Yeah, definitely some internet issues coming out there, but not going to be as important once we start seeing that start command.
Final check here, and oh my goodness, imagine the nerves. The MP start command goes out. It is going to be Boji for Ken and Soloesca Els. Tournament lives on the line, going up against Mitter, A Sharp, and Dev, who are on the precipice of punching their ticket into the grand finals. Boji once again with the hidden. I mean, it's been working out for them. Don't fix it if it ain't broken.
We got some more hidden in mirror, like you said. Don't fix it if it ain't broken. Boji been playing extremely well. Els and Forken looking to push their accuracies above the norm. United States holding on to a little bit of an accuracy lead through this intro, all above 99.9s. A Sharp dropping a little bit below now, but still not quite as much as you might expect. This already above 400, but A Sharp finding the first combo break. Philippines all holding full combos. A Sharp with a second drop. That lead starting to extend a little bit more in favor of the Philippines here.
Yeah, it's looking good for them going into the second quarter of the map. Quite a bit of an accuracy drop from A-Sharp, but so let's go. Elzif trades it back here. That being said, it's not enough to hand the lead immediately back. Both of them still not over that 400 combo cap. A-Sharp just barely making it now. Gonna be able to make some dent in this lead, but for right now, still on the side of Philippines.
Ella's approaching that 400 combo, but it looks like it might just be in the favor of the United States, but it's so close that it actually probably doesn't even matter. It's so close right now. United States looks like they have the very, very slight lead, but we've already seen a break from the A-Sharp, 2 of them actually, but it's 2 full combos to 2 on both sides in this lead. It's so close that anything can happen.
Yeah, and it's this bottom half of the screen battering ram that is Mitter and Dev holding the fort down for the United States. 99.88 apiece. Next closest for the Philippines is Boji and Forken, both of them in that high 99.7 range, trying to make some inroads in terms of that accuracy. They're keeping it close. Right now it's Silhouette Els and A-Sharp going at it against each other. Last quarter of the map still to go. And right now, advantage USA is the tiniest of leads, though. Nothing to rest your laurels on.
It's 2,000 points. One miss is more than enough to give this over. We didn't see any from the United States earlier when they picked this against Malaysia, but anything can happen. There's plenty of patterns left. There's just... I'm so nervous.
I'm nervous for both of these teams. And Forken finding a couple of 200s on that break section before things dive back in. Last sliver of map left to go. It's do or die time for the Philippines. There's not a lot of map left. The United States still has a lead. A break at the very end. Oh, it's not enough! And the United States is going to take it 7-4.
What just happened?
That is a near tie from Mitter and Dev, 995,000 apiece. What a way to cap off an incredible performance. To take it and punch your ticket into the grand finals. The Philippines falling just short, gonna be finishing in 4th place in this finals weekend. A collective deep breath must be taken. Congratulations.
I have had to breathe for the last 5, 10, 15, 30 seconds. That is unbelievable.
The 11th seed, United States, is in the grand finals, in the losers bracket, punching a podium position guaranteed at the expense of the Philippines. Commiserations to them. They did everything in their power with the resources that they had to make it this far. Will be our 4th place finishers. But
Yes.
Toph, we're not done with this weekend just yet. This block is over.
Definitely aren't done with this weekend. That just locks down our top 3. A pretty classic top 3. Honestly, if you kind of look at it, United States, South Korea, and Brazil. This was the top 3 that has plagued MWC 4Key for so long, and we saw it kind of change between 2020 and 2021, but it's back yet again. United States showing their strengths, getting that top 3 position. Brazil and South Korea in that winners bracket match. Still to be had to determine who takes the winner side of the grand finals and who is going to have to fight the United States to push themselves into the top 2 position. But
Wow, that's all we can say here from the commentary booth. Join us again in 9 hours at 14 UTC as we determine who solidifies a guaranteed top 2 position as Brazil takes on South Korea. And Toph,
absolutely. I mean, we already talked a little bit about banners, but I kind of need to ask you one more question. But is there any other way? Banners are great, but there has to be something else that I can do to support this tournament, right?
well, there is absolutely something else you can do. You can head on over to the Open Collective, an initiative we have going on for the Mania 4Key World Cup 2022, where if $2.50 is not enough for you to want to donate and you are a generous benefactor of anything related to Mania. You can donate as much or as little as you'd like to the overall prize pool for the remaining countries in this tournament.
Absolutely. I don't think there's really much else to say. We've got one more match left to finals. We have two things left to show off. Brazil versus South Korea coming up at 14 UTC. My bad. But just a couple hours after that, once that match starts, pretty much immediately after that match, we'll be immediately going into a very special showcase, Grand Finals. We have 3 teams left: United States, Brazil, South Korea. Those 3 teams will be facing off against one more map pool. And once we see the winner between Brazil and South Korea, we'll be able to have the opportunity to show that off to all of you guys. And it's, personally speaking, as someone who knows what the pools look like, it's not something you're going to want to miss. So come back 9 hours from now at 14 UTC to make sure you make the Brazil and South Korea matchup, but also to show up to the Grand Finals Map Pool Showcase. I really hope to see you all there. Take some breaks, but make sure to come back. We'll see you then.
Have a good one.
Hello everyone and welcome back once again to the Mania 4Q World Cup 2022. This is the winners bracket final, the last match of the weekend, and oh my god, the tournament is about to end and I'm not ready for it. My name is Juan Crystal, commentating alongside me for this Brazil versus South Korea matchup that we all have been waiting for this whole week. How you doing, Mifa?
Hello. Yeah, hello. I'm very excited to see this matchup going, and given this is the last match of the finals, I can't wait to see how it ends on a good note for the grand finals.
Yep, now we have the top 3 decided. The United States pulling out a great run on the losers bracket. Amazing showing on the rise department more than anything else. And they are waiting for the loser of this matchup between Brazil and South Korea. None of the teams is getting eliminated if they lose, but whoever wins secures top 2 and a spot on the very grand final of the tournament. Whereas the loser will have to face the United States on the losers bracket with this new map pool that is going to be revealed right after this match. And oh boy, is that exciting. Like, US is looking so powerful, and I'm worried about these two teams really. Like, Brazil has historically been amazing, South Korea too, and this year they are just looking as strong as ever. I'm not even sure who's gonna win this. Like, I always put my money on Brazil, but at this point, I'm not so sure. Wow, Nate rolling a 3. Good job, Nate. And Southern running a double 4. So Brazil is going to start with the bans here. And again, Brazil always been good at lands, always been good at pretty much anything really, but I wouldn't be surprised if they ban an SV here, like Dangerous, Jungle could probably be the ban here. They should be fine in anything else. We shall see if that's the case. I wouldn't be surprised if this match goes like really down the line, like perhaps even tiebreaker material. Overall, we have been seeing very close matches this entire weekend. Other than I think Philippines versus Malaysia was, by Malaysia I mean Japan. That was like the only match that was a bit one-sided. And here we see the first ban already from Brazil, Dangerous Jungle, as expected. From South Korea, I am not exactly sure. Like, I always like to ban LNs against Brazil unless I am like the best LN team in the world, which I'm not sure if this is the case by Korea. They are certainly there. But they're just gonna ban SV1. So no SVs today. No wildcards picks. This is gonna be a predictable show. In terms of picks and bans, that is. Well, rather picks, not just bans. We have been seeing this fairly often now, right? Like, both of these being banned, like, so, on many matches already. Not sure if it happened on the finals yet, but I've seen it on previous rounds.
It does happen, yeah, in the US versus Philippines. I think both SBs are also being banned.
Alright, so Korea is gonna go straight into LN3 here, Elemental Creation.
Looks pretty aggressive as a first pick, especially against Brazil, and Elemental Creation is, I guess you could say, not the best pick, but I figure that Sakura needs to figure out what's the best pick to start off.
Machina not being very happy about the SV bans. I mean, honestly, your team banned SV, so you shouldn't be sad about it.
Yeah, I mean, we does see South Korea finally has Flying Samira after the absence of the last few weeks, and Flying Samira coming from South Korea is definitely a godsend because his Ellens are really amazing in the late game.
Yeah, this is like the first weekend Flying is playing, right? I heard some news about him returning.
Oh, seems kind of lost me. Oh, see, Gaysol instead of playing Samira, huh?
as well. We're still not seeing the full roster of Brazil yet. So Korea still has time to make some swaps, but it doesn't seem like they will. We don't see Lotus either. We don't see Amaron either for this match, which is odd, to say the least. Like you would expect Amaron, Lotus, and Demi here, really, right? And we're seeing like the full Rise roster for an LN map. Weird.
Yeah, I think I can understand because Amaron seems to have a little bit of a difficulty playing on like denser LNs, and this is definitely dense, like 242, almost full semi-inverse stream with LNs and something like that is probably not something that can have in his forte. But I'm mostly surprised because Aura's playing this instead of Demi. Yeah, like you said before, Aura's is mainly subbing for Rise picks.
I'm also concerned. I don't see Lotus like on the tournament server, I think. I'm not sure if Lotus is around. Maybe it's just me. Here we go. Anyways, we shall see with this triple Rise kind of lineup, other than Machino. I think Machino is fine for LNs. I mean, obviously Nate is also fine for LNs, don't get me wrong. It's just that seeing Auros is a bit weird. We'll see if that is enough though for Brazil to take this point, as they are holding the lead, but it will drop that just on the 400 mark, or rather the 600 mark.
Yeah, first drop on the match by Nate, but I mean, it's very clean, so it doesn't affect the score too much, although it's after the 400 combo, so Lee's gonna have a little bit on the South Korea, but there's still a lot to go in this chart.
Yeah, and honestly, the accuracy from Korea is really, really good. I would say it's even better than Brazil, but now that Sudden Death finds the first miss of the Korean side, this trade favors Brazil, as the accuracy now starts to flick in the favor over again. But it's a very, very short lead, as you can see, maybe about 2, 3, maybe thousands. And there is still half of the map remaining, and on this sort of break point, we can see that it's 1.1 thousand points of difference right out of the gates. The match is insane.
The thing is that the lowest accuracy on the lobby is like 99.6, and given how hard this chart is,
no, wait, what happened? I thought I was a miss. Maybe I'm blind? Yes, I'm blind. Never mind.
There's a bit. Yeah.
There is a miss.
There. Finally, there's a miss for them. But
foreshadowing.
Oh boy. Oh, this is not good because the lead is on South Korea now. Just a bit, but you know it's never gonna happen.
Oh, but this is very, very dense. A miss here can easily happen, but Korea is not holding on. I mean, they actually are holding. Wait, Machine. Machine's dead.
Oh. Wow. Okay. I should have to check the mode. I'm probably sure he's probably like losing his footing a little bit there, but I feel like.
I mean, they need a 990k from Machino, and he has a miss, so it's not happening, I think.
Given, I think the miss, I think it's not gonna happen. Yeah, but I feel like that's a solid pick for South Korea nonetheless. 3, 5, and 7 200s, and all across the board are single digits.
Wait, Oros is claiming that something happened to Machino at the end. I mean, even if it didn't, all the scores from Brazil, they are all 99.6 plus, and they needed a 99.71 in order to take Korea on this. And I'm not sure if Machino had that, even with the miss, like especially with the miss.
Yeah, if you did have a miss, you lost the 990 anyways.
Oh, they're claiming the keyboard got locked. Oh no. Oh, that's very bad. If Machino has to play more maps, that is very bad.
I mean, it's still South Korea's pick anyway, so losing that point is not gonna be a big deal, since Brazil can recover from that easily. Going for Mushino Sumo Chikoto.
This is the first time we're actually seeing 2 maps in a row and none of them are Rise. Like, what? Like, yeah, exactly. With all the Rise open? No Rise picks? Flying Samira coming for South Korea again, and hopefully this time to stay. And on the side of Brazil is still Oroz, Silly Fanger, and Amaron. Yeah, I can see Amaron on this. This is not as physically demanding.
And Lotus, I think, instead of Nate?
Yes, he should, yes. Apparently Lotus is around after all. Oroz actually had a great score in the previous LN, which is...
Yeah, I mean
I want to say surprising. Yeah, it was great. I want to say surprising, but considering the structure of the map, it is kind of like a Rise pick in disguise. It's just that you need to read Imbers, sort of parried insolence. And usually Rise players are okay at it. And I mean, Oros was more than okay at it.
Yeah, I mean, inverse in general is like, it's harder to learn, but once you get into it, you're just playing Rise into it, so it's just kind of the footing that they have, and Aura seems to have a grasp on most of the LN density charts like that.
Marshino also had a great run. It's just unfortunate that the keeper lock happened. But anyways, now into Hyper 2, Mushino Sumu Tokoro. Great song. We'll see if it pays off for Brazil. I think they should have the upper hand on this if they can triple FC. That is the main concern here. I wouldn't be surprised if Korea just gets a 3-way FC on this. Flying Samira's accuracy is a little bit behind compared to everybody else, and that gives the edge on score right now to Brazil, but it's just the early intro. We'll see as the map transitions into the harder parts.
Drops a bomb in South Korea in terms of accuracy, so there's no one above like 99.8 right now, and only Lotus has that. So he just inched out a difference like that.
Yeah, rematch accuracy is 1-1 on the side. Amaron is leading Flying Samira, Oros is leading Gaysol, and Lotus is leading Snowsense. So Brazil just has a clear advantage in accuracy. It is not a big margin, but it certainly is enough for them to call like a 4,000 point lead, maybe 3,000 points lead. And into the second third of the map here, we haven't seen still the harder sections of the map. And that is where it might be a turning point.
The funny business in this chart is comes down to the ending of it. The ending is so much denser than this section apparently, and it's just pretty much free accuracy for the team.
Well, the ending is certainly hard, but there's this part in the middle as well that is very Rise heavy and has sort of like single streams, and Lotus finds the miss, but traded instantly by Gaysol. The accuracy hit to the South Korean was actually bigger than the one to Brazil, so this, if anything, will extend the lead for the South Americans into the last half of the map. And this is what I was talking about. This Rise bit may be a problem for Amaron, but he holds on through it just fine.
Yeah, Gazel's drop was a bit dirtier than Lotus, and Lotus just has a single miss, really. The accuracy doesn't tank much as Gazel.
You see the accuracy from Lotus, you wouldn't know if he missed or not.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You could just easily fool you to thinking that was like a couple 200s and that's it.
Yeah, he still has the best accuracy in the lobby, despite the miss. That's insane. They have the lead though, and as the match is about, the map rather, is about to conclude, a miss from Oros might change the tides of this. Oh, will it be enough? I think it will be. Korea is trying their best. The ending is certainly going to happen about now, but Brazil trying their best to hold this lead, and they are not going to. They need something now.
That's a tug of war right now.
Oh my god, it's going back and forth on the very last bit. There is no misses happening, but is the ending going to make a trip? A couple 200s by Snowsen. Oh, it's flicking! Oh my god, is it Brazil or is it Korea? I think it's Korea! It is Brazil! Oh my god! It is Brazil! It is Brazil! By 3 points! 3 points! Can you believe that? No way! No way! 3 points!
No way! You can't make this up! That's 3 points of difference!
What?
That's very close to tie.
No, that's not very close. That's literally a tie by what, 3 points? I have never seen this on group stage level, and it's happening on finals. Are you kidding me? What?
God, I've never seen a single-digit point difference ever in Osamania history.
I want to check the VOD just to see if there was a regular 300 on the last node, because that was like more than enough to decide the outcome of this map. What?
That's basically less than, I don't know if a Rainbow can make a difference on that. It's just tug of war at that point. And the ending, like I said, I called it, is gonna sort of make a comeback. And Brazil just literally take it out.
My heart rate is just too high now. What? This is one of the craziest moments I have ever seen in Mania World Cup, and I'm having around since the beginning.
Actually, yeah.
Like, it has been 8 years Since, like, I have never seen anything like this.
Going for RIP for the other LN pick for South Korea, which is no surprise coming that Limits of Creation was definitely a decent pick for them.
Oh my god. And we're going straight to Rip. Let it rip.
Now we're seeing Demi here now, and I mean, given Demi's release picks and his very good accuracy in terms of like release picks, so no surprise coming in for Demi.
Dude, I'm shaking.
This is shaping to be a great match
Look,
in
like,
finals.
imagine you're one of the Brazilians or one of the Koreans. How do you feel about that now? Like,
Yeah.
you just won the closest map on the history of Mania World Cup. And, well, we have a disconnection, so we're gonna have to restart this real quick, I think. Wait, it's not? The machine is there? Okay. It's happening?
I mean,
Is it
what
happening?
are the odds of having a single digit point difference? It's just it's weird to have a scoring system that it just basically translates to a 3-point difference.
Yeah, there's the board over there. So, going to start. Machino was removing keycaps. Do not put ready if you are not ready.
Alright, I think it seems to sort it out. Hopefully there's no interference like that.
You know, when I saw the showcase and I was seeing, oh, it is Rip, I was so happy to see the Rip. Like, this is a song I really like. To see it mapped, especially in the LN department by Mysterio, and I was very hyped. And then I realized it's not the Rip that I actually know about. It's not the Gumi Rip that I like. But it's okay.
Yeah. I honestly think you could mistook it as like a timing hell, kind of, because of the high BPM.
Oh, it could easily. I mean, this is rated, but yeah, it could. Oh, Snowsen starting with a miss here. Not the greatest start of the universe, especially considering the abort that Semi-Fiend is gonna try and equalize the things with a miss of his own. In the wrong way, I would say, for Brazil. But as it stands, it is a slight advantage for the Brazilians. Mostly off the back of this accuracy by Lemashino and Amaron. Very nice accuracy by 99.77 against a full lobby of 99.5 on the Korean side. It's still going to be pretty close, really. That was a very early miss, so that's going to help Demi-Fiend a little bit. And then also the trade from Snowsen that was even earlier than that.
Arsenal accuracies by Brazil right now is just even so much higher than South Korea.
What? Gaesel?
Gaesel, yeah. Gaesel did 500 drop there, so this is going to be a lot of accuracy. Yeah.
Oh, this is South Korea's pick. This is concerning. La Machine is going to trade one of those two misses, but there's still one miss ahead. And although the accuracies are getting a little bit closer now with Sudden Death climbing up on the accuracy department, Demi-Fiend is still holding stronger, and so is anyone in the Brazilian team right now. It's a matter of misses, I think, at this point.
Making a recovery from Marcinho very quickly after that miss. Although it saw this Gaesel and Snowset, but I mean the misses have been done really for South Korea. Needs to have more misses from Brazil to take it back.
Overall, every player has been recovering their accuracy quite well, other than I think Amaron, who decreased a little bit, but he's still holding the full combo, so it's not that big of a deal. And Brazil's holding a lead with half of the map remaining. I think Korea might be on the range of needing 2 misses here to get the lead back. And there's the first one, so Demi-Fiend dropping very cleanly though, his accuracy almost untouched, but his combo certainly is going to suffer from it. And there's another one now. That was a big one.
That's a
0.1% of accuracy, and Amaron dropping 2. Oh, Korea's on the lead.
Dangerous misses coming from Brazil, and the lead is going to South Korea. Just a fair bit. It needs to have the accuracy backed up to actually have sort of a lead.
Oh my god, it is a 1.7 thousand points of difference. Don't do this to me. I cannot take more excitement. I woke up like 15, 25 minutes ago. Don't do this to me.
What if it's
Here we
actually
go.
decide on the ending again?
Oh, it will. It will 100% be decided at the end. If there's no more combo drops, the difference is less than 2k at this point. So any accuracy drops are definitely going to impact that difference. And don't even talk about a miss. If a miss happens on the South Korean side, this is a breakpoint 100%. But will they be able to call through this ending? It gets a little bit difficult when it comes to the density. It increases and Demi-Fiend suffers it as he gets the first miss of that Ultra. And with that, I think Korea's just happily on the lead. They're gonna capitalize off of this. I don't think there's enough time for them to lose this lead.
Yeah, they're gonna cling to that lead comfortably. So no misses after from South Korea, and that's gonna take the lead of 4.5k for South Korea.
And look at the ratio difference. Like Brazil's ratio is so much better overall. But the 200s and the misses, like there's a not a three-way FC. There's a three-way no miss, I guess, if you want, by Korea.
Yeah.
There's a
Just
couple misses by
basically slider
Snowson at the start.
breaks.
Yeah, with slider break.
I like how
And that certainly
Brazil's
helps.
scores are like the 300 count is basically three digits. Everyone in South Korea has 4 digits. Look at how similar the thousands are for 300 count.
Yeah,
to South
Korea is literally the same, right? There's like 7 regulars of difference between the 3 players.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So what is Brazil going to pick now? I wouldn't say they should go for hybrids now that they won their hybrid, because they only won by 3 points and they're going for kill each other? What?
Korjak thing. Huh, this is... Sounds a bit of a riskier side of things.
Again, I think we're basing ourselves off of the performance they had last weekend against Malaysia when they lost against the 3v1 SS by Malaysia, which is honestly very, very good. So I'm not so sure if this is a bad pick. I think Brazil is always good at Korjaks. It's just that, is Brazil better than Korea at Korjaks? Because Korea has always been very good at Korjaks too.
Yeah, last time we saw in South Korea is basically Snowset, Lyanik, and Poka play for Korjaks, but Poka doesn't seem to be around, I think. Or maybe he probably could have switched out, but I don't know.
And for this, again, 2 minute just intense Korjaks and 162. This is one of the most niche, maybe, picks of the pool. It's always been Korjaks. There's only one Korjak map and only from since like quarterfinals, I think it was, round of 16. You always have Korjaks later. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I wasn't sure if it was quarters or round of 16 this year, but I was pretty sure it was quarters. So Korjak just being a niche skill that gets introduced a little bit until through the end of the tournament, and it's not necessarily a niche thing as a player. Mostly in the tournament scene of things, you can just get one shot at it, and it's usually the rice pick that gets left for the ending, or the rice pick that gets picked by a team that is just specifically good at it. This may be the case for Brazil. We shall see if it is. Accuracy-wise, Brazil certainly has what it takes to compete on a map like this, with players like Lotus and Auras, and of course Nace being the combo machine he's always been. Brazil will hold the lead off of this intro on the accuracy alone, but Korea is not gonna leave them run with their lead as quickly and as simply as that. They are going to fight for it, and you can see the lowest accuracy in the lobby is 99.85, and that is very, very scary. And Lotus is gonna drop. His consistency issues showing up again on the greatest stage, unfortunately for him and Brazil. And there's another one. There's 2, there's 3, there's 4! And that's 4 misses. Oh, that's insanely bad for Brazil now.
That's just how Korjak does to you, really. I mean, if you just miss one, you lose your footing for a couple notes in, really. You don't need to do anything fancy in terms of Korjak. Especially at this speed, you just need to combo and the accuracy will take care of itself.
Well, it seems like Brazil is going to be in a very, very big struggle. They need a collapse from a Korean player or maybe a 3-way miss. And that's going to be so hard. Sure, the section gets a little bit denser and a bit trickier with this split jumps. And that can trip some players off, but it doesn't seem like it is. Auro's accuracy is insane, but it's not going to be enough. Silifanga's accuracy is also insane, but not as good as Nosen, who's leading the charge for the Koreans here, as they are
wow. That's
going to
a
win
50,
this pick, I think.
That's a 50 from Silifango, but other than that, it's just really needs the misses from South Korea, but it's not really having.
Oh, there
there
is
we
one.
go. Flying Samira, finding the miss, but
No, it's
compared
not
to
enough.
Lotus' 3 misses in before, it's really hard to come back.
At this point, I think it is just Korea. If they can just hold this combo for a little bit longer, and even still, I think they have this. This will be the first breakpoint of the winners finals, and on a Rise pick, the first Rise pick that gets selected, the first breakpoint of the match, and it's only by about 5,000 points here. Korea will take this, and again, the ratios from Brazil are ridiculous.
God.
What?
Double-digit perfects
Double-digit
across
perfects
Brazil.
on every player on Brazil? What?
50,
Oh boy.
66, and 90.
This is the problem with Brazil. They look so strong and so solid on Kojaks, but they cannot make it work. They cannot get the 3-way FC. They struggle on the same department and for the same reason against Malaysia on the semi-finals, and now it is hurting them on the finals too against the Korean side that is looking very, very solid. And now has their own pick. 3-1, first 2 points lead in the matchup so far. First break point. And Korea needs to make a choice here. They're going for Slaughter. So LN4 it is.
Yeah, Slaughter is, I guess you could say Slaughter is just some type of Ellen that you really don't want to mess with. Especially with a lot of shield in between that can actually just trip a lot of people. I've seen like US has a lot of struggle in Slaughter in particular.
So other than the disconnection, or rather the fail, the malfunction on the keyboard, which arguably would have still been maybe a 980k score, all maps so far have been on the range of at least 4 digits. Like the highest difference between the two teams we have seen was like 6,000 points. That's ridiculous. And the lowest was 3. 3! I still will not get over that. 3!
Like, I mean, what are the odds? It's just 3 points. It's just something you can count with a hand. And it's still unbelievable.
Honestly, you can just count with extremities. Like, you don't even need fingers.
Yeah.
Oh my god, but now Slaughter. Again, Korea making the LN choices is obviously a no-brainer, as they are winning pretty much all of them. But they all have been very close, so if Demi, who's probably going to join now, or Amaron actually, alright, so we see Marcino, Amaron and Silifange for this map, not Demi. Which I was about to say, Demi has been struggling a little bit with consistency in this last poll. So I guess it makes sense for them to bring Amaron and Nate here instead. And with that being said, like if Brazil can rock this long FC streaks that they are well known for, especially for a lineup like this, like Nate and Amaron have been extremely consistent over the past few years. If they can do that, then they certainly have a chance to take a lens off Korea, who have been looking a little bit better, but mostly just because the lack of misses rather than the big difference in accuracy. Yeah. Brazil had like 300 less regulars than every player in the South Korean side. So the ratios on the side is just a matter of consistency at this point, really.
At this point, this match should just be called a triple FC or die. It's just how consistent they are as far as the score goes.
Finals, and you have to like FC or die. Like that's just insane. But into LN4 right now, it seems like Sudden Death had a bit of a strange intro. Probably the most consistent LN player on the Korean side. Or at least the veteran, I'd say, from the Korean roster here. Certainly being the one who struggles a little bit at the start of this. And Brazil is going to hold a lead off of that. But the accuracies are not too much in the favor of the Brazilians here. Like, Snowsen and Nate are equal. Amaron and Gazel are equal. It's just the difference between Marcino and Sudden Death, though. Honestly, a miss will make the difference here, I think.
I mean, there's a lot of content that is dissect here in Slaughter, especially with the sort of inverse with a little bit of shields in between. It just gets crazy once you get to the middle section of it.
Very tricky coordination patterns here. You need to be very, very careful not to overhold. And they are not like quite imbers, because it's not just the constant stream of 1/4 that you can just tunnel through it. it really requires a lot of coordination and focus. And Brazil seems to have it as it stands, but into this sort of
Watch this
bursty
section
part,
here.
that is the hardest part of the map. We shall see if they can hold their grounds. And
Lead is
there's a lot
flickering
of
though.
accuracy being dropped by Amaron here, and as well by Le Machino. And Korea is not struggling a single bit with this part.
God.
And the lead is starting to flicker. With this pick,
my God.
Korea could extend this lead
Flickers.
by 3 points, but Brazil is fighting for it. They are very much fighting for it, as much as Southern Net is trying to catch up. Brazil still on the lead, but by
Nate's
very,
drop.
very little.
Nate draws is a bit dirty, a little bit though. The accuracy is going to shift a bit to the South Korean side. Amaral fighting the drops.
Oh,
God.
Korea's on the lead, and I think at this point it doesn't matter what they do, they just need to hold the combo. But Geiso plays the miss!
Geiso plays that.
Brazil is on the lead again,
It's on the
but
lead.
will they
Oh,
hold
God.
this up to the
There's
ending?
more. Again, I think this is the miss.
It's gonna come to the wire, and it's Brazil!
God.
By 500 points this time! 545!
points.
545 points, Brazil takes it! They stole it again! By 3 digits!
God, what is this matchup?
Oh, this is the breakpoint Brazil needed, for sure! And now they're back in the game again! 3-2 is the scoreline, and Korea, with a breakpoint of their own, now they lose their own pick. And Brazil will pick for themselves in order to equalize by 545 points. Brazil still in it.
I probably
Oh
don't
my
have
God.
enough voice at the. I probably don't have enough voice at the end of this match. This is kind of
And
crazy.
And I have to give props to Marchino here. Oh my goodness. I haven't seen him playing all that much as of late, but coming in clutch here with a great FC, the best score in the lobby. Brazil will take that, but they need to focus again. They are winning their picks, but by so little. So they really, really need to decide what to pick and do it rightly. Because right now there's only 3 LNs remaining. Like, Korea cannot win off of LNs and hybrids. They lost the hybrid already, and they lost an LN already. So we're gonna go into Rise at some point. It has to happen.
Yeah, this is also a double break point, so really, it's just the picks have been kind of foggy for a moment for Brazil at this point. But I feel like Brazil should have a clear pick for now. He's writing on the walls here.
I like this pick, I think. I think accuracy-wise, Brazil has the advantage. And even though, again, combo issues are a thing for Brazil, and has been a thing. Especially, again, I don't want to call Lotus soft. He's such a great player, but he has been struggling with consistency. And that's the main reason why I'm not so sure if Brazil will be able to capitalize off of this map. On normal circumstances, Brazil has the advantage. They have the ratio to back themselves up. They have insanely good combo abilities. But as of late, they have been struggling a little bit, and Korea is looking really, really solid. So we shall see if Brazil can capitalize off this ratio advantage they have. On the paper, at least. On paper, they are the favorite to win this match.
Yeah, like I said, it's just theoretically, you have like basic Brazil winning on ratio, like no doubt at all. It's just on such practical reasons that Brazil has such a, consistency issue. Not so much of an issue, it's just some slip up here and there, but it's just really what South Korea is going to take advantage of it though. So in a normal world where you don't really miss that much, South Korea is going to handle that with Triple FC on their own, and they're going to win that, or by that basis.
Oh my god. This match is insane though. We have only seen 5 maps being played, and out of a possible 13. And this is already as intense as it can get. Like, I will just not get over that 3-point lead. Like, that 3 points difference.
It's never
gonna
would
go off.
not get over it. Everyone would not get over it, that's
Like,
for sure.
after the legendary 8, we now have the legendary 3.
And I have no words what to say about that one. It's just so crazy. We already seen like triple digit on Slaughter, so I'm concerned.
Yeah, like triple digits will be the thing that blows our mind. But 1 digit? No? You shouldn't be allowed? But now into the map though. Pick number 6. Brazil's one. Writing on the walls might be what Brazil was looking for on the Rise department to maybe kick off their strategy now of going for Rise. Leave Korea, fight their lives on the LN that is remaining, and maybe the hybrids. And as it stands right now, Brazil's on the lead.
Lotus did have a rocky start, but he's recovering Zacchaeus very quickly now. But I feel like Lotus probably has a grasp on just to keep the combo and not so much of the accuracy, because that's what's holding it back.
He has been, at least so far. He's holding a great hit concentration, very, very tight. Both Oros and Lotus having insane accuracy, and Gazel, oh, that's great!
Oh, that's dirty.
That's a
very
huge
dirty.
miss. That's a very big miss for Gazel. I think it was like 2, maybe 3, and a big accuracy drop as well. That's going to be a huge crushing to Brazil. And they needed it, especially in the Rise department here, as we're starting to get into the second half. Brazil holding this advantage. The biggest one, the largest one we have seen so far in the entire match. But Korea is not done yet. They will still fight until the very end for this one. And they know Brazil might give them a chance. They might struggle at some point, and for that they need to keep consistent, hold their combos for as long as possible. And Gazel now recovered already, and the first miss comes, and there it is.
Drop is very clean.
Very clean. That's not going to help too much for Korea, but there's a couple 200s, many of them, but it's not going to matter as Flying Samira will trade those 200s by Nate with a miss of themselves. And Brazil, with a quarter of the song, will start to capitalize off of this, and with another miss from Samira, I think this might be the end of the story for this Rise pick. As we're getting into the very last bit of the map, there's only 140,000 points left to be claimed by any player here. And as the map concludes, it seems like it's going to be Brazil by about 20-something points of difference. This is the largest point gap we have seen so far in this matchup. And it's a good bit of air for the Brazilians, really. After recovering from the breakpoint of themselves, now winning their own pick, forcing Korea into a pick again with 30,000 points of advantage. This was a great pick after all. Big V1 double S there by Oros. Big play by Snowsend as well. 992k, but it's not going to be enough after this 4 misses across the Korean side.
Yeah, a breath of fresh air by Brazil right there. Finally tying the series, but yeah, I mean, South Korea is probably running out of safe picks left other than the other LN, which is Planetarium, which I don't know if they're going to go for, but considering how Slaughter went, as on the denser side of LNs, it's really close.
Without a miss by Nate, this was a disgusting score by Brazil. 995, 994.9. What is going on with Brazil? They just pop off suddenly. And then they have a couple misses and all the lead falls. It's so strange. And it's very, very hard to compete against a team like Brazil, because you can only bank on them choking. Because if they don't, you're done. Like, you can't do much against a Brazilian team that is on point. And we have seen this, like, in the last couple of years. They just won the tournament easily, for the most part.
Yeah, we're tying the series with 3-3 right now. Saka's probably gonna... Oh, we're going for a hybrid again. As expected. Not sure if this is, I would call a good pick, because I think Apollo is a better one for South Korea, I feel.
I mean, if you think it this way, right? Maybe Apollo's better, but aren't they going to pick both anyway? So it doesn't really matter the order, I think. Unless they want to go for LN2, then in that case, then if you think Apollo and then LN2 are the better picks than this, then yeah, it makes sense. You still need to make 3 picks if you want to force a tiebreaker and you have no breakpoints. But yeah, maybe you want to go for something you are more comfortable with first. And I don't necessarily disagree. I think this is good for Korea, but I can see Apollo working a little bit better.
No, I'm not sure what Brazil was going to have to use for... Yeah, Amaram and probably... Machine?
No, actually Machino, yeah. Yeah, Nate was just playing and he left, so that probably means Machino's going to show up. Maybe Demi? But I don't know. I don't think. Like, I don't see Oros on this. Like, I would be very surprised if we see Oros, like, light here. Maybe. You never know. Snowsand, Flying Samira, and Sudden Death are going to be the 3 players for Korea. Understandably so. They have been the strongest side when it comes to LNs, and with a hybrid. And in a hybrid, you kind of want to have some LN power. It's going to be Machino. There he is. Seems like they're calling for a second. Okay, never mind. I thought Lotus was maybe going to swap out, but he's not. He's going to be playing. And Amaron, Lotus, Marcino against Flying Samira as no set and sudden there. And you can see a pattern. Bottom row, both names in Brazil start with L. South Korea, both names start with S. Top row, they are different.
It's A and S. No. That's. I mean, you can kind of sense the theme right now, right? I just don't know because hybrid, as crazy as Mushina Super Takora went, it's a single digit. This is another hybrid thing. I don't know if the difference is actually going to be something similar that.
No, please. Don't make this single digit again. I don't think I have the voice to run through that.
The magic is only run once.
1 minute and 37 seconds though. This is the shortest map of the pool, so it's gonna be very, very quickly.
I mean,
until we see
like,
which team
like
is gonna
TV size.
Yeah, this is like TV size, for sure. And as we're starting, seems like Korea is on the very, very slight lead off of the accuracy that Amaron is holding. He is struggling a little bit with his intro, but he should balance off fairly soon as the map goes on. And this core gap is just going to go back and forth all the time until Flying Samira finds a miss. That's going to give a big, big lead for Brazil. With a short map, any miss is going to count for more than it usually does. So into the second third already, Brazil seems to be holding a pretty decent lead. But again, a single miss and the story just turns. The tables goes to the other side, but not on this side. The miss was not supposed to happen on Korean side. A sudden death will drop the second full combo on Korea, giving even a greater lead to Brazil now as they are holding through the second half.
Brazil's looking very strong with the combo so far. I mean, like, there's a couple drops here and there, but I mean, it's just 200s, like, per player, really. It just comes with the miss on South Korea. It's like 2 misses already. It's already a huge lead right now.
Into the last bit of the map, there are no misses by Brazil. If they can keep the full combos, this is game over for the pick by Korea. It would be a second breakpoint in favor of Brazil. The third one we have seen Machino struggling quite hard on that section. That was a big 50. Holding the combos important, but he misses. Although they have enough time, I don't think they do. But another miss by Machino! Oh, they certainly did not have enough time, but with just like maybe 10 more seconds, they surely had enough time. It is going to be another breakpoint by 5,000 points, but oh boy, did that come to the wire at the end. Wow, Machino, watch out, be careful.
I was about to snap when it was like 5 seconds earlier.
Oh boy.
But that's a break point, which Brazil has the advantage now, and Brazil is going to have to pick something here.
Those 2 misses by Sudden Dead and Flying Samira proving to be a bit too much for Korea to hold on through. And even though Machino was holding very, very strong, that ending being a bit of a hiccup, a bit dangerous for Brazil. They managed to take the point nonetheless, so props to them. And they now have to make their own choice. What do they go for now? And I think they should avoid Wake Me Up. Other than that, I think maybe they should avoid Reap What You Saw. And anything else probably works. I think Real Ultimate Power?
Yeah, I think probably Real Ultimate Power is a bold move, considering right on the wall is Cascabueto.
Venomous Firefly. Okay. I mean, I'm not against this pick either. It's just that maybe I would have gone for something that is a bit more techy, something that's more aggressive.
It's just too straightforward to me.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Like, I mentioned this in the semi-finals against Malaysia as well. I'm gonna repeat it. If you're a team that struggles with consistency issues, then you should maybe go for, I think, the hardest maps on the pool that you are somewhat comfortable with. Because if you choke, chances are the opponents also choke if you're the better team. And I think Brazil might be the better team on Rise. So going for something more straightforward, it gives the chance to Korea to get maybe a 3-way FC, and you having to fight for the 3-way FC as well, as your consistency is the one that tanks at them. Especially in a map that is short like Venomous Firefly, it gets even harder to do because misses are so much harder to recover from in a short map. But we shall see if it pays off. I still think this is a good pick for Brazil. I still think they have the advantage, but they have to be very, very careful. to hold the combos through. And with Gazel now joining instead of sudden death, we shall see if Korea maybe can strike another breakpoint of their own. Maybe make it a double breakpoint matchup. Like
double. It's the double breakpoint. 2 double breakpoints actually, if it's actually happened for South Korea.
We shall see then. It is Venomous Firefly, mapped by Mint, 277 jump stream. Will Korea be able to hold the combos and therefore strike against a very, very strong-looking Brazilian team? On the previous maps, they have been looking unbeatable, but we know they can bleed, they can miss. Will that be the case on this Rise sort of consistency pick? It's hard to call consistency something that goes up to 277 BPM, but trust me, it is the case. And you can see it on the accuracies.
Well, Vegas actually is some bit of a rocky start with 99.6. Actually does tie with Gazel for a moment there. And Samira is actually also suffering a little bit there in the accuracy.
Yeah, it is the difference between Samira and Lotus, really, because Snow Sand and Oros are basically tied, and so is Gazel and Silly Fangers. So it comes down to the difference between Flying Samira and Lotus. But
watch out for Lotus, the 200 is coming out.
I was about to say he's starting to struggle a little bit in the accuracy department, but Oros is gonna.
There. Oh boy.
Oros is still holding very, very strong. That's keeping the Brazilian team afloat, but maybe not by much, and maybe by not enough. If Korea can hold this accuracy a little bit longer, Brazil is slowly starting to self-destruct. But can they hold the combos? I think if Brazil just holds the combos through this ending, they should be fine. And with a full FC lobby here, the consistency peak showing. The map is not over yet.
Might take a bit of beer drop back.
Nade drops!
They finally dropped there.
Korea's on the lead! Yes, they do have enough time. They have enough time, they just need to hold the combo here. Korea, will they get the double breakpoint? I think they will. It's not going to happen. They need to just hold this combo for a little bit longer. And at this point, even with a miss, it doesn't matter. It is a 4,000 points, 3.5 against Brazil. Another breakpoint, double breakpoint. And great scores by Korea.
That's 3 black flags in that whole lobby with 1-200 across Oros, Nose, and Gazel. Oh my God.
This ratio by Oros is insane, but don't count Gazel's score off. Like, Short Snow Sand is the best score here for the Koreans, but Gazel has been doing so much work for the Asians here, and with a great 1-200 play, 991k, securing another breakpoint for Korea. Korea still alive, 4-4, and they pick now.
2 double breakpoints for this match. It's really hard to tell what this match's direction is going to be.
This is exactly what I said. Again, a team consistent like Korea, a team not consistent like Brazil. A single miss making the difference here, and it ended up happening. Brazil, the moment they start feeling a little bit more comfortable, they get the breakpoint they needed, they start to be on the lead and recover from the breakpoint they lost themselves. And now they are again against the wall with Korea picking Apollo. And they have enough. Just with the lens and hybrids, if they win both, they have enough. Suddenly.
And with after everything in the pool is only 1L and everything else is Rice. Just consider that. And South Korea has to pick Rice if he did exhaust on Planetarium.
Oh my god. You know, this is also good for the US in some ways, because they get to scout all the scores here by Brazil and Korea. Arguably, it's not going to matter all too much because of the grand finals pool, but having a decent picture of different categories, especially in a map pool that has been so I don't want to say scripted, but similar across the rounds, really, it might give you enough insight to build a strategy around the team who loses this match. But even then, you're still facing Brazil or Korea, which are just incredible. And into Apollo now it is. This is the last hybrid available. So hybrids being exhausted before LNs, that is not something that is common practice. And we shall see.
Apollo is a hybrid that you would expect it to be hard, but it's actually kind of easy. But it also comes with a higher risk because of the speed up in the ending, and the ending is rough.
Another Lemon guy showing here with the hybrid department. It's kind of frequent already that we see Lemon on the hybrid 3 spot, I think, at this point. It's kind of like me with releases, if you will. And as it starts right now, Brazil holding a slight advantage off of the accuracy, but Korea is holding very decent accuracy themselves as well, so it's gonna be tight. Into the second quarter, as we are about to start, Brazil holding a minor lead, I shall say.
I'm also surprised that everyone's still holding on, because this is mostly what people actually choke on it.
That is Brazil and Korea. We're talking about two of the best teams in the world. They are certainly proving us they are, as they are calling the six-way FC here, into the second third and maybe also into the second half. Brazil's holding an advantage off the back of Lotus accuracy.
Oh my god!
Lotus just all of that trail was a perfect 300, like rainbow 300s, and this accuracy by Lotus is just not legal. Like, that's just incredible accuracy by the bottom left player here in Brazil. And there's Samira, the first miss by flying Samira. Brazil is gonna have a pretty decent lead off of this, really, off of until the last third. Brazil is gonna another one as well. This is great news for the South Americans. Seeing Gazel instead of Southern Devon here as well is a bit strange. I just realized.
This is shaping to be really good. Actually, taking a breakpoint too, I guess. In terms of Brazil has such high accuracies at this point, and even probably doesn't phase up at the speed up at all here, really.
Shouldn't be a problem, really, because even with many misses, I think they're fine. There isn't really enough map for Korea to catch up, and Brazil is gonna run away with another breakpoint. That's 3 in a row. And into the speed up now. Amuro is gonna drop, but it's not gonna matter. As I said, he's still gonna score a 987.8, and after this release, 988.6. So the miss at the end barely mattered.
Excuse me, that team score is disgusting.
It is disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. 2976. It's absolutely disgusting for a map like this. And Korea is not far off. That is the worst part. Like, they had a couple misses, but their 200s were huge. And wow.
Consider this, the lowest score is 982.
Look at the score by Snowson and Cityfanger.
Oh,
1,300 of difference. 1,300 of difference. They literally have the same score by a single 300.
Consider 982k as a lowest score in the polo in this lobby.
That is just disgusting.
You have to beat that with a better score, and with that 3 slider breaks, actually, I should mention.
Yeah, they were at the very end, and that's why I didn't hurt the score all that much. But even still, oh my god. What is this match?
Brazil's pick now. I'm concerned if this is actually going to be another breakpoint, because back to back.
If they pick Magic Cycles, I'm going to be so mad at Brazil.
I'm also not so sure if Brazil want to go with Wing Via. Considering how very straightforward it is, it's just speed.
Okay. Nice timeout. This might be the most important pick for Brazil remaining, I think. Because if they win this, they essentially secure a tiebreaker. I mean, quite literally, like, they force at least a tiebreaker. So, sure, if they lose, this is a breakpoint, but then Korea picks. If Korea wins, they are on do or die situation, right? They can still force a tiebreaker, win their own pick, but they will have so much pressure on their shoulders, and considering the amount of chokes they have in scoring, it is very important for them to at least secure the tiebreaker. No, they are fine. The worst case scenario, they are going to get to play the hardest map in the pool. So we shall see if they pick right and they can get this tiebreaker guaranteed. If they win, they are. If not, they'll have to fight an uphill battle against Korea again, which is most certainly going to pick Planetarium, right? I doubt Korea's going to go for anything else. They have been avoided very intentionally, but I mean, they should, right?
Considering Brazil's picks right now, I think Wake Me Up and Magic Cycles are out of the question. Which I think that leaves Real Ultimate Power and Reap What You Sow as probably their optimal picks right now, all things considered. It's just how straightforward the other two picks are, and Reap What You Sow and Real Ultimate Power has some funny stuff going on in there. And that would
Seems
probably
like the
trip
Koreans are a
Korea.
bit confused by the timeout call. Maybe they weren't aware that they could time out. Now they know.
Yeah, I mean,
2-minute timeout, you have one use on your pick.
Oh
my god. Oh my god.
I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all.
They're picking a guild map that is actually not a guild map. Oh my god. No Brazilian power.
I don't like this pick. I just ultimately
1 minute and 30 seconds. This is this is even shorter than the other one.
This is just literally TV side. It is
Yes, it's literally.
But again, this is also a straightforward one as a stream pick. And I just don't like this. I just don't like the chances.
I don't know. I mean, with players like Oros, Lotus, and Nate, you would expect this to be a good pick, but we are so scared of possible chokes in a map this short. And this, I think Korea is a team that should be fine on the speed streams, really. So it's not that you're counter picking the Korean side either. We shall see if it works. I mean, it should, but it's so hard to judge properly. Snowsend with the mirror here. And we're starting with pick number 12. Is this 12? No, it is 10. 10 out of possible 13.
I mean, they have the accuracy, like, just like 99.93 is the lowest. Which is scary, but that's basically the intro of this.
Are they just targeting Samira now? Because Samira's struggling a little bit, but everybody else in the lobby is doing very, very good. And Oros is dropping a little bit of accuracy, but so is Gazel.
So does
that was
everyone.
a huge drop by Gazel.
No one's holding 99.9s anymore. It's just the highest now is Snowset, 99.82. But it's just matter of misses. It's really watch those misses just flying when it does happen.
Well, I mean, halfway through, Brazil's holding the lead, but again, very deceivingly so, as any miss will instantly flip the tables on the other side, and there's two! And I think Gazel had it better, I think, than Oros, but even still, it was just a very clean trade, and Brazil's increasing their lead, if anything, so into this very last burst here, Brazil might just capitalize off of this, especially off the miss of Samira. Big one as well. Brazil making the right call after all. Whew. They're going to be taking this one home, and it is 6-4, winning their own pick after all, with Samir struggling quite hard at the very ending here. Nate, please tell me you have submitted a score. Yes, thank you, Nate, for submitting your score, as it is another victory for the Brazilians here, which are now on match point. 2 FCs for both Nate and Lotus, but the greatest score of all goes to Snowsend. Great 300 counts and amazing 200 counts of anything. 990k on this is incredible.
They're going for Planetarium, there's no doubt about it. In South Korea's last LN thing, really. They have to, I mean, Brazil would have to go with either when you saw Real Ultimate Power Magic Cycles, pretty much. Get Planetarium as a win for South Korea.
Oh boy, Korea has been trying to avoid this pick as much as possible. They save it for last. Regardless of the outcome, this is the last pick, so Korea will make this matchup. If they win, they force Brazil to pick again. They lose, they get knocked down to the losers bracket, which the United States is waiting. So we shall see if they have what it takes to take the density in the LN department, or if it will be game over. Le Machino joining with the lobby for Brazil, or is it?
I guess Amaron?
I don't think Amaron is playing this. No,
yeah,
I would be very surprised if Amaron is playing this. Oros actually makes more sense than Amaron, I think, on this pick.
I mean, Oros has been like doing really good in like semi-full inverse, and Oros doing this is no surprise to me. But the Marshino is definitely coming in. I mean, not for Amaron because Amaron has been showing some struggle on inverse and stuff.
In the past, yes, Amaron struggling with inverse a lot, and this is although again not extreme inverse, it is still very big density. So have to be very careful to pick your right players. And Nate Oros Marshino, I think it's as good as it can get. Like, maybe you want Lothus instead of someone here, but I don't think still. I think this is just the main team you expect to see in a density chart for Alliance in Brazil. Like, Demi, I think, also has the same issue that like Amaron has, but... Okay, yeah, they're having problems with the map. Sudden Death, No Send, and Gazel on Korea, waiting for this issue to be resolved.
So this is 12 September now. Just I saw in the chat there.
Yeah.
Already a new day.
I mean, for me it is 12 p.m. So it's like.
I mean, it's 10 for me. 10 p.m. Before
Australia time zones.
Exactly. Alright.
So Zero Machina's not able to play because of the map issue?
I think you might have to like delete and re-download. I mean, I think La Machina has done that, but
I think they have to restart the client though. Like that's how it works.
Because it does have the cache of the older one that you have deleted, so I feel like that's probably an issue. It doesn't need to have a restart the game, pretty much.
Alright, seems like he restarted the game and should be good to go. Oh boy, this is not what you want to see. This is gonna get on the nerves of Machino at the very least, I think, so... It's not only the nerves from Machino, it's also like Korea's momentum starting to fall a little bit. So it doesn't really help any of the players. It seems like Machino's back. Is he able to play though?
Alright, I think it should be fine. Because, I mean, imagine La Machina didn't have, can't play this. You need to rely on Demi in this case, which I don't think is the best idea. Emerald, not sure right now.
Starting to take a little bit too long. Seems like Amaron's gonna be playing instead, so... This is, if anything, this is good news for Korea, I think.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully Brazil still will have at least a decent player with, even though the Machino can't even play with the.
Okay, so listen up. Watch Amaron get the best score on the lobby now.
Oh no!
Wouldn't that be funny?
Well, let's see what happens. I mean, it could be funny, and
didn't you say you never know what's gonna happen or something like that along those lines?
Yeah, exactly. That was like 4 years ago. I mean, I can't really tell about it.
Well, without Machino, Brazil certainly taking a hit in the roster department, but Amaron's all holding their best accuracy on the lobby so far. So, Oros drops.
That's I think might have been letting go of the releases. I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it was like a not a double tap, but like you know this moment when you release too early, but then you re-hit again quick enough so the game doesn't register at 50, but instead at 200 with a miss. It happens so often.
As far as act goes, I think Amaron is the highest act. I mean,
yes, Amaron is.
Won't be long though, but that's a double draw by Sakurai. That's very harsh.
The miss by Oros was being enough for Korea to keep the lead, but now with a double miss by Gazel and sudden death, It's not good news for the Koreans, but again, I was about to say Amron was holding, but he's not anymore. And Nate is dropping accuracy too. Oh, Korea's taking the lead back. Will they get it? They think. I think they will.
Korea.
Oh my god, don't do it again. Oh my god, it's on Brazil, but it's on Korea.
Amron's hit concentration is going later.
Oh my god, Korea seems to be on the lead. They need to hold this combo for a little bit longer, and Aurus drop, making it easy for them to keep this advantage.
Again.
Oh, Korea will clutch it at the end with a double miss at the middle. It was looking very grim for them, but they will go through and power through with just 9,000 points of difference. They still alive.
Oh my god, what is this? Then Brazil has to pick either of the 3 Rice Wings remaining, and I just don't think they would probably go for Magic Cycles. They have to pick the other 2 that is not Magic Cycles.
Great play here by Snowsen. 1-200? I barely talk enough about Snowsen, who has been performing so greatly for the South Korean side. And like Sudden and Gazel as well, they're doing great work, and all the Koreans really. But Snowsen has been the main carry, I think, in the Asian side of things here. Almost with a B1 double S on the density pick. It is insane how much this player is performing. And now it's all on the Brazilians' hands as they get to make the final pick of the matchup, and it's between 3 Rice maps they have to choose for. Is it Magic Cycles, Real Ultimate Power, or Rip What You Saw? And honestly, Rip What You Saw would be fitting for,
yeah,
you know,
it's kind of an intimidation more than anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you pick that, I guess you reap what you saw, but then
come on.
I'm not sure if it is the best pick, really. Maybe it's the Real Ultimate Power that they need in order to win against Korea, but perhaps perhaps it's just a Magic Cycle where Brazil just ends up winning. You know, you never know.
God.
It would be tremendous if it goes to tiebreaker, though.
Come on. Oh my god, it's gonna
oh my god. No, this is the pick I like the least.
I don't like this. I don't know. I really don't know.
I kind of want to keep quiet for the rest of the match.
I'm at a loss for words here for these picks. And I'm pretty sure Amram is not going to be playing this. I probably have to be Nate or Sweet Banjo, I think, in this case.
Oh my god, another Shoegazer map then. And it's gonna be the last one, because this will decide whether we see a tiebreaker or not. And the very last match of the finals, on the winner's bracket of all places. And it's gonna be on Magic Cycles. DJ Shabnell, legend of the rhythm games, I think. So far we have seen him so many times on so many different charts and so many different mappers. But now it is April.
Amram's playing this.
Amram is playing this, and he's hitting very, very early at the start. It's not the greatest start for the universe for Brazil, but they should be able to recover, I think, from it. Why is Amram playing this? Why is Nate not playing this? I mean, I guess 265 is still not fast enough for Amram to fall off, but
I mean, they took the lead momentarily, which is a good thing, but I mean, there's still like 3 minutes and a half, really.
oh my god.
As long as they don't fall off, they should be fine for the most part. And South Korea really needs to hold their ground.
Oh, but the problem with this again is the stamina. Early on, obviously the best accuracy team will take the lead, and I think that's Brazil right now. They are certainly holding the lead. But once we get into the very last bit of the map, where stamina is starting to tank, Brazil has been known to have it like infinite stamina, but Amron is playing, so that's the main concern I have. Amron's accuracy and stamina can be great, but 265 BPM is no joke. Oros and Lotus keeping the accuracy very, very high.
Taking the first drop there.
Yep, that is the first miss. And honestly, right before the break's not the greatest time of the universe. If anything, it might be the worst, as Korea will start to give away more of their lead. And at this point, Brazil, again, just needs to win. If they win, they take the whole match. They are fine. They can go home. If Korea wins this, we see tiebreaker happening. We all want to see a tiebreaker, of course, but perhaps if you're a Brazilian supporter, you would rather have this ending now. And of course, if you're a South Korean supporter, you want to see anything but the tiebreaker at this point. And I'm trying to do my best. But it seems like Brazil is holding very, very solidly on the lead. But never mind. I was trying my best, and this is double miss. What?
This is double miss. Oh god. The drops are relatively clean, which should be all
No.
for the most part.
I'm not sure. I mean, it might be still in the lead. We shall see in about 100 combo, but this lead is shrinking so much. And he will come to the wire, I think. A third of the map still remains. And
Lead doesn't change anywhere.
it changes, but not enough. Just slightly. It is kind of back to the starting point, I think. And there's still a third of the map remaining. We see the hit concentrations. That's usually the best sign to check if someone is starting to struggle with the stamina. And if anything, I think Flying Samira might be the one who's struggling the most. You see concentration being very wide. And if you see the column colors as they hit,
but
those
takes
misses.
another breaks again. This is actually going to be really close.
Oh, I still think they have the advantage here. Most of the backup is accuracy by Oros, which is, hello Oros, what you shouldn't be. 99.91 points, I mean percentage of accuracy. And the lead seems intact. Lotus missed, and the lead is the same.
It does also, it comes with a Gazel at a cost of also dropping accuracy as well to 99.5. Instead 200 there, which also offset the difference. There's only this ending left.
Brazil, if anything, is extending the lead now. And with this one, Sosen, the main carry of Korea, down. And it's Flying Samira's full combo
Lotus.
with a miss from Lotus. The trade is happening, but Samira drops again.
No
and no full combos.
Oros left.
Oros light to the Brazilian team as they seem to be going to win this. Very last few notes, and with this 99.90 for Oros, another miss by Lotus, not mattering. I don't think anything can happen here. It is Brazil who will be waiting for the winner of Korea versus the US in the losers bracket with a B1 double S by Oros, 996.7. Brazil is once again in the absolute grand final of the tournament after beating South Korea 7-5. But what a show by the Koreans as well.
Coming in clutch with that performance from Brazil, especially for Oros coming to take that MVP for this match. And Brazil is guaranteed top 2. And Sakura will have to fight their way out from the losers grand finals against the United States.
Oh my god, look, you think it this way. This match got decided by 3 points.
That is also true.
Like, had they lost that map instead of winning it for 3 points, we will be seeing a tiebreaker now. That is ridiculous. Yeah. But, I mean, if anything, there's a saying in football, in soccer, I guess, if you're a United States citizen. Sometimes you just have the luck of the champion. And I think we might be in front of the possible champion this time again. If you win a map like that, and that is what, like, that's the reason why you end up winning the whole match to some degree. I mean, it just looks like Palmeiras, if you know what I mean. Like, Brazilians may be able to understand, but it's just like De Verdade. It is how it is. But, I mean, it is still one more match at least for Brazil in order to claim the title, and they will be waiting for the US or for Korea.
Yeah, absolutely. As this is also the last match, and nothing is left up with finally the last, I guess the last showing, which is the Grand Finals full showcase. This is gonna be wild.
Oh boy, the showcase. First time we're actually seeing a Grand Final showcase, I think, for Mania World Cup, right? It will be the first.
Yeah, this is literally the first time we're seeing Grand Finals map showcase, and for the first time this year too. And you know, as wild as the finals map will win, Grand Finals is no joke. It's literally painful. to experience this firsthand.
Yep. The worst part is that both of these teams who just played, they can maybe stay a little bit longer and see the showcase. They will have to suffer through this map.
You're kind of glad we're not playing the Grand Finals map pool, as there are only 3 teams playing on the Grand Finals map pool, and they probably really have to get through it until you get to the best position possible.
Oh boy. But yeah, we're gonna take maybe a 15-minute break until the showcase. We're gonna set the rest of the things we have to set up. We're gonna ask for confirmation here by the operator. Which time, operator, are we going to transition into the Grand Finals showcase? It is in 15 minutes indeed. And, I mean, you kind of have to. This is the last chance, guys, that you guys have to get yourself a banner. To support the tournament, to support the favorite team, there's only 3 remaining. It's Brazil, Korea, and the US. But you can still buy a banner for any team you would like to, even if they got eliminated already. And at this point, really, it is the last chance, because tomorrow I think they will not be on the Osu Store anymore. So 2.5 USD. Get yourself the banner, last chance. And if you pick the winner, it will stay for a little bit longer. So thank you all for joining us for this last match of the finals. And don't go anywhere. 15 minutes it is. We will see the first Grand Finals map pool showcase ever of the Mania World Cup.
We're signing off.
めくり合う輪廻の定めの中で星屑の糸頼りに手繰り寄せたその流れに逆らうよただ君と描いた夢を歌うよ宵の奇跡輝く時綴る歌悲しく別れ告げる言葉さえも見当たらずにさよなら夜が明けて目を閉じた君はまだ少し怯えて絆見失うことないように鳴り止まぬ彼星屑の雨願いの背を知る星必ずに瞬く奇跡描き闇を払えて永遠を君と誓うように知らぬ嫌かは定めの中で降り積もる雪解けと共に目覚めてそれがたとえ幻でも茨の道を君と渡る通す罪の形瞳の奥に焼き付けて二つ誓いの言葉とまとわず時は刻む傷跡逆まく季節戻せたならば白く染められて世界と明日
Hello, everybody, and welcome back yet again for some Osumania 4Key World Cup 2022 action. We're all done with matches for this finals weekend, but we do still have one final thing to get out of the way before this weekend is quite over for us. We have the first ever 4Key, in terms of Mania 4Key World Cups, first Grand Finals Map Pool Showcase. And we're about to show that off to you. I am Toph Daddy, joined here by Sparky. How's it going?
It is going absolutely fantastic. What a way to round out an incredible finals weekend, showing off this inhumane Grand Finals map pool.
Both inhuman and inhumane. These selectors did not pull any punches. These maps are incredibly difficult. But we don't really have much else to say. We've got 3 teams remaining in this tournament who are going to duke it out in this map pool. We have the United States and South Korea, a rematch from earlier on in the tournament. They will be facing each other in the losers bracket for the opportunity to face Brazil, who is waiting for them in that winner's grand finals match. Sorry, but you don't have anything else to say. I think we need to start getting right into it.
Yeah, let's not make them wait any longer. We're going to start off with our first map of this Grand Finals showcase. It's going to be Crimson Fighter, charted by Lemon Guy. And oh my goodness, what a way to kick things off here.
Yeah, we're starting just like usual with the speedier jump stream pick. What is that tab down there? That's not the right map. Don't worry about that. We're going to take a little bit of thank you for already having technical difficulties.
Wouldn't be a grand finals without a little bit of an oopsie. Gotta make sure the metadata is all correct for this last map pool. We want to make sure everything is correct. Don't want to mislead anybody here. So you give us just a quick little second to get that all straightened out here. And Toph, I mean, what do you have to think about the last 3 teams remaining?
I mean, they've just been performing unbelievably. We've seen some absolutely ridiculous scores coming out from all of these teams. Brazil and South Korea nearly taking it to tiebreaker. The United States also almost being taken to tiebreaker in both of the matches that they were playing for that losers brackets position in top 3. Malaysia taking them 7-5, and the Philippines taking them 7-4, but not quite enough to take them down or take them to the tiebreaker. And I mean, all I can really say is that all 3 of these teams absolutely deserve what, based on just the work that they've put in. But looks like we have the right metadata at the bottom now. We got Crimson Fighter as our first map. This is going to be our speedier jump stream map on 1.1, and yes, that is 290 BPM jump stream as our faster one. And if you know anything about this map, or maybe just Lemon Guy jump stream in general, these patterns are brutal.
Yeah, they are very uncomfortable. Gives you a bit of a primer here, some LNs to kind of set the tone before you really dive on into it, and the patterns go from 1 to 11 in an instant. You don't have that much time, just under 2 minutes of total drain time separates you on this pick, and there is very little room for error.
Definitely very little room for error. It's also quite short at that 1 minute and 52 seconds mark, but we're already starting to see some issues coming out from our play testers who have a lot of chances to get these replays for the maps, and Swarmzy finding a few drops in this should be very telling about what to expect on a map like this.
Yeah, very easy to misread these patterns, very inherently trilly, and then you throw in some of those jumps in between to try and throw you off your game, and you get a tiny bit of respite with those short LNs, but I feel like they might do more harm than good because they're breaking up the momentum, so trying to do the start and stop motions between all these streams can start to get a little bit hard to concentrate through, a little difficult to read through, and as we make our way into the last quarter of the map, it just continues from here.
Yeah, not to discount that stamina factors that's going to be needed for the extremely extended streams in the second half, unlike what we were seeing in maps like Venomous Firefly, where you got quite a few breaks in the middle of those faster streaming sections. This one just does not let up for the entire second half of it.
Yeah, absolutely. But that being said, if you are able to read this high pace, high BPM jump stream style of pick, I mean, this might be a comfort pick for some of the teams remaining.
Absolutely, but that's our first Rice pick. We'll move into our first hybrid, and it's going to be a custom made by Mint Chrono Capsule by Silent Room. On 1.05, 291 BPM, that's already a pretty scary line. We're seeing another pretty short map here at 1 minute and 54 seconds, so gotta keep yourself straight, gotta make sure that you're not finding too many mistakes or it could be deadly.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're already seeing some very abrasive patterning, a lot of short reverse shields coming out while you're trying to hold on to those anchored long notes. You're gonna test a little bit of the finger control as you make your way into this tiny bit of a break section before you burst your way back in.
Yeah, these patterns not quite as abrasive as you might expect, but I could imagine that as we start getting later on in the map, we're going to start seeing faster streams, and we're already starting to see extremely dense long note and hybrid patterns, and now we're getting into the chorus where it just gets turned up to 11.
Yeah, so like a lot to work with if you're not holding down something. You're having to play all these very awkwardly snapped bursts in and out. And, I mean, if you are able to read through it, I mean, could bode well, but finding 3 people that can do this at a consistent level is probably going to be the order of business to try and contest a pick like this.
Yeah, and even accuracy is going to suffer quite a bit if you can't read through this. Some of these long note patterns are absolutely disgusting to try and read through with how dense they are.
Yeah, now you dive back into the last quarter. The density in the LN start to pick up once again. A lot of grace notes in between the columns. And once again, just trying to maintain those releases. And then all the rice notes in between. Definitely a tall order to kick off the hybrid side of the pool.
Definitely quite the statement to make about these hybrids, having some very, very fast jump stream patterns at 291 mixed in with some really difficult to read LN patterns. Not going to be the easiest for many players, but that is hybrid 1. We'll move into our first tech pick, and we have 1.15, 346 BPM broken jump stream.
Yeah, I mean, we have to increase the BPM to these monstrous levels because the players have just been making short work of the rice picks in these pools. We have seen some disgusting scores, so hopefully this levels the playing field just a little bit and slows down some of these very, very late game oriented rice teams.
Yeah, this beginning I don't think is going to cause too many problems. The broken jump stream really isn't super dense in this earlier section, but we start to get it a little bit more consistent here in this second, third, and once we get into the chorus, it's going to get extremely difficult to stay consistent on, especially with some of the more extended jump stream flourishes that we'll be seeing later on in this chart. But these patterns really not the most comfortable in the world either, especially when we're starting to uprate them this high.
Yeah, absolutely. Can definitely see something like finger locks happening, trying to maintain some of the more inherently mini-jack oriented patterns in these bursts. With that being said, I mean, if you do have the finger control to maintain the consistent pace, I feel like just maintaining the speed on these patterns is going to be of the utmost importance, lest you find yourself finding your UR bar slipping to the right and starting to hit some of these patterns late, and that's really where things can go from bad to worse.
Yeah, and this ending starting to throw the kitchen sink at you with some even denser and more consistent broken jump stream patterns. We just have a few more left to go before we finish off Zeroa. We're 3 maps in. And we're already seeing some pretty rough stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Spared no expenses in terms of the overall difficulty, and it does not stop here. We're going to go into Celestial Axis.
This is our long node density pick. This is on 1.05. 229 BPM, dense, like jump stream and streamy LN density patterns. Your classic CRZ Chris Arlene map. 7.7 stars. I think that's a little overrated, but this is still pretty rough.
Yeah, the scaling on LN density picks is just absurd in terms of inflating the star ratings. So, I mean, that being said, if you are a more physically oriented LN player, this could be right up your alley in terms of wanting to keep this in the back pocket of a pick if needed, because you do get a tiny bit of a respite here going into the second third of the map, but once it picks up once again, it just does not stop.
It sure doesn't, and unfortunate miss there from our replay creator. But we're already starting to see these more consistent jump stream patterns coming out than what we were seeing in the first half, and this is only going to start getting denser as we get further on in this map.
Yeah, and as you read your way through it, every single time you hear those little buzzes, you just have Gray Snow sweeps across the playfield from columns 1 to 4 and then 4 to 1, and trying to regain your composure, reread the density in between. Definitely a tall ask.
And we're getting into the last quarter where we're starting to see a little bit more of that broken nature that we were seeing. We saw a couple of awkward mini jack patterns, but this density just does not let up throughout this ending.
Yeah, just being able to maintain the physicality and the fact that you're always having to hold something down. There are very few rice notes in between, so trying to keep your fingers pressed down on all those LNs is going to be a tall ask.
Well, definitely a tall task for sure, but we've got another rice pick coming in. We're going back to the more straightforward stuff with Love Song on 1.1, 382 BPM. This is our single stream speed map. And 382, it is a little bit of a bump from the previous round. Maybe a little bit slower than some were expecting, but these patterns are not very favorable for many players.
No, it is about as abrasive as you can get without getting overbearing, and there's very little to listen to to try and ground yourself. If you are an audio-oriented player trying to listen your way through this, it's very hard to find something to grab onto, and you're just going on these streams for what feels like an eternity.
Yeah, and that will feel even like an even longer eternity once we get into the later streams in this map. But not to mention that in those longer streams, the patterns are actually at a 1/7 rhythm. So even if you have like that beat in your head, you can't really follow like a down or a downbeat or anything like that to try and stay on rhythm. It is all about reading and all about speed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just try, like, these patterns are incredibly awkward, very staircase oriented, some really quick trills on one hand, splitting back and forth. It's very hard to read through, and I mean, if the speed doesn't get you, it's going to be the patterns on this pick.
Yeah, definitely, and we just saw that extremely long portion of the map with those streams, and we're going to be getting into one more of them before we finish off this chart. This is brutal. This will be painful, I think, for players to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't discount the fact that when you do get out of those streams, you have a lot of jump stream oriented patterns, and the fact that our replayer has a 990k on this.
Yeah, 4 200s is a little ridiculous, but I don't expect to see that kind of score in match on something like this.
We're going to be eating our words next week.
We will be eating our words. This is so hard, but someone's going to do it to us.
Absolutely. But moving on, we're going to be going into a map that a lot of people might be familiar with. It is going to be Angel Salad.
Our second hybrid in the pool on 1.1 rate, the same rate that was used in soft. And that should tell you enough about this map, but again, this is extremely difficult. What I do want to mention about this is that when you're comparing it to the first hybrid that we saw, Chrono Capsule, this is a lot more on that technical side of things. Instead of like the more straightforward jump stream patterns, this has a lot of those mini jacks and bursts and really difficult coordination-based LNs like we were just seeing there.
Yeah, so like a lot of very awkward snaps, a lot of awkward grace notes, just overall very uncomfortable to try and play through. Maybe you can swing out the consistency to get the FC, but to get those pristine ratios, the ones that make people just stop and look, are going to be very difficult.
It definitely will, and we're seeing I mean, this has kind of been a theme throughout most of the maps we've already seen. We've only gone through 5 of them so far, or this is number 6, but you know, it has that very relentless nature throughout its almost entirety. We will get a small break here, but you have to go through pretty much the entire first 2/3 of the map without stopping.
Yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, you do get this tiny bit of a break to try and regain your composure before you dive into the last quarter, and as the buildup occurs, you start to see things get a little bit more denser before we dive back on into it.
You do not want to take this lightly, even though you had that break just before to build your potential stamina back up, get your nerves under control. This ending section turns it up even higher than you would have expected, and brings us back to a repeat of what we saw earlier with the very difficult LN coordination patterns throughout some of these tech with the reverse shields, and just good luck.
Good luck is what we can say. I mean, the only saving grace is the fact that players might be intimately familiar with this song for better or for worse. But with that being said, we do keep rolling on forward. It is going to be our first LN pick. It's going to be Black Princess coming out on 1.15x.
Yeah, it is going to be another long note map. Like you said, this map is pretty interesting, I will say. It's not too fast. It's only at 177 BPM on that 1.15 rate. But you'll quickly start to realize why this is so difficult and put into a grand finals pool. So many reverse shields, so many mini jacks woven into the LN patterns. It's just extremely rough on the coordination side of things without being, particularly focused on releases or anything, but it still has an extremely technical element that I think is going to get players a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. It demands the utmost focus, and this is one of the longer maps in this pool, clocking in at 3.5 minutes, and we have seen it throughout this tournament when we have these longer form LN picks. Getting the concentration all the way through and maintaining the composure to read your way through some of these very hard LN structures has been catching out some players, so it'll be very interesting to see once we dial up the difficulty just a little bit for this grand finals LN pick, how the players fare.
Yeah, not to mention that this is quite long at that 3.5 minutes. We're gonna have to see some more of that consistency that, we didn't really have to worry about too much in the previous pools, aside from the release categories that we were having in the previous pools. But this one, spreading out just a little bit, bringing some length to the wild cards and making sure that these grand finals players have that consistency needed to hold combo and accuracy on a map this long.
Yeah, so we're only halfway through, and it feels like there hasn't been any semblance of a break. Yes, the density might ease up just a little bit. You might get a little bit of rights to read through in between some of these transitions, but ultimately trying to maintain these holds is very hard. You start to see those mini jack rice patterns start to make their appearance throughout these columns, just making sure that you're staying on your toes, reading your way through these sections.
Yeah, and we're only 2/3 of the way through. We're in this second chorus, and if you know anything about Hatsuki Yura songs, we're in for a little bit of a solo coming out of this second one. And if what I've heard is correct, this solo is brutal. I've said the word brutal a lot today, but that just goes to show you what kind of pool this is.
For sure. I don't know what's scarier, this solo or the fact that players are going to be able to read their way through this and absolutely destroy it.
Yeah, I'm going to be worried to see if players are capable of doing this, like, on a whim, just in match. And I'm very scared to, like, know in my heart that it's possible for many of the players in Grand Finals to perform extremely well on this.
For sure, and you saw right at the end of that solo before we get into this bit of a refrain, the density just spiked before letting you go into this section, and oh boy, if you're able to make it through that unscathed as a team, you're probably winning this pick.
Yeah, I mean, I do not expect almost very many full team full combos. We didn't see a whole lot even in finals, and this pool really bumped that up to 11. And if we start, I think, like, yeah, triple full combo almost certainly wins you a match. Or a map, I should say.
For sure, and that'll do it for Black Princess, and we're going to be diving into the lowest parts of the map pool. It's going to be our first SV pick.
Well, lowest parts in terms of star rating, that is. Not necessarily in terms of difficulty, and this map should already start giving you an idea of what we're aiming for in terms of the difficulty of this SV. And this is the easier of the two. Like, I'll let this map speak for itself for the most part, but you'll start seeing a lot of... Oh, I don't even know how to describe this. The rhythms just are insane.
Yeah, these instant 0 BPM teleports that just hang right over your receptors. I feel like it has been a theme throughout these SV picks in these later stages, but anticipation, if you are not fully prepared for what is to come, you are just going to be finding yourself hitting your keyboard, trying to hang on.
Indeed, and we're only a third of the way through. This is 2.5 minutes, so it's a little bit longer than you might expect. This section gives you a little bit of a reprise, maybe a little bit easier for some players to learn, just based on a good portion of the SVs being constant rhythm, but you still have those extremely aggressive teleports that you do have to know if you want to hit them consistently.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like as we've made it into finals, and now with this Grand Finals SV, that line between memorization and reading starts to blur a little bit, and both aspects are going to be tested at some point during these picks. And as we make it into the second half of this chart, things start to slow down. You get a bit of a slow jam to try and regain your bearings. Hopefully you memorize the ending, because oh boy.
Yeah, the ending kind of throws it back at you. Another pretty rhythmically similar section to what we saw earlier, but the rhythms that you have to keep up with, or not the rhythms, but the SVs and reading that you have to keep up with through the section just gets even harder than what we saw, despite the consistent 1/4 rhythm throughout most of these long notes. But there is a little bit of a trick to some of those long notes, not exactly on the downbeats. You have to make sure you know the song itself to have an idea of where to hit and, you know, what offbeats you need to be aware of.
For sure, and I mean, I feel like those are the most deceptive quads. Oh my goodness.
I didn't know that existed. That jump scared me a lot.
We are getting closer to October. What's better way than scaring the players with some very abrasive patterning, some very abrasive SV tricks at the very end of the pick.
Indeed, what a brutal SV map we just saw, but that's number one. We're going to go back into the Rice pool. We've got our Jack pick, a Mifa pick. What else would you expect? We've got this made Peerless Under Heaven, 170 BPM. I mean, I think the best way to describe this is that it's a little bit denser than what we saw from Kill Each Other, a little bit harder pattern-wise, but also bumping the BPM up to 170.
Yeah, and this density, once it goes, it just does not stop. And the fact that you have those bursts to contend with in between the jacks to really change what you're doing in terms of your internal tempo can really throw you off your game when you try and get back into the jacks.
Indeed, and that first third, I think, is a little bit easier than what we will see from most of the rest of the map as things get even denser in that transition with some of the bursts and the quads that we're seeing here.
Yeah, Yeah, and I feel like it's really transitioning out of those quads that might do some of the players remaining in. It's very hard to hit all four and then figure out what to do next on command, especially when you're going at these higher tempos. 170 really starts to separate those good core jack players from the really, really superb ones.
It absolutely will, but even then, we've been seeing some incredibly good scores on jacks. I could definitely see accuracy staying extremely strong from all the players left in this tournament, and singular misses on maps like this can mean the end of the line. We saw that happen to Brazil today against South Korea. They lost their jack pick because of a singular set of misses from one player, and that is certainly going to be true here if the players are capable of keeping up with this.
Yeah, absolutely. If it isn't pattern difficulty, it is everybody can play it, so don't mess up levels of difficulty.
Just everything going, but that's going to be our core jack pick. We're going to move into some more long notes. Our third long note pick that we've seen so far. It's going to be another one of our wild cards, and this is going to be Black Magic Blazing on 1.0. Another very long note map, 4 minutes and 22 seconds. We're really pushing that consistency at you on top of just blistering speed and difficulty.
Yeah, absolutely, and this one really doesn't pull any punches. If anybody's familiar with late game maps, Mint, she spares no expense at trying to test your overall comfort in reading some of these very, very bursty sections in songs.
Yeah, this has a lot of really fast patterns that you're going to have to deal with. A lot of those bursts, and those trills are not easy. A lot of this map doesn't really look super dense in terms of the LNs, and even some of the patterns don't look that bad, but these are very surprisingly difficult, is what I will say.
For sure, I feel like the speed at which you're having to do these lends itself to the discomfort some might feel practicing through this pick. And I mean, just the fact that you're constantly having to do what are essentially mini jacks on the columns for very extended periods of time can really start to wear away at your stamina, especially in a section like this.
It definitely can. You do get quite a few breaks in this map, though. We're up to one of the first ones before we transition into a little bit more of a coordination and release type zone, a little bit less impactful on the speed part, the speed side of things, like many of the other sections in this map are, but it's still going to test your ability to hold on to accuracy with some of these mini LNs and brutal kind of staggered releases on some of these notes.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely test some elements of coordination, some elements of just raw physicality to try and maintain the release consistency, because once again you start to see the reoccurrence of those short LNs going into the longer ones, and the tendencies to want to bounce your fingers off those longer ones might be what causes those slider breaks that we have seen throughout this finals weekend on the LN picks in particular.
Absolutely, but we're going to have our second main break here. This one's a little bit longer than the first one, but it gives some time to rebuild some stamina, get yourself ready for the final third of this map, which, you know, in my opinion, is definitely the hardest part of this map. It starts to include those faster kind of jump stream, that 256 BPM type pattern throughout it with the awkward coordination patterns as well as some bursts. It kind of just throws everything at you that it can.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at this stage of the game, there are no more map pools left. This has to be the truest test for the players remaining. And I mean, they have shown that they are up to the task, and hopefully they can maintain their way through this, because this last quarter of the map really starts to take off.
It really does start to take off. We're hearing that drum beat come in to make it even more aggressive, and we still have a quarter of the map. It sounds like the song is starting to wind down, but we still have plenty of time to trip you up with even more long note patterns in this outro that's coming up.
For sure. And I mean, you start to get those more technical LN sections where it's just a burst of short LNs in between. You go back into the longer structures, and I mean, just trying to maintain where you are at in terms of what you need to hold down and what you need to release. Starts to become a bit of a tricky task, especially this late on into the pick.
Yeah, that mental stamina going to be really important, especially as we get a reprise of this really dense jump trill with the long notes pattern that we saw earlier in the map. But like you said, finishing out the chart going to need a lot of focus to keep yourself stable in those really difficult patterns.
Yep, and with that being said, we'll move right along. It is going to be Peacebreaker on 1.1.
Oh no, it got spoiled earlier. We're so sad. But yeah, 1.1 Peacebreaker ODZ0. This is a map by Dark Zetar from FFR. If that is a familiar name to anyone, so getting their MWC debut with one of our tech picks, and I mean, the song, the map, everything about this is just like screams Grand Finals.
For sure, it is very painful to read through. You have all of these very broken up bursts on very differing snaps, trying to keep them all under control. It's going to be of the utmost importance in this introduction before the map really starts to take off.
Yeah, definitely a little bit lighter in this intro, but once you get into the more involved sections, I mean, we're already seeing some pretty fast bursts that get pretty dense, and those long jacks are no joke at 176 BPM. But even then, we will start seeing even more density with these bursts, interflowing with the long jacks and regular mini jack patterns. And we're not even in the hard part yet of this map, and this already looks really rough in the first place.
For sure. As we make our way into second, third of the map, things start to lighten up just a little bit. The persistent bursts that you're having to read through start to ebb away, starts to get a little bit more standardized. The snaps aren't as awkward, but as the song begins to build up once again, you start to see those grace notes make their reappearance to try and really damage the accuracy here.
Yeah, and here we go. This is a bit of a cut version. It's still 3 minutes and 12 seconds, but that is cut from the longer version. And we're starting to see those really difficult patterns. The transitions between those long jacks and the bursts, I think, are going to be extremely brutal for the players to figure out. And they don't really stop. You get a couple of breaks, but the real kicker about this is that you just have to keep going with them. You don't really, when they start, it's like 8 in a row, and there's nothing in between them.
For sure, and I mean, misreading on any of these bursts could be fatal just because of how close the next note following is. Could find yourself just chaining those misses one after the other if you aren't really on it to try and recover.
Absolutely, you get a little bit of a break. You still have to deal with the mini jacks at 176 BPM, but this is definitely going to give you some time to prepare for this ending.
Yeah, and it really does start to pick up last sliver of the map, and you would think that towards the end things start to simmer down. No, this one starts to pick up steam right towards the end. Cannot afford to take your foot off the gas for even just a second. It could be the difference between winning a pick and losing a pick. We already seen some very tight margins.
We absolutely have seen some tight margins. These maps are going to be really interesting to see these players go up against, but we've got another map coming up. This is our last hybrid of the pool. It's an Abraxas map. Everyone missed them. They're back in the pool with some classic Abraxos mapping. Testify. It's 6.68 stars. I will say that it doesn't look like 6.68 when you're watching it, and it doesn't look awful to play in terms of like difficulty. It looks not the hardest thing in the world. I will mention that this is the hardest Abraxos map I've ever played, and this is on 1.0.
And that is saying something to just how hard it is going to get. You already see there is nothing very rudimentally snapped. There's a lot of grace notes to greet you at the start of this pick. And I feel like if you're not really on it in terms of your comfort starting some of these patterns off with those grace notes, you can find yourself suffering in terms of accuracy. You might still be able to hold on to the full combo, but all these impacts being so staggered as they are can definitely see some bad judgments coming out from the players, let alone even like combo breaks.
Yeah, definitely. We see some jacks there. They're kind of fake. They have like the awkward snaps. Also noteworthy, OD 7.6 with some of these staggered releases is not going to be easy. We're getting into the second third of this map, and a lot of this map kind of starts to build up towards the last third of this map, which I am going to say is the hardest part of the map by far. So you're going to have to get ready for that, but also, again, not super dense in this section. This is a lot harder to play than it looks because some of those trills just requiring you to hold down the long notes. And we're already starting to see that density in the mini jack start to spike up a little bit as we're approaching the final third of the map.
And as we make our way into this last third, all the releases in that last section on varying snaps, it's not very easy to coordinate. That OD 7.6 does give you a little bit of a window to operate on, but it is very little to grab onto as we make our way into this last third. And there's just so many grace notes littered throughout this section.
Yeah, extremely difficult, technical-oriented section with some changing snaps on those jack patterns. About to approach the last quarter where long notes are going to start being reintroduced to these patterns and just making it really rough with those same kind of technical patterns that we were seeing, and just throwing everything that it can, making sure that you are paying attention for this ending.
Absolutely. It is so calm in the music, but it is so chaotic in the playfield. All of those LN sections are very brutal, trying to coordinate all of those releases, all of those grace notes, and all the reverse shields at the very end of those releases as well.
Yeah, and we just have this ending left. Some of the faster streams with some interweaved long note patterns. That is extremely rough there with the jack-based inverse. Just a little bit of mini jack right at the end to finish it off for Testify. There's really not much else to say about that map.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck, and we're going to keep going on to our next tech pick, and it is going to be Fury, another Terminal 11 map. And oh boy, if counterclockwise chant pattern wasn't already a hard enough map as it was, it only gets harder.
It sure does only get harder. 205 BPM on that 1.05. Another relatively low star rating map, 5.37, but that does not describe the absolute terror that this map will put onto your wrists if you try to play this.
Yeah, absolutely. The amount of awkward bursts into mini jack transitions found in this map, it just keeps going and going and pushing you and prodding at your accuracy, forcing you to play this with absolute precision. All the bursts, all those quick little trills coming at you, it just does not stop.
It really doesn't stop, and this beginning we're already starting to see some pretty difficult patterns with those long jacks and the really fast mini jacks. But extremely important to note is that the second half of this is much harder than the first half.
Yeah, this is but a primer for what is to come. It does get a lot harder to read through. It becomes a lot more persistent in terms of how often these patterns repeat. And I mean, just being able to maintain through these bursts outside of all of those mini jack anchors is going to be a tall task. I mean, we have seen some very high scores on these tech picks, but we've also seen some very, very rough performances trying to make as players try and make their way through tech picks like this.
Yeah, and with the length compounded on top of that, we've seen so many misses, even on the shorter tech maps like Fury in the previous pools. this is going to be a battle of consistency. Another pick where if you're consistent on the full combos, if you get 3 full combos on this, you win this pick automatically. Without a doubt.
For sure, but with how close these teams remaining are, who knows, we could get 6 full combos and it just comes down to a battle of who had the better ratio, and the fact that we can maybe see that
maybe
in the grand final stage is scary.
If there is a 6-way FC on Fury 1.05 in any of the matches that come up next weekend, I will do something. I don't know what, but that is not happening. No one can tell me that is a possibility.
There is a world in which it can happen, and I fear that may be ours. And as we make our way into the last third of the map, I mean, these patterns have just been going and going. Being able to maintain this consistency for this long without any semblance of a break is going to test even the best of players remaining in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we're getting into the last quarter. We've already passed the halfway point. We saw the density start to increase quite a bit. The long jacks aren't as prevalent as they were in the first half, but these regular mini jack patterns are so common now that it kind of doesn't even matter that there aren't any long jacks anymore.
Yeah, at this point, it just becomes a matter of focus, because you cannot afford to drop this late on. And I mean, we're going to see stuff like that happen where it just out of nowhere, you just find those slips, either a finger lock or one of the keys doesn't register fast enough, and that could be the thing that turns some of these matches in an instant.
Yeah, definitely I can, and we're approaching the end of the map. If you made it this far, you're pretty much home free. Not too many difficult patterns in this ending anymore, but you still got to just make sure you're finishing it off. And that'll be the last tech pick. One more rice map left in the pool. It's going to be Stamina. It's the only one we're missing. And it's going to be a Rachel map. Sogetsu Oratorio on 1.05. That is 273 BPM. And this is a very, this is hand stream. 273 BPM hand stream is going to be our consistency stamina pick for this round.
Yeah, just buckle and you get this. Ellen introduction, who put these noodles in here, but a nice introduction to what will probably be a gauntlet of a map.
Gauntlet is pretty much the lightest way you can describe this. At least once we get out of this intro, pretty free combo to get near that 400 before it starts blasting you with the hand stream and really dense jump stream patterns in general. It is also OD 8.5, which means there's a little bit of a requirement for accuracy there. But that's not going... for many of these players, I don't think that's going to matter. It's just about making sure you're able to keep the consistency and the combo throughout. This accuracy is going to be a second option for trying to get good scores on this. But just with how dense this is and how fast it is, it's going to be pretty rough for many players to keep this going for 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. But if they are able to find themselves locking in and just dialing in the tempo and just going, we could see some very impressive scores on this. Like you were saying, you do get that free, what is essentially free 400 combo at the start, and it is such an abrupt start to get into all the jump streets. You don't want to get caught flat-footed as you make your way in, but once you're in, there's no stopping.
There truly is no stopping. You get a couple of breaks throughout. We have one right here at the 1/3 mark of the map, but it's not too long before we get diving right back into these really rough patterns that just keep going. Lots of one-hand trill type patterns with the 270 BPM. Makes sense with hand stream, but just got to make sure that you're ready for that kind of pattern to come in and just pretty much be omnipresent throughout this map.
Yeah, for sure. And then the transitions from the chorus into the bridge, you start to see the hand stream really pick up before it jumps back into what is more rudimentary jump stream. And as we make our way into the back half of the map, not much changes in terms of what is required. It's really just, as it has been for the last couple of stamina picks, a test of the overall consistency of your team.
Yeah, and since that first break we got that lasted probably about 10 seconds, we have not had another one as we're getting into this chorus with a little bit of a stop to the jump stream patterns and another break right at the end of it. The second break and the final one you'll be getting before we hit the final chorus and the final set of jump stream for this map. But this is still about a minute to a minute and a half left of just straight hand stream getting ready to build up here.
Yeah, and as we have seen in previous rounds on picks like this, it has been decided by whichever team ends up blinking first and finding the first break in the map. Because at this, I mean, to be fair, once we crank it up to this BPM, we might start finding the discomfort in some of the players, but overall...
Maybe we will. We'll have to see next weekend when the players start actually showing off their capabilities on this map pool.
Yeah, we can speculate all we want, but I feel like every time we have set a bar for these players, they have just exceeded expectations and have just pushed the envelope in what these teams are capable of, and really pushing the limit as to what we can do to really test their capabilities.
Absolutely, those ending patterns, or these ending patterns, starting to get a little bit even tougher than what we already saw. Just got the outro left to go. I can see a lot of people choking at the end of that final chorus just off of the difficulty of the patterns alone, and especially if their stamina is starting to get a little bit checked by that point, it's going to be really difficult to hold consistency on these ending patterns.
Yeah, for sure. What a way to cap off the stamina pick for this tournament. But with that being said, we'll move right along, and it is going to be, we have seen it throughout these last couple of pools, the timing hell LN pick of this round is going to be number 39.
It is number 39. We needed to have the one crystal. Timing Hell's coming in. And of course, 3 minutes 35 seconds, 7.2 OD, 6.35 stars, and this is just classic Timing Hell. We've got the Vocaloid, we got the Hatsune Miku background, and we've got the Jack patterns at about 282 BPM with these staggered releases. Just everything so classic about this that Juan Crystal's been doing for, what, the past 5 years now?
Yeah, it is a hallmark of late game LN, being able to master stuff like this. And I mean, there are some very capable LN players still left on these teams, but that being said, the overall difficulty of this map, it trying to coordinate these releases is hard, for lack of a better word. It's just hard.
That's simplicity is key in this kind of situation. It just is hard. It's really hard to describe why some of these patterns are so difficult. Coordinating jacks like this can be difficult. Some of the awkward rhythms that you have to do with the bursts that come around, not making it like extremely straightforward, even if you're really good at the jack LN coordination type patterns. And that's just like exactly what you'd expect when you see the words Timing Hell on pretty much any difficulty at this point.
Yeah, for sure. You do get a tiny bit of a reprieve with the OD 7.2, but with that being said, it is little solace as you make your way through this map, already entering this back half, and it feels like there hasn't been any semblance of a break so far.
Why would there be a break? These players don't need a break.
No, we've seen some speedruns in the finals. Like, these players know what they want to play, and going into it, they better be prepared for what is to come, because sparing no expense in terms of difficulty, hopefully the teams have enough players to sub in and out, because imagine playing through 12 maps in a row without a break on a pool like this.
And then having to play the tiebreaker?
And then having to play the tiebreaker. That is brutal.
Yeah, I hope for the sake of these players that they have swap outs at least sometimes for these maps. Because, yeah, this is going to be pretty difficult for a player to go through. And even if we, like, imagine if we see, like, a bracket reset in like, Winners Grand Finals. That pushes it to double the match length. And I hope the players will be okay after this.
Yeah, for sure. We definitely, sure, we push the envelope in terms of difficulty, but we also want to make sure that the players are staying safe. So please stretch every now and again, especially when you're practicing. You don't want to miss out on the potential first place just because you strained yourself too much trying to get immaculate ratio. You just gotta hang on for dear life at some point.
Indeed, and we're starting to hit the outro of this map, the final of our long note picks. The second to last of our regular picks in the pool will finish. Number 39 out of the way. We have one map left. It's going to be our second SV map of the pool, Symphony OP1 Chaos by TDEC. And if you thought the first SV map was hard, you've got another thing coming to you.
Slow Jam here, everybody's favorite when it comes to these SV picks.
Some time stops here in this intro. Not too difficult, especially for these players to learn, but this kind of gives you a glimpse into what you might expect to come out of the more difficult sections. These slow jams, extremely slow. Ridiculous to be this slow, but you can't really increase the speed, especially with patterns like this coming up.
And then trying to keep yourself on rhythm during some of these aggressive teleports.
Yeah, and that jack on the left hand, on the the first column there, was not on the downbeat, so that's going to be even harder to keep consistency on.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the correct reaction.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome to Grand Finals SV. This is...
I don't know what to say. I'm letting this map speak for itself. You can't really say a whole lot about this.
No, nothing can really prepare you for stuff like this. You just have to... You just have to let it speak for itself. You do mercifully get a break here going back into the slow jam, but I mean at this point, do you just call it a day and just say, okay, we're just banning this?
Maybe. I definitely could see teams saying that kind of thing for this map, but we'll have to wait. We're only halfway through this map. It is 3.5 minutes, which adds to another layer of difficulty to the SV overall. You did get this little break, this kind of reprise of the opening slow jam, but that is still very slow and still requires you to strain your reading just a little bit. And then more slow jam. Oh, what is this?
Oh my goodness.
Final quarter of the map coming up. Nice long notes.
The longest long notes of all time.
I'm sorry.
What do we even say about this? I don't have words anymore.
No. At this point, it's just good luck. I do not envy those that have to learn this.
Same. Yeah, I don't envy people who end up having to play this in the matches. This seems like something very easy to mess up a whole lot in match.
For sure, but if you are able to learn this and commit this to memory, this could be what's this not?
Oh, I forgot about this. That's just funny. I don't think that's hard, it's just funny.
I don't even know what just happened. That'll do it for
We'll do
SV2. Good luck with that, because that could be a free point for teams that are brave enough to contest it. But with that being said, Toph,
Yeah.
I think we have made it through the entirety of the map pool. There is only one thing left to do, and I'll leave it to you.
There is only one thing left to do. We have our grand finals tiebreaker, as many people may have expected. It is a wonderful custom song made by 3 great artists. 2 of them already featured artist, the third joining us as a new featured artist with the tiebreaker. But I will let it speak for itself. We can go ahead and get that coming up. I hope you all enjoy. All right. What an incredible song to introduce Quad A as a new featured artist, joining Umeboshi Chizuke and Hino Isuka as featured artists for this collab made by myself, Mint, Guden, and Mysterion. That is pretty rough. How are you feeling about that, Sparky?
I could not think of a better way to cap off what has been an incredible tournament so far. There have been 32 teams. There are only 3 left. This is their final challenge for this tournament. As always, best of luck to the teams remaining: Brazil, South Korea, and the United States, to duke it out to see who takes that top spot for the 2022 OS4 World Cup.
Indeed, not much left to say. As you said, a wonderful way to cap off the weekend. We hope to see you guys next weekend, where those 3 incredible teams will be duking it out using the 17 maps that we just showed off. See you guys then.